A splash of cold water woke me up. Damn it, which bastard splashed cold water on me? I opened my eyes, lying stiff and freezing on the beach. The bright moon hung high above, the sea stretched out in front of me, and behind was a dense, shadowy primeval forest. Shipwreck. Suddenly it hit me. There was a cruise ship accident, thousands drowned in the sea, but somehow I survived. I patted my pockets. Everything was gone. A sea breeze blew over me, making me shiver. I had to start a fire quickly. As I was thinking this, I saw a woman lying under a reef. Long hair, tight jeans, a tight t-shirt, an amazing figure, 36D, slender waist, perky buttocks. I leaned closer and froze. It was Aunt Lin. Lin Ping, my former President Lin Ting's mother. Back when I fought tooth and nail to become the head of security at Lin Corporation, Lin Ting had just taken office and fired me. I was so depressed that I boarded this cruise ship to go abroad and join my senior sister. Didn't expect to run into an old enemy here. But Aunt Lin was pretty decent to employees, a self-made woman, honest and kind. Her chest and abdomen heaved as she spat out a mouthful of seawater. She was alive. I quickly started CPR. In my flurry, I pressed the wrong spot. Pervert. Perv. Lin Ping woke up screaming and struggling. Please don't touch me. I'll give you money. I haven't touched a man for over 10 years. Have kept myself pure as jade. Whether you kept yourself or not is none of my business. Li Feng, is that you? She was startled when she recognized me, quickly covering her chest. You little brat. I'm 40, 15 years older than you. Don't think you can make a move on me. You've been lonely for over 10 years. Better use the time before you get too old and useless. She turned and ran. After running several meters, she stopped. Behind us, the forest echoed with the cries of startled, strange birds. She shivered and looked back. Li Feng, can we make 3 rules? First, you can't bully me. Second, you have to protect me. Third, you must treat me well. You aren't my mom. Why should I agree? When we get back to the company, I'll let you continue as head of security with a 30,000 yuan monthly salary. A good horse never eats the grass behind it. I turned and headed into the forest to look for wood. Li Feng, wait. What do you want in exchange for protecting me? Only if you become my woman. You little brat. The bridges I've crossed outnumber the roads you've walked. When the beast comes to eat you, tell it about your pure jade. The sea breeze blew again, making her shiver harder. She bit her lip and said, let's first figure out how to start a fire. As long as you take good care of me, I'll become your woman. It's freezing cold. If we rush things now, one of us will die of hypothermia. Makes sense. I nodded. Deal. The two of us headed toward the forest. Suddenly, I grabbed Lin Ping and squatted down. There was a dark figure ahead. Damn it. I've actually been stranded on a desert island. Where's a woman for me? A rough voice was cursing. Lin Ping's face turned pale with fear. Li Feng, what should we do? Don't be afraid. I'm here. We boldly stepped out. The man was about 1.85 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with tattoos on his face. When he saw Lin Ping, his eyes turned green. My name's Tong Meng. Tong from Fairy Tale, Meng from Fierce. Li Feng. Lin Ping. This guy was obviously no good. A ruthless aura radiated off him. Brotherly, let's survive together. I have a waterproof lighter. He pulled out a lighter and clicked it on. Having fire made things easier. All right. The 3 of us walked back. I couldn't let Tong Meng walk behind me. This bastard had to die. If not, I had no way out. But now, famished and freezing, I had no strength. This wasn't the time to fight, and I couldn't kill someone in front of Lin Ping and leave a mark. Ms. Lin, you've got a great figure. Being your man must feel great. Tong Meng said lecherously, eyes glued to her. I don't have a man. On this island, we're both your men. Lin Ping's face darkened, her chest trembling in anger. The 3 of us collected wood and piled it under the reef. Tong Meng lit the fire. Flames leapt up, finally bringing warmth. Beautiful Ms. Lin, since your clothes are wet and won't dry, how about the 3 of us strip and warm up together? Cut the crap, I warned him. Lin Ping pointed not far away. There are coconut trees over there. A row of coconut trees stood on the beach, golden coconuts hanging heavily from the branches. We were thirsty and hungry. Perfect. These trees are too tall. I can't climb them, Lin Ping said, troubled. I could easily climb them. I'd been head of security, skilled with kung fu. But I couldn't show off strength. I had to let Tong Meng lower his guard. Watch me. Tong Meng was eager to show off in front of the beauty. He grabbed the tree trunk and shook it hard. With my strength, I've snapped the waists of countless women. After shaking a while, only a few leaves fell. His face reddened. Can't do it hungry. I'll do it. I motioned to climb. No need. Tong Meng took off his jacket and started to climb. Lin Ping whispered to me. Li Feng, this guy's no good. Be careful. You still care about me? Of course, if he kills you, it'll be my turn next. Swish. A coconut came hurtling down and smashed toward my head. I dodged quickly. Bang. A coconut smashed onto the beach, creating a deep pit. That was close. If it had hit, my brains would have spilled out. Tong Meng, are you blind? Lin Ping scolded angrily. I'm sorry, brotherly. I didn't mean to. Came the insincere apology from the tree. I looked up coldly. It's okay, just be careful next time. I saw through it, but said nothing. That bastard wanted to kill me and stage an accident. Once I'm well fed and rested, I will definitely take him down. Tong Meng threw down a few more coconuts and climbed down. 5 coconuts, enough to quench the thirst of the 3 of us. Back by the fire, I used a sharp stone to crack open the coconuts. Although a lot of juice was wasted, at least we could drink. The 3 of us sat around the fire, gulping coconut water and biting into the fruit. Our strength gradually returned. Finally, I'm not thirsty anymore. Lin Ping exhaled deeply. Lin Ping sat by the fire, her hands supporting her from behind, legs stretched out, chest lifted. Her posture was incredibly alluring. Tong Meng's eyes glazed over as he stared. Noticing this lecherous gaze, Lin Ping quickly sat up. The firewood was almost burned out. None of us had a watch, so we didn't know the time. The full moon hung high over the sea, waves crashing endlessly. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. Tong Meng glanced at Lin Ping, his mind agitated. Brotherly Feng, the firewood isn't enough. Come with me to gather some. Okay. I agreed silently, already understanding this guy's intentions. I'll come too. Lin Ping volunteered to help. Tong Meng leered at her. Beauty, you rest. The 2 of us big men can handle it. You wait here by the fire. I'll go with him, I said with a smile. Lin Ping's clothes were still damp, and she was too lazy to get up. Okay, you 2 be careful. Watching us leave, she had a bad feeling that trouble would happen tonight. Tong Meng and I reached just outside the jungle, where there was plenty of dry wood. The night was quiet yet eerie. Suddenly, Tong Meng laid his cards on the table. Li Feng, I'm tired of pretending. That coconut just now, I meant to smash it on you to kill you. You're lucky you dodged. You're finally dropping the act, I thought, raising my guard. Previously, I was too weak from hunger and cold to fight back. Now that the survival crisis was settled, the conflict was bound to explode. When 2 tigers fight, one is sure to be hurt. I don't mind tricking you earlier, but it's not worth a toe-to-toe fight now. Tong Meng spoke honestly. So what do you want? I have my eyes on Lin Ping. I'll sleep with her first, then give her to you. Don't stop me, or I'll kill you. Are you threatening me? Don't be silly, brother. That woman thinks too highly of herself. Once we're off the island, she'll see us as nothing. Better to settle things here. Rape her, kill her when the rescue team arrives. Only the heavens, the earth, you and I will know. Tong Meng planned to rape her and then silence her, confident no one would know on this deserted island. You're really ruthless. You've done this kind of thing before, haven't you? I killed, burned, raped, and blackmailed. It's all the same to me. Stick with me, and I'll make you my underling once we get out. Tong Meng sneered. If I refuse you, you'll attack. If I agree, you'll probably silence me afterward, right? I didn't buy his lies. Brother, if we're in the same boat, I swear on my life I won't harm you. Lin Ping sat by the fire, watching us talk from a distance, her heart uneasy. The sea breeze made her shiver. Li Feng, I swore already. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tong Meng clenched his fists, murder flashing in his eyes. I don't oppose it, but remember your word. Don't harm me afterward. I pretended to compromise while plotting inside. Lin Ping was mine. I wouldn't let him touch her. Don't worry, brother. Tong Meng patted my shoulder and strode back to the fire. What were you 2 talking about? Lin Ping asked as we returned empty-handed, sensing something wrong and instinctively curling up. Tong Meng sneered. Nothing much, just thinking about you. Watch your mouth. Lin Ping snapped angrily. Don't act so pure. A woman your age must have slept with countless men. My husband died 10 years ago. I've remained pure for 10 years. Lin Ping shot back furiously. Who believes that? Your figure says otherwise. Believe it or not, none of your business. UB*TCH. How dare you talk back to me? Tong Ming lost his temper. Lin Ping crossed her arms over her chest, glancing around frantically. What do you want? You say you haven't been with a man for 10 years? I'm gonna check if that's true. I'm gonna rape and kill you first, then bury you so the rescue team won't find you. Tong Ming lunged forward, saliva dripping. Li Feng, help me. Lin Ping bolted. Li Feng, save me. I'm your woman. Tong Ming, if you dare lay a hand on my woman, I'll kill you. I had been waiting for this moment. If I killed him for no reason just now, Lin Ping would hold it against me. Now that I was saving her, it was justified. With a swoosh, I pounced like a fierce tiger. You bastard, ruining my plans. I'll kill you first. Tong Ming threw a punch at me. I dodged and aimed straight for his throat. Tong Ming, a former fitness coach, stumbled back half a step in panic. I elbowed his chest hard. Bang! Tong Ming staggered back several steps, chest tight and gasping. I'll kill you, he lunged madly. I kicked off the ground with both knees and leapt up, ramming my knee fiercely into his chest. Tong Ming screamed and rolled on the ground. Only then did he realize I had been pretending to be a harmless pig while hiding my true strength. Li Feng, kill him. This pervert is too vicious. If you don't kill him, he'll kill you. Aunt Lin, killing is against the law. I pretended to hesitate. This is a deserted island. No one knows. Even if it gets found out, I'll take responsibility for you. You saved me. This was exactly what I wanted to hear, to drag her down with me, so no one could ever control me in the future. With you saying that, I feel relieved. Tong Ming got up and hugged desperately, but I kicked him down. He grabbed a wooden stick and swung it angrily. I flipped in the air and kicked his temple. Tong Ming clutched his head and screamed in agony, nearly fainting. Li Feng, use the wooden stick. I picked up the stick, ready to finish off this beast. Damn bitch, even if I die, I'll grope you twice. Tong Ming lunged wildly at Lin Ping. I kicked him down again. As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching a hair on her head. Knowing he couldn't win, Tong Ming turned and ran into the forest. Better to live and fight another day. Aunt Lin, don't move by the fire. I'll go after him. If you don't kill the snake, you'll get bitten. Li Feng, don't chase him into the woods. It's too dangerous. Tong Ming ran into the woods, laughing viciously. Li Feng, Lin Ping, I'll kill you sooner or later. I chased him to the edge, but hesitated. The forest inside was pitch black, too dangerous. Haha, Li Feng, you're really skilled, but you spoiled my fun. Tong Ming bragged from within the trees. If you're so capable, come out and fight me one-on-one. I tried to provoke him. No way, I won't. Tong Ming suddenly let out a piercing scream, then fell silent. A strong metallic smell of blood drifted out from the forest. My face turned pale as a chill ran down my spine. Something had killed him. Li Feng, come back quick. Lin Ping shouted by the fire. Clutching the wooden stick, I backed away and then turned and ran back to the campfire. What exactly is in the woods? Lin Ping trembled. I don't know. Is it a wolf? A wolf wouldn't be that capable. A tiger? A tiger would roar. Tong Ming only screamed once before dying, without a chance to struggle. This thing was too ferocious. A gust of wind shook the trees. Lin Ping threw herself into my arms. This place is terrifying. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I'm so glad you're here. After more than 10 years since her husband's death, this was the first time she had leaned on a man's chest. I wrapped my arms around her, pressing my lips against her cheek. She let out a soulful sigh. Li Feng, thank you for saving me. You have to take good care of me from now on. Okay. No. What if that monster charges out? The fire is so big, it won't dare come near. All right, I'll listen to you. Silk-like waves surged under the moonlight. After a long while, the two of us, disheveled, leaned by the fire. Li Feng, Auntie admires no one but you. Lin Ping said, utterly happy. Again, I can't anymore. Lin Ping rubbed her waist, suddenly thinking of her daughter Lin Ting and the thousands of people on the ship, the sudden wave that swallowed them all. Will the rescue team come? This big incident will definitely make international news. They'll be here in 2 or 3 days. I hope Tinger is all right. The lucky always have heaven's protection. Li Feng, tomorrow I want to find Tinger. I'll go with you. Tong Ming is dead, but the lighter is still on him. Lin Ping recalled the critical item. If we find the body, we get it. It was essentially a lifeline on this island. Hold me tight. I'm a little scared. I held her tightly. The two of us fell asleep embracing. I lost track of time until I heard Lin Ping moaning weakly and in pain. Aunt Lin, what's wrong? I touched her forehead. It was burning hot. A high fever. Wake up. Aunt Lin. She wouldn't wake. I regretted it deeply. I shouldn't have been reckless with her earlier. Her body was already weak, and this shock toppled her. Lin Ping opened her eyes, a tear slipping down. Li Feng, I'm dying. Please promise me one thing. Anything. If I die, help me find Tinger. The living must see her alive. The dead must be found. Aunt Lin, you won't die? I promise. My only worry is you. If I die, what will you do alone on this island? I won't let anything happen to you. Li Feng, you have to live well. Her voice weakened. Aunt Lin, Aunt Lin. She lay still in my arms, as if dead. I felt her forehead, hands, and feet. Burning hot, probably 40 degrees Celsius. I come from a family skilled in martial arts, trained in medicine and healing with my grandfather since childhood. One touch, and I knew the situation was critical. If the fever rose any higher, her brain would be damaged. Aunt Lin, I'm going to find some herbs for you. I piled several large stones to form a fire barrier, to protect her if she passed out from the fire's heat, and to keep wild beasts away from the campfire. I kissed her forehead, grabbed a torch and a wooden stick, and rushed out. At the edge of the forest, I looked back once. The campfire was lonely in the dark night. It was from here that Tong Ming had entered and met his death. I took a deep breath and forced myself to step into the forest. As soon as I entered, a chill swept over me, freezing my whole body. The torchlight flickered, revealing gnarled old tree roots all around, casting a grim and eerie atmosphere. If it weren't for saving Lin Ping, I wouldn't have come in here even if it meant death. Suddenly, a smell of blood. Tong Ming was nearby. I had to get that lighter. It was the lifeline on this island. I circled around a few big trees and found a corpse leaning against a rock, eyes wide open even in death. It was Tong Ming, those dead eyes staring straight at me. Meeting a pair of dead eyes in the middle of the night in an abandoned island forest, even I, bold as I am, felt my scalp tingle. Damn it, you bastard. Dead and still daring to glare at me? I'll kick you to death. Grandpa taught me that if you encounter evil at night, you need to curse loudly to boost your courage. When anger flares, even evil things fear a fierce person. You bastard, I wasn't scared when you were alive, and now that you're dead you still dare to glare? Keep staring, and I'll wipe out your whole family. Gritting my teeth, I stormed forward in fury. And it worked. As soon as I got angry, that sinister feeling vanished. I went closer to Tong Ming and took a look. His heart was clawed through by something, but other than that, his body was intact. There had to be a powerful monster on this island. Killed him without eating the corpse. What was that thing? I raised the torch and looked around cautiously. After confirming no danger, I quickly searched his clothes and pulled out the lighter from his pocket. Since you're dead anyway, this is mine now. Next life, get born better. I pocketed the lighter, gathered some dry branches, and made a brighter torch. Too lazy to bury this bastard. Rustle. Just as I turned, I heard movement behind me. What the hell? I looked back and, shockingly, Tong Ming's corpse moved. Holy crap, a zombie? Before I could think further, the corpse suddenly lunged at me. Ah! I jumped in fright. Damn it. Even if you're a zombie, I'll beat you up. SSSSH. After falling to the ground, a pitch-black big head slowly raised up, like a giant mushroom. My heart sank. It was a huge king cobra, about 4 or 5 meters long, coiled at the base, lifting half of its body and staring at me coldly. This creature could spit venom. An elephant would die instantly if bitten by it. I held the torch and backed away, but the snake inch by inch approached. I'd rather face a wolf than this thing. Probably just laying eggs, protecting its babies. I didn't dare get close, bent down and picked up a stone, flicking it with a snap of my fingers, right into the snake's eye. Grandpa taught me 18 martial arts since I was little. This finger flick wasn't magic. Ordinary people could split cucumbers with such skill after practice. The snake writhed wildly in the grass in pain. It hunts mainly by smell, so its eyes are its weak spot. Taking advantage of this, I hurriedly retreated. Carefully searching for medicine in the jungle, I finally found bupleurum and several herbs under a tree. Great! Just as I was about to pick them, I heard a noise overhead. SSSSH. Looking up, a brightly colored venomous snake was coiled in the treetop. Swoosh bang. I smashed it on the head with a stone, deforming its skull, and it fell from the tree. That's what you get for scaring me. I quickly gathered the herbs and left the forest. Seeing the bonfire on the beach, I breathed a long sigh of relief. Lin Ping was still unconscious. I touched her forehead. It was burning hot. Aunt Lin, hang on a bit longer. I'll make some medicine for you. Unable to find fresh water at midnight, I used a coconut shell as a pot, boiled the coconut juice with the herbs, propping 3 stones as a stove. Sitting by the fire, staring at the bright moon and vast sea, my heart felt uneasy. No food, no water, no medicine on this island. If the rescue team didn't come, we were doomed. If Lin Ping died too, I'd be all alone. That level 10 loneliness would surely break me. When the medicine cooled a little, I held her in my arms, but she clenched her teeth tightly. I had no choice but to hold the medicine in my mouth and feed it to her mouth to mouth. Lying next to her, I didn't dare sleep. I had to keep watch. The sound of waves was relentless. Husband. I was startled. Lin Ping mumbled, husband, in a drowsy voice. Touching her forehead, her high fever had broken. Husband, I'm so tired, so bitter. How could you be so heartless to leave us? Her husband had died unexpectedly 10 years ago. She raised her daughter alone. Strong in public, lonely in the dead of night. Husband, I miss you so much. Hold me. She suddenly threw herself at me, kissing me wildly. I understood. She mistook me for her husband. Anyway, we already had the reality of a couple. I was her man now. From now on, I'm your husband. I'll take care of you, protect you. I held her close. The roaring waves drowned out every other sound. It's so good to have you, she said contentedly, then fell asleep again. I gently stroked her haggard face. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer anymore. Not asking for forever, just for having had it once. I kept watch all night until dawn, my stomach growling with hunger. The east lightened, and the red sun slowly rose. Husband. Lin Ping woke up and hugged me, but suddenly panicked. Ah, you're not my husband. She crouched down, covered her face, and cried. So her husband's death wasn't a dream. Aunt Lin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have, when you were confused last night. It's okay, I don't blame you. Besides, when I was sober, I already gave you what I should have. I just suddenly feel so lonely. Wah. Cry. Let all the grievances of these years out. I hugged her. After 10 minutes or so, she wiped her tears and tidied her hair. You little rascal, what are you looking at? You were crying so heartbroken just now, and now it's like nothing happened. Fool. Aunt Lin has been through storms and hardships. I'm not that fragile. Except I've never experienced a man. I've endured every kind of pain. She had only been married once, and I was her only man. Compared to many women, she was like a saint. Li Feng, congratulations to us both for still being alive. She stretched out her hand to shake mine. Haha, congrats. She glanced at the herbs on the ground. Where did these herbs come from? You had a high fever last night, so I went into the forest to find them. You went into the forest alone? Tong Ming died in there. She was both shocked and angry. You were in critical condition. I had no choice. Did you encounter danger? She anxiously looked me up and down. There was some danger, but I was lucky to escape unharmed. Silly, was it worth it for me? She hugged me movedly. From now on, you're truly my man. You can do whatever you want. Aunt Lin, you're squeezing me so tight I can't breathe. Getting a bargain and still playing coy. So many men want to hold me, but none get the chance. Smack. She kissed me on the lips. It's dawn. We have to find a water source and food, or else we won't survive. All right, husband. First, we searched along the beach for any items drifting from the cruise ship, but found nothing. Lin Ping was so hungry her stomach ached. Let's try the forest. The forest is dangerous. It should be safer in daylight. A gust of wind blew. Lin Ping shivered. I took off my jacket and wrapped it around her. Don't take it off. If you catch a cold, I can't take care of you. I've trained since I was a child, my body's strong. I won't freeze. Husband, you're so good. She stood on tiptoe to kiss my forehead. Before entering the forest, I handed her a wooden stick. To scare off snakes, or as a walking stick. Don't stray too far. We walked on, beating the bushes lightly. Not far in, we spotted a wild goat milk fruit, a rarity in the city but common in the countryside. We picked some. They were a bit astringent, only enough to stave off hunger. I shared some with Lin Ping, who devoured it ravenously. Going downhill should lead us to water. I'd learned wilderness survival with my grandfather as a child. Glad to have you. Roar, roar. Suddenly, the bushes ahead shook violently, and a roar sounded. Watch out. I shielded Lin Ping behind me. Whoosh. A black shadow burst out. It was a wild boar, 200 to 300 pounds, covered in bloodstains, clearly injured by some predator and fleeing for its life. Get out of the way. I shoved Lin Ping aside, and she fell into the bushes. The boar turned and charged at me, its white tusks long and sharp. I flipped through the air, striking its back with the wooden stick. The beast howled in pain but swung back toward Lin Ping, like picking on the softest target. Aunt Lin, watch out. She scrambled, rolling away. Brother Boar, let's talk this over. Just as it was about to catch her, I lunged sideways with both feet, kicking the boar's belly midair. It rolled on the ground as I used the momentum to flip back up. Climb the tree. Lin Ping threw down the stick and climbed the tree. I hit the boar's leg with the stick to slow it down. Crack. Oh, mama. I turned to see Lin Ping breaking a branch and falling. Her neck was caught by a vine, her eyes rolled back, tongue hanging out. She was about to hang herself. I leapt 2 meters, grabbed the tree trunk, and pulled her up using my abs. Cough, cough. What were you thinking, trying to hang yourself? Pat, pat, pat. I slapped her chest to help her breathe. Dummy, slap the back to let air out. Why do you slap the front? She rolled her eyes at me. Sorry, I forgot. You're fine, and that's what matters. The wild boar raged under the tree, smashing the trunk. Hold the tree tight. I'll deal with it. Today we're having pork. I jumped down from the tree. Be careful. In ancient times, Wu Song killed a tiger. Today, Li Feng kills a pig. The boar charged. I leapt up, concentrating all my strength and downward force into my wooden stick. Bang! I struck the boar's head. The stick broke. The beast staggered, dizzy and spinning on the spot. I threw down the broken stick and pounced, straddling the boar, swinging a rock to smash its head fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The boar was done for. How dare you lay eyes on my woman? This is your punishment. Husband, you're amazing. Lin Ping looked at me admiringly. I helped her down from the tree. This boar has so many claw marks. She squatted to examine. The wounds looked odd, inflicted by some unknown beast. If that creature was still nearby, we'd be in danger. How do we handle it without a knife? There's always a way. I searched for a sharp stone to use as a knife, when suddenly, from deep within the forest, a faint cry for help echoed, like a woman's voice, wavering with the wind. Honey, how exactly are we supposed to cook this pork? Lin Ping complained, her hunger making her uncomfortable. Don't talk. What's wrong? I think I heard a woman calling for help. You silly fool. What woman would be out here in the wild? You must be going crazy from missing women. Lin Ping twisted her mouth. She assumed once you get one, you'd want to move on to another. I'm telling you, I really heard it. I sprang up abruptly. The call for help was faint and scattered by the wind, but with my keen hearing, I caught it right away. Is someone really calling for help? Lin Ping grew tense. She hoped it was her daughter. Aunt Lin, come with me. I grabbed her and charged into the woods. After running several dozen meters, the voice became clearer. Help, help. The voice was soft and pleasant, clearly indicating a good-looking woman. Lin Ping was both happy and disappointed. Happy that there was a survivor, disappointed it wasn't her daughter, Lin Ting. Holding a wooden stick, I picked up the pace. Aunt Lin's long legs ran fast, though her chest heaved up and down like rolling waves, making it nerve-wracking to watch. After about 100 meters, we saw a huge python 5 or 6 meters long, wildly chasing a girl. The girl was in her early 20s, around 1.5 meters tall, with a lowly figure, thick black hair, and a delicate, beautiful face. Mr. Python, please don't eat me. My meat doesn't taste good. Go eat a rabbit instead. She pleaded cutely as she ran. Unfortunately, the python didn't understand human speech. Ah. The girl tripped over some vines, legs too weak to get up. I'm Yu Xiaoli, only 22, not even graduated from college yet, never had a boyfriend, don't even know what a man tastes like. Lord, I'm not ready to go. This girl was shouting she had never slept with a man before dying. Since her wish was unfulfilled, I decided to grant it. Don't be afraid. Beautiful lady, I'm here to save you. I ran over. Yu Xiaoli looked up, tears streaming down. Woo, Lord, you are too kind to me. Swish. I jabbed the python's eye with the stick. The python writhed in pain, its long body thrashing wildly. Aunt Lin rushed over, but was swept aside and tumbled to the ground. Aunt Lin, are you okay? I'm fine. Good thing I'm big and meaty. Landing on me didn't hurt, she said, patting her chest as she stood up. The python opened its mouth again, aiming for Yu Xiaoli. She covered her face and wailed, Mr. Python, please don't bite my face, and not my chest either, or no one will want me in my next life. That part was mine to protect. I dashed forward and swung the stick hard. Boom. A force like 1,000 pounds struck the python's head, cracking its bones. The beast twisted and fled. Miss, shall I check if you're missing any flesh? Yu Xiaoli hastily covered her chest. No, no need. I'm just teasing, I said with a smile. She checked herself all over. I'm okay. Thank you, handsome guy. What's your name? Li Feng. Lin Ping. I'm Yu Xiaoli, a junior at Yenjing University. I planned to travel abroad this summer, but the cruise ship hit a storm. So it was a college girl, exactly my favorite type. Xiaoli, have you seen any other survivors? Lin Ping asked anxiously. No. Lin Ping looked disappointed, gazing toward the forest. I'm starving and dying of thirst. Do you guys have any food? Yu Xiaoli asked pitifully. We caught a wild boar, but haven't found water yet. That's great. Just as we were about to move, Yu Xiaoli said suddenly. I saw a plane in that forest over there. I wanted to check it out. That python came crawling out of the cabin. A plane. I was startled. A World War II sea worm country plane, no doubt about it. How could a junior student like me be wrong? Let's go check it out. If we could find guns and ammo, things would be much easier. Several hundred meters away, a towering tree held a broken plane wedged in its branches. The nose was mangled, but the tail remained intact, about 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Moss covered it, with several branches piercing right through the cabin. It must be a sea worm country plane, crashed after veering off course during World War II, I speculated. Hiss. Snake sounds echoed from the cabin. The python actually returned, with half its body slithering out, staring ominously at us. I'm going up to kill it. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli both grabbed me. The cabin is too narrow and dangerous. We'll light a fire below to smoke it out. I nodded, piled up wood, laid damp branches on top, and set it afire. Thick smoke rose straight up. The python grew agitated and suddenly fell down, avoiding confrontation, turning tail, and escaping. Looks like it knows when to be reasonable. Aunt Li, Xiaoli, wait for me. I kicked the tree, jumped twice, and landed steadily at the cabin's entrance. Wow, Li, you're amazing. Yu Xiaoli looked at me like a little fangirl. He's a kung fu master, Lin Ping praised. He's so handsome and so skilled. I'll make him fall for me sooner or later, Yu Xiaoli whispered to herself. What did you say? Lin Ping asked. Ahem, nothing, you must have misheard. I climbed into the cabin, which was rusty and dilapidated. As soon as I got in, I saw 2 pale white skulls staring at me. Next to them were rusted steel helmets, the soldiers from the Sea Worm Kingdom. Damn it! Want to invade Shinjo alive and now dead, still pretending to be ghosts to scare me? I unbuckled my belt and pissed on the 2 skulls, then kicked each one out of the cockpit. Ah! Screams came from outside. Don't be scared, just 2 dog heads. I rummaged inside the cabin, but most of the stuff was rotten. Just as I was about to give up, I saw a leather bag. Inside was a yellowed notebook filled with island script. I couldn't read it, but Yu Xiaoli should be able to. Turning around, I saw a headless skeleton tightly clutching a military saber. You're dead, so why the hell cling to this broken knife? Give it here. Crack. I kicked off the bony fingers and snatched the saber. Whoosh. The blade slid out, gleaming and razor-sharp, surprisingly not rusty at all. It was 3 feet long, exquisitely made, with a line of island script engraved on it. What did Li Feng find? Lin Ping called from below. A military saber, 3 feet long. Cradling the saber and the notebook, I jumped down from the cockpit. This knife isn't even rusty. Lin Ping exclaimed happily. Yu Xiaoli took the knife and read aloud the inscription on the blade. Imperially bestowed by the Heavenly Emperor, 1938, Commander Aoki. So it was a command saber gifted by the emperor to a general, dated 1938, the second year of their full-scale invasion of Shenzhou. This would be worth quite a bit if sold off the island, Lin Ping said. I spit on that. Would rather use it to scoop manure than sell it to them. Lin Ping pursed her lips, smiling. You little devil, truly wicked. Shally, see what's written in this notebook. Yu Shally squatted down and flipped it open. The notebook was severely rotted. Only the first page was legible. According to Commander Aoki's records, after the plane crashed, 7 of them made it out, 3 badly wounded. Strange, I frowned. What's wrong? Lin Ping asked. There are only 2 skeletons in the cabin. Where did the other 5 go? Yu Shally shrugged. Who cares where they went? 70 or 80 years have passed. Even if those bastards hadn't died back then, they'd be old and dead now. I thought about it. She had a point. Li Feng, I'm starving. Lin Ping rubbed her belly and crouched down. Let's go, get some wild boar to eat. We returned to the wild boar we had spotted earlier. Yu Shally's eyes lit up. Wow, such a big one. Actually, a 200 or 300-pound boar isn't that big. Li Feng, it's a shame not to finish it all. We have to figure out how to store the rest, Lin Ping said. First, fill our stomachs, I said, hoisting the boar onto my shoulders and heading toward the beach. Though there was salt by the sea, eating sea salt directly causes poisoning, and filtering it is too troublesome. Yu Shally stared at me carrying the 300-pound boar as if it was nothing, mouth agape. Li Gu, your strength is insane. I've trained hard since childhood. My strength is beyond normal. Then carry both of us at the same time. Yu Shally's mind started to imagine wildly. Back on the beach, the fire hadn't gone out. Using the long sword, I cut 3 strips of lean meat from the boar's hind legs, skewered them on sticks, and roasted them. Not washing with coconut water? Lin Ping asked. Just slaughtered, so not dirty. Roasting directly preserves the original flavor. After a dozen minutes, the aroma filled the air. The 2 girls were drooling. All right, let's eat. They devoured the meat ravenously, licking their fingers without wasting a single drop of oil. Eat more if it tastes good. A full belly makes work easier, I said casually. Yu Shally nearly dropped her meat, eyeing me warily, ready to bolt. What do you mean, work? Once full, find water and build shelter. What if it rains tonight? Yu Shally finally relaxed. Oh, I thought. Thought what? I don't know anything. Don't ask me. She pretended ignorance knowingly. Li Feng, will the rescue team come today? Lin Ping kept staring at the sea. Whether they come or not, we have to be prepared. Can't bet our lives all on rescue. After eating, I got ready to find water. Coconut water isn't very hydrating and supplies are limited. I climbed onto a reef rock to observe and spotted a ridge a few hundred meters to the left, stretching from forest to beach. Follow this mountain ridge uphill, should find water. The 3 of us marched along the ridge, eerie bird cries overhead. The 2 girls nervously tucked themselves behind me. Don't be afraid. With me here, no beast will hurt you. After about 10 minutes, we suddenly saw a corpse. Ah, a dead body. The 2 girls backed away terrified. It was a man in his 40s, face pale like a ghoul. Definitely from the cruise ship, survived disaster but died on this island. Don't come any closer. I briskly approached to check and saw 2 small puncture marks on his right hand, bitten by a venomous snake. He's dead, poisoning killed him. I crouched to strip his clothes. Li Gu, what are you doing? Yu Shally exclaimed. On this island, clothes and shoes are treasures. He won't need them anymore. We keep them for emergencies. Dead people stuff? Kind of creepy. Lin Ping shivered. I finished stripping, then cupped my hands toward the corpse. Brother, sorry. I'll give you a proper burial so you don't get torn apart by wild beasts. I dragged over some stones, piled them into a small grave, and even set up a stone tablet. Brother, I hope you don't take a cruise ship in your next life. We kept moving forward under the blazing midday sun. As we walked, I faintly heard the sound of flowing water. Don't speak. I signaled the 2 girls to stay quiet. Thinking danger was near, they quickly hid behind some rocks. There's water ahead. I pricked up my ears to be sure. You have really sharp hearing. The 2 girls raised their thumbs in admiration. After a few more minutes, sure enough, at the foot of a cliff ahead was a pool about the size of a basketball court, fed by a small waterfall. Huh, water. Thank heavens. Lin Ping almost rushed forward excitedly. It's so itchy. Yu Shally complained, feeling uncomfortable after soaking in seawater. Wait, don't go. I stopped them abruptly. Predators often lurk near water sources. I'll check things out first. The surroundings were normal. I led them closer. The pool water was crystal clear and fresh. You drink and wash your hands. I'll keep watch. Holding my long knife, I faced away from the pool, alert. Oh, Lin Ping suddenly screamed. I spun around. Damn, I thought something bad had happened. It turned out Yu Xiaoli was teasing, opening Lin Ping's button and splashing water on her. Completely naked. Brotherly. I just wanted you to see her figure. Yu Xiaoli smirked mischievously. Humph. Lin Ping buttoned up. He's already seen me. If he wants to see you, I'll get you too. Oh please, I'm shy. Yu Xiaoli clenched her buttons tightly. After a bit of wrestling, I crouched down and drank my fill, feeling refreshed. Brotherly, we're so itchy all over. Turn away, we want to bathe. I want to bathe with you, I said, scheming. Not a chance. Both girls said in unison. All right, I'll keep watch. I turned around, gripping my knife, staring into the jungle behind us. Try to peep, and I'll give you panda eyes. Yu Xiaoli warned. Splashing water noises. Both of them entered the pool. Hee hee, Auntie Lin, you're so big. Xiaoli, you're not small either. Hearing this banter made my skin itch. I really wanted to turn around and be the judge. Nearby at my feet lay a half-length black vine that looked like a snake. I chuckled wickedly, bent down to pick it up, and tossed it behind me. Thud. Ah, snake. Both girls screamed, running up the shore naked, panicking. Li Feng, help. Snake. I looked back as they scrambled ashore. Lin Ping was tall and slender. Yu Xiaoli the adorable lowly type, but with smooth skin. Unfortunately, their backs blocked the view. Don't worry, I'll hug you to calm your nerves. I stepped forward. No. Lin Ping suddenly fixed her gaze on the water. That's not a snake, it's a vine. Her eyes turned cold, glaring fiercely at me. Why were you looking at me like that? I felt guilty. He threw it. Almost scared us to death. Yu Xiaoli suddenly realized, raising her tiny fists. I'm innocent, I didn't throw it. If not you, is there a fourth person? Idiot. Yu Xiaoli pounced on me, despite her thin clothes. Xiaoli, I'll help you. Lin Ping joined in. Together they attacked me, and I could only defend. After the ruckus, we got ready to return to the beach to build the hut. Li Feng, no buckets. How do we carry water back? Lin Ping was troubled. Brotherly, why not make pottery like ancient people? Too time and labor-intensive, I shook my head. Let's build the hut here at the base of the mountain, close to the pool. 2 birds, 1 stone. Returning to the beach, the firewood pile was still smoldering, but the wild boar was gone. The boar. Lin Ping scanned around. There were clear drag marks on the sand. Dragged off by a beast. I clenched my long knife. No small animal could haul such a large pig. Jackals, tigers, leopards. Yu Xiaoli trembled. God, I'd rather be eaten by Li Feng than by wild beasts. At least he'd leave me a whole corpse. Lin Ping rolled her eyes. This island isn't safe. You two stay right by my side. I said sternly. Even if you chase me off, I'll cling to your thigh and never leave. Yu Xiaoli snuggled close. What if we run out of food? Lin Ping worried. If we do, we hunt again. First priority is building the hut. I picked a spot beneath the cliff with 3 stone walls, a perfect natural shelter. Just needed to prop up wood and thatch, and it'd be sturdy. Yu Xiaoli picked up a branch and wrote a large SOS in the sand. That's the international distress signal. Helicopters in the sky can see it. Better to make a fire too. Smoke's more eye-catching, I suggested. Always be prepared. Li Feng, let's build it together. Lin Ping was ready to get to work. I can do it alone. You two rest. Good times share, bad times bear together. Yu Xiaoli nodded repeatedly. Huh. Sleep together when tired, eat together when hungry. No sleeping. Yu Xiaoli quickly shook her head, adorably naive. I cut some wood and leaned it against the 3 stone walls, then spread thick thatch over it. No rain could get in. The ground was layered with soft grass. If only we could get an animal hide for a blanket, it would be so much more comfortable at night. By sunset, Lin Ping, Xiaoli, and I finished setting up the thatched hut. A small hut of 12 square meters. Both girls were overjoyed. Tonight, we finally had a place to sleep. The hut's done. Let's go to the forest and find something to eat, I said, pointing to the hill behind. The 3 of us entered the forest, and I scanned the surroundings vigilantly. This island was too dangerous. We had to be cautious every step. Crack. Suddenly, a noise came from ahead. Watch out, I whispered. Lin Ping and Xiaoli gripped their wooden sticks tightly, eyes fixed ahead. But the forest was too dense to see clearly. Li Feng, what was that? Lin Ping asked quietly. I don't know. Could be an animal or just the wind. Whoosh. The wind blew fiercely and tree shadows swayed. The cracking sounds grew louder, as if a wild beast was approaching. The two girls' hearts raced, sweat dripping down their foreheads. There are wild animals nearby. I sensed danger. Just as I said that, a large gray wolf weighing over 100 pounds staggered out of the underbrush. It froze when it saw us, then took an attacking stance. A big pervert wolf. Xiaoli trembled in fright. It's a gray wolf, they bite. Lin Ping clutched her chest. It's only one wolf. I distanced myself disdainfully. Are you not scared? It should be scared of me. I tightened my grip on the long knife and surveyed the area. Wolves travel in packs, so if one appeared, a group was nearby. This one was scouting. We had to kill it immediately, or it would alert the others. A woo. The gray wolf tested the waters, moving forward cautiously. Li Feng, it's going to attack. The two girls panicked. No worries, it won't dare. I'll skin it and make a mat for you to sleep on, I said calmly. Li Ji, don't take risks. Xiaoli stopped me. If you get bitten, we don't have antibiotics. We have to kill it, or tonight is over for us. Whoosh. I lunged forward. The wolf turned and ran. I threw the long knife, hitting its right hind leg. Limping, the wolf faltered, and I pounced, grabbing its neck with both hands. Crack. I snapped it. Wow, this man is so fierce. Basically invincible. Xiaoli's eyes widened as she looked at me admiringly, fists clenched. Yeah, he's fierce when fighting wolves. Fierce with women too, Lin Ping said. What? He beats women too. Xiaoli nervously touched her neck. What if he mistakes me for a wolf and breaks my neck? Get your mind out of the gutter. It's not that kind of beating. Lin Ping rolled her eyes at her. I lifted the wolf's carcass and threw it on the ground. Dinner is served tonight. Handsomely. Thanks for your hard work. Xiaoli patted my chest. Just doing my job. I mimicked her gesture, attempting to pat her chest too. Terrified, Xiaoli quickly stepped back. We gathered some wild vegetables. Since the wolf meat was gamey, it had to be eaten with them, and dragged the wolf's body back to camp. As the sun set, I processed the wolf's carcass by the sea, leaving only the hind legs and stripping the entire pelt to dry on the rocks. The two girls sat on the beach watching the ocean, their silhouetted backs enchanting. Night fell completely. The waves crashed on the shore. The island was engulfed in darkness. We gathered around the fire roasting wolf meat. Li Ji, Lin Ai, let's get to know each other again. Xiaoli hugged her knees. I'm Yu Xiaoli, a junior at Yanjing University, only child of a family with tens of millions in assets. I'm Li Feng, from a mountain village. My ancestors had a martial arts top scorer, and my grandfather is a local kung fu master. Wow, no wonder you're so amazing. Xiaoli gave a thumbs up. The wolf meat was roasted well, wrapped in wild vegetables, and washed down with coconut juice. Ah, so full. Xiaoli rubbed her belly. I glanced at Lin Ping. Go check on the hut. So restless, Lin Ping laughed, then asked Xiaoli, are you going to rest? Hee, I ate too much. You two go ahead. I'll watch the fire. That little girl was clever, not wanting to disturb us. Best wishes on your wedding. Xiaoli waved at us. Inside the hut, Lin Ping spoke first. That python today was huge. It scared me so much I couldn't bear it. Moments later, the hut shook like an earthquake or tsunami. Outside, Xiaoli stood by the fire. Lin Ai, you're really suffering. A long while later, Lin Ping came out, hair disheveled and legs weak, nearly stumbling. Lin Ai, are you okay? Xiaoli supported her. I'm fine, just leg weakness from sitting too long. Lin Ping bit her lip, her face flushed. Your face is so red. I didn't hear anything, just the sound of the waves. Xiaoli pretended to understand. Xiaoli, remember what I said during the day? As a beginner, don't go up against the master. You'll die miserably, Lin Ping advised from experience. Got it. Life is precious. I came out then. What are you two talking about? Lin Ai warned me to stay away from gray wolves. Where's the gray wolf? Right here. Xiaoli pointed at me. Ouch. Lin Ping suddenly held her lower abdomen. What's wrong? My stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom. Damn Li Feng. You really don't understand how to cherish a woman. Xiaoli glared at me. I'll go with you, Xiaoli said. I'm coming too. It's dangerous at night. Men and women shouldn't have physical contact. What if some wild beast drags you away? If he wants to go, let him. I'm already his person, Lin Ping said calmly. I grabbed a torch and led them to a pile of rubble. Just as I turned around. Ah! Xiaoli screamed. What's wrong? I spun around sharply. Lin Ping hurriedly pulled up her pants. Brotherly, there's a dark figure watching us there. Xiaoli pointed at the base of the stone wall. I looked where she pointed. Sure enough, a shadow lurked, staring at us ominously. The night was too dark to see clearly, but my instincts told me it was dangerous. Li Feng, it's staring at me. I can't pee, Lin Ping said fearfully. Get lost. Swish, I flicked a pebble with my finger technique. Bang. The pebble hit it. The creature twitched but didn't move away. Moreover, it seemed to be standing upright, not an ordinary beast. Brotherly, it moved. The two girls tried to run over. Don't move. Stay right there. I shouted. Wild beasts can sense fear. If we ran, it would go into a frenzy. It's my fault for going out to relieve myself. Lin Ping blamed herself. Blame Li Feng for messing you around so much. I'm willing. Cut the crap, be quiet. I gripped my long knife, about to throw another stone when the shadow turned and vanished into the darkness. It's gone. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief. Aunt Lin, hurry up and go back after you're done. I'm so scared I can't even pee. Don't be afraid. I'm here. After Lin Ping finished, we quickly returned to the fire. We finally came back alive. Xiaoli wiped her sweat. I'm not married, never dated anyone, and have no idea what men are like. It would be such a waste to die now. I am a man. I can satisfy you. I volunteered. Xiaoli, if you want to fulfill your dream, you can have the cottage, Lin Ping echoed. Don't make me quit playing King of Glory. Xiaoli was a little scared. I'll help you when it matters. You can help with that. I'm afraid you'll lose, so if you can't win, I'll fight him with you. Bang. Lin Ping suddenly punched me. Why hit me? I was just getting interested. If you bully Xiaoli, I'll fight you alongside her, Lin Ping said firmly, then turned and went into the cottage, Xiaoli following closely. I added some firewood and returned to the cottage. 3 sides were surrounded by stone walls. The front was piled with stones, very secure. Wow, Aunt Lin, you sleep so beautifully. Too bad I'm not a man. Xiaoli pinched her long legs. If you were a man, with your small frame, I wouldn't even look at you. Just put a stool under you. He's nearly 6 feet tall, you're barely 5 feet. I'm worried for you. It's fine. He's strong and can just pick me up. Though I'm short, I'm cute. Though not tall, I can act adorable. Xiaoli made a funny face. Go to sleep. We're heading into the mountains for hunting tomorrow, I said. You and Xiaoli sleep. I'll keep watch, Lin Ping volunteered. I'll stay awake for the first half of the night. You didn't sleep last night. You have to rest tonight, Lin Ping said seriously. You're the only man here. Our safety depends on you. Brotherly, you need enough sleep, Xiaoli added earnestly. Fine, then you take turns. I lay down. Facing each other, that little troublemaker Xiaoli whispered in English, teasing me for a while before sleepiness hit me. I had a nightmare. I dreamed there was a group of savages on the island who captured Lin Ping and Xiaoli, forcing them to have children, to be their spouses. I chased them frantically through the dense fog of the forest, but couldn't catch up. Li Feng, save me. Brotherly, quick, help me. I wielded my knife and shouted wildly, unable to catch them. Thinking of them becoming baby-making tools, I was filled with sorrow and rage. My women, no one touches them. I screamed awake. It was morning. Just a nightmare. Sweat drenched my head. Where are the two? The cottage was empty. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli. I grabbed my knife and rushed out. Brotherly, you're awake. We're roasting wolf meat for you. The 2 women squatted by the fire. Relieved, my heart stopped racing. That moment just now had scared me so much I thought it would stop. We didn't want to wake you, so we started breakfast first, Lin Ping smiled. I stepped forward and hugged Lin Ping, then patted Xiaoli's head. Silly, why are you sweating so much? Lin Ping said with concern. She must be weak, Xiaoli laughed. He's as strong as an ox. How could he be weak? Even an ox would get skinny around you. Lin Ping ignored her. Silly, what's wrong? I had a nightmare. Dreamed there were savages on the island who captured you too, forcing you to have kids. Recalling it made me uneasy. My intuition is usually accurate. Could this dream come true? Silly, don't scare yourself. It was just a dream. Lin Ping gently wiped my sweat. This woman truly loves me, so intensely. Yu Shaoli suddenly giggled. What are you laughing at? Lin Ping asked. If there really are savages on this island, let's catch one for fun. She clapped her hands excitedly. Not wild men, but savages, Lin Ping corrected. Whatever, they're both wild. Wild mushrooms taste best, wild rabbit meat is the best, and I want to see what a savage looks like. You have quite the taste. Would you really eat a savage covered in hair? I can't stand it. Lin Ping shook her head firmly. I tightened my grip on the long knife and looked around warily. This island is too dangerous. From now on, we stay within arm's reach of each other. If any savage dares to snatch my beauty, I'll carve them all up. Brotherly, don't worry. If I become the queen of the savages, I'll crown you king of the island. Yu Shaoli said loyally. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself to make me king? I smiled. Between a beauty and a king, I only want the beauty. Who cares about this godforsaken place? You ingrate. Lin Ping tapped her on the head. Hee, I'm just teasing you. I wouldn't like savages who don't bathe for days. After roasting the wolf meat, the three of us gathered around the fire for breakfast. The meat was awful, far too gamey. Li Feng, it's the third day already, and the rescue team still hasn't arrived. Maybe they're not coming. Lin Ping lost her appetite. Yu Shaoli looked worried too. The rescue team will come sooner or later. As long as we stay alive, we will leave, I reassured them, afraid they might break down emotionally and get sick. Wow, there's a hut here. Smoke. Suddenly, a woman's excited voice came from the forest, very familiar. Thank heavens. I finally found living people. I stood up and looked toward the voice. A disheveled woman stumbled toward us. Bai Jiamei. Lin Ping recognized her instantly. I recognized her too. When I was the security captain at Lin Corporation, she was a salesperson. This woman was arrogant, involved in fraudulent invoicing and false reimbursements. When exposed, she even threatened the company, and after leaving, she supposedly became a kept mistress of some rich boss. Aunt Lin, you know her? Yu Shaoli asked. More than know her. We have some history. Lin Ping snorted coldly. Aunt Lin, we're all unfortunate people here. If she has turned over a new leaf, let's give her a chance, I said. One more person means more help. It's safer to keep watch at night. Lin Ping nodded. I don't hold grudges in hard times. Bai Jiamei ran closer, pausing in surprise. Li Feng? You, the little security captain, are still alive. What? You look down on me. She hastily smiled. No, I'm glad you're alive. Her old habits showed, but here on the island, she had to swallow her pride. Then she saw Lin Ping. Director Lin, you're alive too. What? Were you hoping I were dead? Don't get me wrong, Director Lin. Let's wipe the slate clean. Don't mention it. Lin Ping waved her off. Have you met anyone else? Lin Ping always asked, hoping for clues about her daughter Lin Ting. Not even a corpse, Bai Jiamei said plaintively. Lin Ping looked very disappointed. Bai Jiamei greeted Yu Shaoli politely. Yu Shaoli was around 30, reportedly had over 10 exes plus a few one-night stands. But that was their private business. I didn't care. I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat? Wolf meat and coconut fruit, I pointed. She squatted down and greedily ate, spilling half the coconut juice. Slow down. Don't waste the coconut juice, Yu Shaoli said tenderly. What's to be scared of? It's worthless. At worst, I'll pay for it. I frowned. Is this woman out of her mind? Money is useless here. You can't buy anything with money here. Be careful, Lin Ping said sternly. If I'm so eager I waste some, what's it to you? You just don't want me to do well. Ever since I left your company, I've done better than you. Bai Jiamei snapped back. Impossible to reason with, Lin Ping said, frustrated. No wasting coconut juice, I warned sternly. There are only a few dozen in total. Once drank up, we have to wait until next year. Li Feng, you were fired by Lin Ping. Why are you helping her? As long as you take care of me, I'll make you my company's vice president after we leave this island. She started dreaming big. My being fired has nothing to do with Lin Ping. Those mother and daughter aren't good people. With me, vice president's position. Shut up. I cut her off coldly. If you don't listen again, I'll kick you out. I'm tired of this job. I plan to go overseas and open a martial arts school with my senior sister. No 3-year-old would believe her ridiculous promises. Seeing my icy gaze, Bai Jiaomei immediately forced a smile. Sorry, I was too hungry and clumsy. I'll be careful next time. Don't ever mention Vice President again. I'm not interested. Okay, okay. I swear I won't mention it. She turned and whispered an apology. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli stopped arguing too. After eating, Lin Ping urged us to keep looking for food. I let Bai Jiaomei rest first. After overeating from hunger, she needed to slow down. After a short rest, I took my long knife and led the three women into the forest. We have wolf meat and coconuts. Why risk it going into the forest? Bai Jiaomei didn't want to move. Wolf meat won't last long. What if the rescue team doesn't come? Yu Xiaoli patiently explained. I don't want to move. You guys go yourselves, she huffed with the spoiled rich lady attitude. Leaving you alone on the beach. What if the wolf eats you? She doesn't want to go, forget it. The three of us will leave. I didn't want to bother with that damn woman. As soon as Bai Jiaomei saw I was about to leave, she immediately acted cute, deliberately pulling down her neckline to reveal a patch of pale skin tempting me. Put away your merchandise. Who doesn't have that thing? Lin Ping said with disgust, curling her lip. Aunt Lin's are bigger and prettier than hers. She doesn't show them off easily either, Yu Xiaoli teased. Lin Ping shot her a glare. Enough of the nonsense, let's go. I grabbed my long knife and led the way into the forest. It was nearly noon, and the forest was stuffy. I tried to stay away from the wolf pack's area. The three women held wooden sticks tightly and followed close behind. Mom, this damned place is killing me. I'm not going any further. Bai Jiaomei complained all the way. Say less. Neither Xiaoli nor I have complained. Lin Ping snapped at her. What's it to you if I complain a bit? You're just jealous of me. That money back then was all supposed to be mine. I was too tired to listen to their bickering. That woman had faked invoices and scammed the company out of tens of thousands. Xiaoli, she's deliberately targeting me. Don't side with her. Bai Jiaomei tried to win Yu Xiaoli over. I'm just focused on staying alive every day. No energy to target anyone. Yu Xiaoli spoke honestly. We hadn't walked far when Bai Jiaomei leaned against a tree, shouting she was tired. Li Feng, with her like that, she's going to slow us down sooner or later, Lin Ping said angrily. I fixed her with a serious look. We've only been walking for an hour. How many times have you rested? Sorry, I've been starving and weak for 2 days, she said, tearful. I'll give you 1 day. Tomorrow, you better keep up with them. I laid down the law. Or else I'll kick her out and let her fend for herself. Okay. She nodded repeatedly. When we took a break, Bai Jiaomei pulled open her V-neck to cool off, flaunting herself to me. Those were fake. She had spent a lot after leaving the company to get them done. Pretty but useless. Brotherly, it's so hot. Yu Xiaoli mimicked her, making a little gesture without really pulling. Li Feng, I'm hot too. Lin Ping followed suit. Aunt Lin's are nicer, original ones. Yu Xiaoli praised. Bai Jiaomei's face turned green. Her trick had been stolen. Sigh. In a few years this face will age, old and worthless, she muttered while touching her face, clearly mocking Lin Ping's age. Lin Ping's expression darkened. Age was her weak point. Women with substance become more charming as they grow older. Yu Xiaoli quickly patched things up. Li Feng. Bai Jiaomei was about to complain when a gust of wind blew through. A leaf drifted down with the wind. I reached out and caught it. Bamboo leaf. My eyes lit up. A single leaf, what's the big deal? Lin Ping didn't understand. It's worthless. I'll buy you a whole truckload later. Bai Jiaomei pretended to show off again. Bamboo leaves drift in the wind, which means there's a bamboo grove nearby. Bamboo means we can make bamboo tubes, for water and even storing pork. After hunting wild boar, you cook the meat, mix it with pork fat, and pack it into bamboo tubes. When the fat solidifies, it seals the meat for long-term storage. Brotherly, you're too clever. None of these books mention this, Yu Xiaoli admired. But we don't have a pot, Lin Ping grumbled. We'll figure something out. Come on, let's go. No more breaks. I headed toward the direction the wind came from. There had to be a large bamboo forest ahead. Find it, and everything would be manageable. I chopped some bamboo when suddenly a chill ran through me. Careful, danger. I lowered my voice. The three women froze, looking around nervously. Brotherly, where's the danger? Yu Xiaoli asked anxiously. Shoo. I motioned for silence. Having trained in the deep mountains with my grandfather since childhood, my instincts never failed me. The hairs on my arms were standing on end. The big one was here. Bai Jiamei rolled her eyes. You're overreacting. It's broad daylight. Where could the danger be? Stop talking nonsense when brotherly speaks. You shally shot back at her. I pointed at a towering ancient tree beside us. You two head over slowly and climb up to hide. Lin Ping and you shally nodded and obeyed. Bai Jiamei, however, stood still. This is ridiculous. I don't believe there's any danger. Wanna die? Suit yourself, Lin Ping said, ignoring her. No sooner had she spoken than the wind ruffled the bamboo grove, and a flock of birds took flight, startled. A roar. A black shadow burst out from the depths of the bamboo forest, standing tall, dark, and massive. A black bear. Black bear. Help! Bai Jiaomei, who was just full of disdain, now screamed in terror. Shut up. Don't scream. I held back my rage. Keeping this woman was a mistake. But the fool didn't listen and ran screaming towards the trees. This is bad. The black bear was provoked by her fear and went wild, charging madly. Boom, boom, boom. It smashed through over 10 bamboo stalks. Aunt Lin, Shally, climbed the trees. Bai Jiaomei was the first to reach the tree, pushing Lin Ping and Yu Shally away, spinning around the trunk, but too panicked to climb. Bai Jiaomei, you selfish bitch. Yu Shally was furious, ready to strike her. The black bear was almost upon us, swiping its paw toward the fallen Lin Ping. I stabbed at the bear's belly with my knife, only to have its thick paw block the attack. I slashed several more times, cutting into it. The beast went into a frenzy and lunged at me. I leapt up, clenching the bamboo between my legs, smack. The bear's paw struck, and the thick bamboo snapped with a crack. My left hand grabbed another stalk of bamboo. I spun in midair and slashed its head with my blade. Fresh blood poured down. The beast realized I was tough to deal with and turned to pounce on the three women. White Jiaomei's eyes flashed with cruelty as she shoved Lin Ping to the ground. Li Feng, take care of Shaoli. Lin Ping shouted in terror. The bear's heavy paw crashed down, enough to bash her skull to mush. At the critical moment, I jumped down from the bamboo, grabbed Lin Ping's leg, and yanked her backward. Boom. The ground caved in from the impact, bamboo leaves swirling everywhere. Damn you, beast. How dare you lay a hand on my woman? I kicked Lin Ping several meters away, careful not to hurt her, then sprang up, placing both feet on 2 bamboo stalks, legs forming a wide V, and thrust my blade straight into the bear's left eye. The blade pierced through the eye socket. The bear screamed miserably, wildly slashing, but I dodged all its attacks midair. It writhed in pain on the ground and finally limped off into the forest. I wiped my sweat away. Yu Shally hurried over and grabbed Lin Ping. Aunt Lin, Aunt Lin. Lin Ping's eyes rolled back. Her whole body went limp, and she couldn't speak. Brotherly, what's wrong with her? Yu Shally sobbed, shaking Lin Ping gently. Don't shake her. She's too shocked. Let her calm down. I held Lin Ping, gently stroking her back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. You're my woman. I won't let you die. She nodded slightly, catching her breath and gasping for air. Sniff, husband, thank you. She buried her face in my chest and cried. After a while, she pointed at White Jiaomei. She deliberately pushed me down just now, trying to get the bear to kill me. I saw it, I said coldly. Don't worry, I'll stand up for you. Brotherly, that bitch nearly killed Aunt Lin. Yu Shally stormed over and slapped White Jiaomei. Shally, why did you hit me? Don't pretend. I saw you push her with my own eyes. Slap, another slap. You're falsely accusing me. Hit me again, and I'll fight back. White Jiaomei raised her hand to strike Yu Shally. I slapped her, sending her flying to the ground. You dare hit me? She clutched her face, feigning injury. You disobeyed orders, caused a big mess, and intentionally shoved Lin Ping. I glared at her coldly. With your selfish, vicious garbage attitude, you think you have the right to complain? I truly regretted taking on this trouble. White Jiaomei, crying from Yu Shally's scolding, pulled down her V-neck trying to seduce me. Li Feng, if you want me, I'm here anytime. It doesn't matter. This woman was shameless. She had a dozen exes and as many one-time deals. One more or less made no difference. I said coldly, put away those thoughts. I'm not interested. Shally is framing me. You're all against me. White Jiaomei acted as if it were true, almost convincing me. Lin Ping limped over with her cane, pale as death. You're not innocent. You almost got me killed. Thinking of what just happened, she was terrified. If I hadn't acted, she'd have been Bear's lunch. Manager Lin has a grudge against me at the company. She's slandering me. White Jiaomei's eyes welled up with tears. I saw it with my own eyes. You're hopeless. Get lost. I didn't bother listening to her excuses. Don't throw me out. White Jiaomei suddenly dropped to her knees. I know I was wrong. I didn't mean it. People like you, foolish, selfish, scheming, you're a disaster waiting to happen. Yu Xiaoli nodded. Brotherly is wise. Kill the saintly bitch first in troubled times. Get lost. Lin Ping said nothing, leaving everything to my judgment. White Jiaomei seethed inside. Once off this island, she'd repay these three 100-fold. But on the surface, she crawled forward to cling to me. Please give me one more chance. I shoved her away roughly. Don't bother me. Yu Xiaoli nervously glanced around. Brotherly, I'm afraid the bear might come back. Let's go. I grabbed the bamboo tube and left with the two women. White Jiaomei silently followed at a distance of about 10 meters, neither daring to get too close nor too far. Li Feng, just take me out of the jungle. When we get to the beach, I promise I won't bother you anymore. She folded her hands in a pleading gesture. I don't care about your life or death. I tossed her words aside and walked on. We reached a wooded area when suddenly the bushes ahead rustled. Be careful. I shielded the two women behind me. The grasses swayed on all sides. The wind carried a wild animal stench. I pointed to a nearby big tree. The women immediately climbed up. Lin Ping, tall and long-legged, got up easily and even helped pull Xiaoli up. Li Feng, you come up too. I'll stay down here. I gripped my long knife tightly. A howl pierced the air. 5 gray wolves appeared from 5 directions, eyes glowing green, claws sharp. I had killed one earlier. Adding these 5, the pack must total a dozen or 20 wolves. Brotherly, get up the tree. No need. I planned to skin them. 1 wolf skin wasn't enough. I needed more. The 5 wolves closed in slowly. White Jiaomei screamed nearby. Li Feng, save me. Yu Xiaoli snorted from the tree. Brotherly wouldn't save you. What if you push him to the wolves? As soon as the words left my mouth, a wolf lunged straight at Bai Jiaomei. Ah, help. She turned and ran. Another wolf chased after her. 2 miserable screams faded away. I watched the direction she disappeared into, then turned my head and ignored it. Life and death are up to fate. The remaining 3 wolves circled around from the left, right, and front, cautiously attacking but hesitant to pounce. They probably had never seen a bipedal beast before. Damn it, stop dawdling. I shouted and charged at the wolf in front. The wolf tried to retreat, but was too late. I slashed its neck with a knife. It let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed, twitching. The other 2 wolves were scared and tailing away. Go back and tell your companions to give me a wide berth. Brotherly, you're awesome. Yu Xiaoli clapped her hands laughing in the tree, but suddenly slipped and fell with a thud. Xiaoli. Lin Ping panicked. Fortunately, a thick pile of leaves cushioned her fall. Xiaoli crawled out from the leaves, embarrassed but unharmed. I'm really unlucky. I squatted down and skinned the wolf's pelt. We're eating wolf meat again tonight. Ah, wolf meat again. The 2 girls made faces like they were about to vomit. Tough it out for a couple of days. After skinning, I cut the fattiest meat to take with me. Those 2 wolves that ran off will definitely call more friends. Let's get moving. Li Feng, do you think Bai Jiaomei was bitten to death? Lin Ping looked toward the forest behind. If she was bitten, she'd be screaming nonstop. No sound means she's not dead. I said, Brotherly, do you want to go check? Let her fend for herself. I turned and walked away. By the time we returned to the shore, it was nearing dusk. The clouds in the sky were stained red like blood, pressing heavily on one's heart. I roasted meat by the fire and prepared the wolf skins. The 2 girls had taken off their shoes and were running barefoot on the beach. Li Feng, come play with us. You go play? I'm handling the food. Facing the sea, Yu Xiaoli shouted. The sea, my favorite. Lin Ping also shouted. Li Feng, you're my man. Aunt Lin, Li Feng's my man too. Yu Xiaoli grabbed her and pretended to wrestle. The 2 girls laughed together, turning to complain to me. He says he wants us both. Scumbag. Greedy. I was dumbfounded. Are you guys revolting or what? Yes, exactly. We're revolting. Yu Xiaoli clenched her fist. Aunt Lin, we beat him up yesterday, and we'll keep doing it today. Both girls charged at me at the same time. What do you want to do? Nothing much, just want to mess with you. Boom. Yu Xiaoli punched me on the shoulder. Under the sunset, the three of us played roughly on the beach until night fell without us noticing. A full moon hung low over the sea. We sat around the fire eating a midnight snack. It's dark now, and by Jiaomei's alone in the woods, Lin Ping glanced toward the forest. She wanted to harm you during the day. Why bother with her now? Yu Xiaoli was annoyed. Don't mention her. Just pretend she doesn't exist. I said. Before going back to the hut, Yu Xiaoli got mischievous again. Aunt Lin, when we get inside, let's keep beating him. Sure, let's bully him. I dragged her straight into the hut. The girl, who was just ferocious a moment ago, became like a timid little rabbit once inside, shrinking into the corner. Woo-woo, Li Feng is bad. My badness is only in words. His badness is with his fists. Lin Ping laughed and patted her back. Aunt Lin, I'm staying up half the night, Yu Xiaoli said determinedly, clenching her small fists. Once that bastard falls asleep, I'll beat him in my dreams. I sighed. I have a habit when I sleep. If a beauty hits me, I pin her down and return the favor tooth for tooth. Last time the village flower secretly punched me. The next day, she was bruised all over, her clothes torn. Yu Xiaoli's face turned pale. I don't dare to retaliate anymore. Lin Ping and I laughed together. Xiaoli kept watch. Lin Ping and I fell asleep wrapped in each other's arms. A faint fragrance lingered on her. She kissed my forehead softly. Good boy, sleep well. Exhausted, I quickly fell asleep, but had that nightmare again. A group of savages kidnapped Lin Ping and Xiaoli. I don't know how long I'd been asleep. Brotherly, wake up quickly. Aunt Lin, wake up. Yu Xiaoli shook us anxiously. What's wrong? I turned over and sat up. Something is happening by the shore. My heart tightened. This damned island was too dangerous. A slight mistake could mean death. Lin Ping climbed to the ventilation opening first. There's no danger. I leaned over too. Outside, the fire burns bright, the moonlight clear, and the beach was frosted white. The outside was eerily quiet, no sign of wild beasts. Xiaoli, are you just being paranoid? Lin Ping asked skeptically after confirming it was safe. Aunt Lin, brotherly, I feel like the sea level is rising, but I'm not sure. Yu Xiaoli whispered. No worries, being careful is a good thing. I didn't blame her. Rising tide is normal. Lin Ping was indifferent. It doesn't look like an ordinary wave. Yu Xiaoli pointed at a wooden stick. That stick used to be 10 meters from the sea, now it's submerged. It must have been carried by the sea wind. Lin Ping waved her hand dismissively. I glanced over. No, something was off. That stick's original spot was far above sea level. Rumble, rumble. A rumbling sound grew louder from afar, like thousands of horses charging. Damn, run. I grabbed my long knife and rushed outside, kicking the wooden door open. The tide is coming. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. What about our stuff? Lin Ping hesitated. Take the wolf fur, leave everything else. The three of us dashed out of the hut. Looking back, the sea surface suddenly surged, waves towering like 100 feet high rolling in, swallowing the beach visibly. Too terrifying. Yu Xiaoli was dumbfounded. Don't look, run for your life. After a few steps, Yu Xiaoli cried out, ah. Her foot got caught in a crack in the rocks. Brotherly, don't worry about me. Just go. She pushed me while crying. I turned around and ran back, grabbing her leg and pulling hard. Ah, it hurts. The waves were already close behind us. Lin Ping stood her ground, gritting her teeth and refusing to move. After pulling for a long time with no success, an idea struck me. I grabbed the leg of Yu Xiaoli's pants and yanked hard. Ah, you pervert. She hastily jumped up, guarding her pants, and her foot freed itself. Run. My foot is injured. I can't run, she said shamefully. Enough nonsense. I bent down, hoisted her onto my shoulders, and took off running. As I ran, suddenly, a light weight dropped from my shoulder. She fell off. This leech. I was furious beyond words, turning back to carry her again, when I suddenly saw a dark figure rushing through the waves. What's that? Lin Ping gasped with her mouth wide open. Looks like a shark. Run. The three of us scrambled up the mountain toward higher ground, barely paying attention and bumping into a sheer cliff 5 or 6 meters high. The stone wall was wet with seawater and slippery, impossible to climb. Xiaoli, you go first. I summoned all my strength to toss Yu Xiaoli upward. She grabbed the rocks and climbed up. Auntie Lin, your turn. I supported Lin Ping by her waist and pushed, Yushali pulled from above, finally helping her get up. The seawater was already up to my knees. Using my hands and feet like a gecko, I climbed up. Looking back, the hut had already been swept away without a trace. Our home is gone. Yushali cried mournfully. As long as we're safe, I comforted them. As the tide receded, the three of us were soaked through and shaking from the cold. I'll go find firewood and make a fire. We slipped into the woods. This forest was so eerie it gave me the chills. I constantly felt eyes watching us. You two back to back, sticks facing out, don't speak. Just as I crouched to pick up dry branches, a murderous aura hit me. Get down. The two women instinctively hit the ground. A black figure swept past overhead. Stay down, don't move. I gripped my long knife tightly, scanning coldly around. I picked up a stone and flicked it toward where the shadow disappeared. Leaves rustled, but no sound followed. Whoosh, the shadow attacked again. The thing was pitch black all over, claws sharp. Get lost. I slashed horizontally. The creature grabbed the blade. I kicked its belly midair, sending it flying. Squeaking sounds came from afar. The beast fled. I breathed a long sigh of relief. It's safe now, get up. What kind of monster was that? The two women were still shaken. Too dark to see clearly, but it was tough. The three of us piled up firewood, and I pulled out a lighter to ignite it. As the fire flared up, the forest lit a lot clearer, and warmth washed over us. Li Feng, you're amazing. The two women praised, utterly in awe. This island is too dangerous. At dawn, we'll move camp, I said. We can't stay on the beach. The huts in the forest won't keep out wild beasts. Let's find a cave. But what if the rescue team comes? How will they find us? Yushali worried. We'll set off smoke signals when we see a helicopter. While warming our clothes by the fire, the two women's damp clothes clung to their bodies, revealing clear, exquisite figures, full and gorgeous. At dawn, we'll search the beach for supplies. The tide might have washed some ship items ashore. Hearing we were heading to the beach, Lin Ping suddenly paled. She was afraid of seeing her daughter's body. Fortune will look after good people. Lin Ting will be fine. I placed my hand on her shoulder. Drip drop, Lin Ping's tears fell. Though this former CEO had fired me before, for Lin Ping's sake, I chose not to mind. Daybreak came. The sunrise over the sea was spectacular and beautiful. Yushali limped, her ankle injured. Brotherly, if I don't get better, you won't make me die a cripple, will you? Nonsense, you'll be fine in a couple of days. Though I'm short, a sparrow is small but complete. I've got all my parts. That girl was quite amusing. The beach was a mess, covered in dead fish and rotten shrimp. Even a large shark washed ashore. This fish is spoiled. Let's look for other food. Suddenly, Yushali pointed at a pile of rocks. Bodies. 7 or 8 corpses lay scattered. Lin Ping's legs went weak. She leaned on her stick, barely standing. Li Feng, I can't look. Please see if Tinger is here. Her voice trembled. I'll go. The bodies had soaked in water for days, swollen grotesquely. 2 female corpses lay face up, pale and ghastly. Luckily, I was brave enough. One by one, I checked the bodies. No sign of Lin Ting. I returned to the 2 of them. Lin Ting's not inside. Thank goodness. Lin Ping closed her eyes and patted her chest. Tinger has to be alive. Yushali clenched her tiny fists. Hurry, let's find some supplies. Lin Ping rallied herself. Wow, I found a bunch. Yushali shouted near a pile of branches. I ran over and saw the chips were soaked and mushy, but a few packets of salt were still intact. Not bad luck, salt will come in handy. I stuffed the salt into a plastic bag. Brotherly, there must be more. Keep looking. Seeing Yushali stare sadly at the ruined snacks, I smiled. Good start, keep searching. After walking a few steps, I spotted a frying pan beside a rock and hurried over to grab it. Huh, got a pan. Now we can cook soup and fry meat. Yushali beamed. Carry the pan on my back. Lin Ping blinked, puzzled. I'm best at carrying the black pot. I ignored her silly joke and urged them to keep searching. Soon Lin Ping found a 50-kilogram sack of rice, almost moldy from seawater soaking. Just dry it out. I lifted the bag. Seawater dripped down. Yushali hesitated. It's so heavy, it'll be hard to carry into the mountains. Fool, you think I mind the weight if there's rice? We're eating rice tonight. Both women immediately salivated, after nearly throwing up from eating wolf meat. The sun rose higher as the 3 of us carried our gear, climbing along the mountain ridge. Strange bird calls echoed, croaks that sounded ominous. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli were drenched with sweat, their clothes stuck to their skin, but they gritted their teeth and refused to rest. After crossing several piles of rubble, we reached a cliff base. A dark cave entrance sat about 2 meters from the ground. There's a cave. I pointed toward it. The two girls cheered immediately. You climb up on the rocks and wait. I'll go check it out first. Li Feng, we want to go with you. The situation inside is unknown. I'll scout ahead. I drew my knife and cautiously approached. At the cliff's base, I noticed a clear little stream nearby. Water source. I called to them. Yu Xiaoli clapped happily. That means showers will be easy later. I picked up a stone and tossed it into the cave, listening for anything. With a splash, something fluttered out, a fat wild chicken. Don't let it escape. Lin Ping shouted urgently. I flicked 2 stones, hitting its legs, then dashed forward and beheaded it with a single slash. Brotherly, you're ruthless. I like that. Yu Xiaoli admired me with wide eyes. I jumped up to the cave entrance. It wasn't large, maybe 20 or 30 square meters. Sunlight streamed in during the day, just right to live in. Just as I was about to call the girls over, I spotted a skeleton in the corner, its black eye sockets staring fixatedly at me. Damn, I jumped back startled. Li Feng, what's wrong? Lin Ping anxiously asked. There's a skeleton inside. I hesitated, then pulled the 2 girls up. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, come inside. Yu Xiaoli reached out. As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of any monster. Inside, we gathered around the bones. The skeleton was small, the delicate bones weathered and fragile, probably 70 or 80 years old. Maybe it's a survivor from that Japanese plane. Lin Ping recalled the wreck we found earlier. Under the bones, Yu Xiaoli found a notebook. The cave was dry, so it was well preserved, filled with island script. What does it say? Yu Xiaoli flipped through it for a few minutes. This person's called Matsushita Kuro. He was on that plane. The plane crashed after a mysterious force pulled it down. The commander and 1 others died on impact. 5 survivors escaped wounded to look for food, but monsters attacked them. He was too badly injured, left behind by his teammates, hiding alone in this cave, writing about missing his mother. I sneered coldly. This bastard had a mom too? I thought he was born a dog. Lin Ping covered her mouth, laughing. You little rascal. I wasn't so lighthearted. During the war, several of my uncles died at the hands of these beasts. Brotherly, could the monster that attacked him be the same one from last night? Yu Xiaoli asked. Very likely. And I suspect there's more than one, breeding generation after generation. There can't be just a few. Lin Ping's expression darkened. Yu Xiaoli murmured. Strange, they should have had guns back then. How did they lose? Must have been a night ambush. Carbon-based beings crumble in front of bullets. I didn't believe the monsters were invincible to guns. Li Feng, this skeleton is so creepy. Lin Ping wrapped her arms tight, shivering. I'll drag it out and burn it. I hauled the bones outside and built a fire to reduce it to ashes. Damn, may you turn to dust after death. The 2 girls came out holding their stomachs. Brotherly, I'm hungry. I'll build the cave entrance. You cook. Okay, I'll make braised chicken with rice. Yu Xiaoli's eyes sparkled. I picked up heavy stones and stacked them at the cave entrance. In less than 3 hours, I had built most of it, leaving only a stone door. Li Gu, you're really strong. Yu Xiaoli praised. Back when Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall, they didn't catch you. What a pity. With my strength, I'd at least be a general. Turning around, I saw the 2 women had already finished cooking the braised chicken rice, and the aroma was everywhere. I carved a pair of chopsticks from a twig and took a bite. Really delicious. Yu Xiaoli beamed proudly. I'm a chef whose talents were wasted by college. The 3 of us devoured the food around the pot. The 2 women almost cried from how good it was. After the meal, Lin Ping fretted, the chicken's all gone. Now only a bag of rice is left. Let's go hunting now. Li Gu, can't we go tomorrow? Yu Xiaoli tried to slack off. No way, what if it rains tomorrow? Once inside the forest, you 2 stay right by my side. The 2 nodded seriously. A gust of wind blew dry leaves all over the ground as I led them into the ancient forest. The woods were terrifyingly dense, with towering ancient trees and thorns everywhere. Li Feng, will we get lost? Lin Ping asked fearfully. Don't worry. Just as I finished speaking, a large, pitch-black snake suddenly darted out from the grass. lifting its upper body over a meter high. It had a thick, fleshy lump on its head and black stripes all over its body. Ah, a snake. The two women were terrified. Don't be scared, stay calm. I was uneasy too. This snake was too strange, and its venom must be extremely potent. I'd rather face a python than this thing. It has a poisonous lump on its head. Lin Ping shuddered. I've never seen one like it either. The strange snake flickered its tongue and slowly approached, releasing a disgusting, fishy stench. When we stopped, it stopped. When we retreated, it gave chase, relentless. You two back off, I'll deal with it. Don't take risks. Lin Ping urged anxiously. I gripped my long knife and stood firm. The snake halted. Just as the two stepped back, I suddenly sensed movement from the forest behind. Stop! Gur roar. A spotted leopard weighing 200 to 300 genes slowly emerged from the bushes, sharp fangs bared, staring at us with a sinister glare. Damn! My scalp tingled. A strange snake in front and a leopard behind. Was the heavens trying to kill us? Aunt Lin, Xiaoli, don't panic. Hold your sticks tight and look fierce so it won't dare attack. A wild animal smells fear and pounces. The two forced fierce glares and beat their sticks. Sure enough, the leopard hesitated to attack recklessly. Li Gu, shall we climb the tree? Yu Xiaoli pointed to a nearby tree. Absolutely not. Leopards are unbeatable climbers. Climbing means death even faster. The strange snake edged closer, and the leopard behind was gathering to strike. My mind raced. I had to gamble everything. I bent down and grabbed a stick. With a quick flick of my toe, a stone flew straight at the snake's head. As the snake reared back to dodge, I turned like lightning and charged at the leopard. My plan was to take out the leopard first, then deal with the snake. I rushed like the wind. The leopard pounced. I leaned back, almost touching the ground. The leopard's claws swiped past empty air. Whoosh! I seized the moment and struck upward with my knife. Hitting the leopard's belly, blood gushed out. The beast landed on all fours, maddened by pain, and spun to bite me. The snake also crawled over, joining the fray. I swung my left hand. The stick flew and struck the snake halfway along its body, knocking it limp. I lunged at the leopard for a quick finish, but despite its injury, it was still quick and dodged my sweeping blade. Finding me hard to handle, it turned and leapt at Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. You beast! How dare you attack us? The two raised their sticks, ready to fight desperately. Be careful! You're no match for it. I shouted. Their strength was nothing. Hitting the leopard was like tickling it. Meanwhile, the snake went berserk and crawled toward me, determined to fight to the death. Damn it! I suddenly felt powerless. Was I really going to die here? Li Feng, the snake is crawling toward you. Lin Ping shouted in panic. I ignored her and focused on chasing the leopard. The beast lunged at the two women to bite. Die! They raised their sticks and struck the leopard's head. 2 thuds. The leopard's head was hit twice, and it turned, aiming its jaws at Lin Ping's thigh. Lin Ping screamed in terror, unable to dodge in time. Aunt Lin, Yu Xiaoli cried out. At the last moment, I grabbed the leopard's tail and dragged it back a meter. The leopard turned to bite my arm. I stabbed its neck with a blade. Blood gushed out, and the beast collapsed, twitching and limp. Aunt Lin, are you okay? Yu Xiaoli felt her thigh. I'm fine, but I was almost bitten, Lin Ping said, still shaking. Good thing her leg's okay. Otherwise, Li Gu would have suffered a loss. Yu Xiaoli grinned mischievously. Why would he lose? Lin Ping was confused. If her leg were bitten, he'd lose his chance to touch her thigh. Wah! Even if she got bitten, it's my pain. He can still touch. I sighed with relief. Fighting the snake alone didn't scare me. I just had to be careful of its venom. Li Feng, here comes a big snake. Yu Xiaoli grabbed a stone and hurled it, and Lin Ping followed suit. The monstrous snake curled and rolled on the spot from the blows. I picked up a wooden stick and struck its vital spot in midair. Crack! The snake, pained, fled in a panic. It's trying to run. The two women wanted to chase after it. Don't chase it, it's highly venomous. Be careful not to get bitten. I wasn't willing to take the risk. Oomph, I'm letting you off this time. If you dare come again, I'll break your dog legs. Yu Xiaoli warned angrily. Xiaoli, snakes don't have legs, Lin Ping reminded her. Hee hee, just trying to scare it, she said with a mischievous smile. Are you two okay? I asked. We're fine, thanks to you. I wiped the sweat from my brow and crouched down to skin the leopard. This leopard hide was much easier to work with than the wolf skin. Brotherly, this is a male leopard. Take that one back for patching up, Yushali whispered, stifling a grin. Patching up what? Eating well builds your strength. You need to get in good shape to take better care of Aunt Lin. I understood. This little beauty was truly sly. Lin Ping quickly shook her head. You're already strong enough. If you get stronger, I might not survive. I'm sturdy as is, no need to patch up. I hung the leopard skin on a tree. Is leopard meat edible? Lin Ping asked. You can eat it, but carnivore meat isn't as good as herbivore meat. Let's leave it for now. You can come back if there's nothing else to hunt. The three of us pressed deeper into the jungle. After what just happened, the two girls stuck close to me, not daring to stray an inch. This stretch of jungle had more rocks than trees, with wild grass everywhere. Suddenly, I spotted some loose droppings in the grass. Looked like wild goat scat, and it was fairly fresh. There are wild goats here. I was thrilled. Wow, I love lamb. Yushali looked around excitedly. I followed the hoof prints forward, and sure enough, a few wild goats calmly grazed in a small thicket ahead. You two wait here, I'll go after them. Be careful, don't go too far. I dashed forward like a leopard. The goats panicked and scattered. I tossed a few stones, hitting one's hind legs swiftly and accurately. The goat instantly limped. Haha, tonight we feast on roasted whole goat. Li Feng, help us. Just as I was about to catch up, the two girls' cries for help rang out. My heart sank, and I hurried back. Bursting out of the jungle, I was shocked. 3 savages circled the 2 girls, dancing joyfully. Damn, there really were wild people on this island. The 3 were of average build, with branches twisted into their hair, wearing animal hides, their hair filthy and tangled, barefoot. They must have never seen beauties before, and were so excited they nearly floated off the ground. Li Feng, help us! The 2 girls screamed. Savages were even more terrifying than wild beasts. Being mauled by beasts was straightforward, but being captured by savages was a living hell. The 3 spun around, about to seize the girls. Get away, I shouted and charged. 2 of the savages immediately hoisted Lin Ping and Yushali onto their shoulders and dashed back into the jungle. The remaining one brandished a harpoon to block me. Help! The girls struggled desperately on their captor's shoulders, but couldn't break free. The savages were far stronger than modern men. Ululu. The savage poked me threateningly with the harpoon. Back off, or I'll kill you. I glared fiercely. He muttered in dialect I couldn't understand and didn't care to listen to. The women were captured. Talking was pointless. I swung my knife. He blocked with the harpoon, but then thrust the harpoon at my chest. I ducked aside and sliced his throat in one clean strike. The savage clutched his neck and collapsed, lifeless. Aunt Lin, Shally. I rushed into the jungle. The trees were dense, but no sign of them could be found. My heart was in turmoil. We had grown close, and I could never lose them. Li Feng, save us! A cry for help came from deep ahead. I ran after wildly, faster than I ever had before. Branches whipped my face painfully, but I paid no mind. Bursting into the thick foliage ahead, I saw the 2 remaining savages carrying the girls still running. When they saw me closing in, unable to escape, they threw the girls to the ground. Thud, thud, the girls were dazed. The 2 savages glared fiercely, holding harpoons. Seeing the blood on my blade and knowing their companion was dead, their eyes turned even more ruthless. Li Feng, be careful. These savages are vicious. Don't be afraid. No one will hurt you with me around. The first savage lunged with his harpoon. I parried. The second attacked immediately after. I spun half a circle and swung my blade down through the air. The savage raised his harpoon to block overhead, but I followed with a kick to his chest, sending him tumbling head over heels. Another attacked from behind. I leaned back and bent down to dodge, then countered with a thrust, slicing through his throat. The last savage panicked and fled, trying to return to his tribe for reinforcements. Stay safe. I'm going after him. I couldn't leave any alive. The beast ran fast, yelling incoherently as he sprinted. I threw my knife to pierce his back, but he dodged, and the blade stuck in a nearby tree. He charged forward to retrieve his weapon. I kicked his back hard. Thud! The savage's face smashed into the ground, sliding several meters. The harpoon flew from his hand. Both were now weaponless, forced to fight barehanded. He scrambled up and charged at me. I leapt up and delivered a scissor kick to his chest. This beast has incredible resilience. It even managed to pounce on me and push me back. I grabbed his wrist and used his momentum to throw him down, then slammed my knee hard into his chest. Wah! He opened his mouth, and a foul stench hit me. His teeth were all covered in tartar, so disgusting I almost fainted. Distracted for a moment, he struggled to get up and wrapped his arms around my waist, trying to shove me. This bastard was as strong as a wild bull. I backed up to a tree, planted my right foot firmly against the trunk for support, and struck his back with my elbow 7 or 8 times. But he still didn't fall. Damn it! I refuse to believe I can't kill you. I grabbed his neck and drove my knee hard into his chest. Boom. This time I sent him flying 3 or 5 meters. He looked at me fearfully before turning and rolling into the dense forest to escape. I drew the long knife from the tree and chased after him, but quickly lost his trail. This bastard surely still hid nearby, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. I remembered Grandpa's words, "Stay calm when in danger." Oomph, I know you're here. You can't run away. I leapt onto a branch and climbed about 4 or 5 meters high, overlooking the area. Sure enough, I spotted him crawling in a thick patch of grass. Beast, I see you. I jumped down and approached. Knowing he'd been found, he lunged madly again, trying to grab my waist. No knife this time. I'll kill you with my bare hands. I stabbed the knife into the ground. He pounced. I stepped back 2 paces and he missed. Smack! I struck the back of his head with a palm. Dizzy, he swayed. I grabbed his head and twisted it like turning a watermelon. Crack! His neck broke. He was dead. Oomph. Even without a knife, 10 seconds was enough to kill you. I dragged the body back. We had to dispose of these bodies, or if the tribe showed up, it'd be trouble. Li Feng, you're finally back. Lin Ping was so anxious, she almost cried. I'm fine, I'm back. Brotherly, we were almost taken again. You saved us once more. You Shally choked up. It's over now? I took care of everything. There are wild men on this island. What if the tribe comes seeking revenge? Lin Ping was panicking. Brotherly, what do we do? You Shally was at a loss too. From now on, keep activity minimal to avoid encounters. But those 3 don't return. The tribe will definitely come looking. As long as they don't see the bodies, they won't suspect us. There are many wild beasts here. They'll just think those 3 were killed by animals. The 2 women found sense in this. We have to handle the bodies properly. Together we dragged the 3 corpses out of the jungle and lined them up. Digging a pit was too troublesome, and burning would produce too much odor. Li Feng, you're amazing. 1 man killing 3 wild men. Lin Ping admired me fully. Just 3 puny ones. If it were 10 or 20, I wouldn't be scared either, especially if I wasn't worried about you all. I honestly said. Awesome, really awesome. Both of them were in awe. You too, rest a bit. I'll look around for a cave. I planned to throw the bodies in a hole. I looked around nearby and found a cave. The entrance was small, vertical, and pitch black inside. I picked up some stones and threw them down. It took over 10 seconds before I heard a sound. The cave was quite deep. Shally, Aunt Lin, throw these 3 wild men's bodies in, then seal the entrance. We dragged the bodies over. You Shally stood at the cave edge looking down. Wow, it's so dark down there. Be careful, don't get too close. Lin Ping pulled her back. If you fall, you're dead. It's okay, Brotherly can save me. You Shally giggled foolishly. He's not omnipotent. Even if he pulls you up, you'd be a corpse, Lin Ping said. I threw the 3 bodies down one by one, thuds echoing from the bottom. Trying to get my women, that's your fate. I moved a large stone to seal the entrance. Even a primitive tribe couldn't dig 3 feet and find this. With the bodies dealt with, the 3 of us rested by the rock, exhausted from the ordeal. The sun was near setting. No time for hunting today. Thankfully, we still had leopard meat. Li Feng, is the wild men's tribe nearby? Lin Ping worried. No. These 3 went out hunting and ran into us. There are no signs of regular activity around. I scanned the surroundings confidently. Brotherly, you're so smart. Hug. You Shally cuddled into my chest like a kitten. Enough flattery. The sun's almost down. Let's go back. I held her a while, then took the leopard skin and meat, heading back the way we came. By the time we returned to camp, night had fallen. I cooked the leopard meat, adding wild vegetables and mushrooms. It had a strong, gamey smell, but the vegetables helped. The firelight illuminated dozens of meters around, while outside was a dark, dense forest. The two women stared blankly at the night sky, unable to eat. Brotherly, is the rescue team not coming? Yu Xiaoli's voice was barely a whisper. Lin Ping was troubled as well. I'll tell you a story, I said, looking up at the night sky. Don't tell a scary one. No. When I was a kid, my grandfather told me about 1962. He and some comrades crossed the snowy mountains for a battle but got lost. Those new recruits were downhearted and couldn't even eat dinner. But my grandfather knew that no matter what, you have to eat first. The next day, the enemy launched a surprise attack. Those comrades went without eating or sleeping all night, so exhausted they had no strength to fight back. My grandfather single-handedly killed several enemy soldiers, saved his comrades, and even won military honors. Your grandfather's a true hero. When we get back alive, I'll definitely visit him, Lin Ping admired. I'll go too, Yu Xiaoli added. You won't get the chance. My grandfather died from liver cirrhosis a year ago. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to bring up sad memories. I shook my head. I'm not telling you this to boast. I want to tell you, no matter what, you must eat first. Survive, then there's hope. I grabbed a big bite of the leopard meat. The two women followed suit, their complexions improving noticeably. Brotherly, from now on we'll listen to you. With you here, we have nothing to fear, Yu Xiaoli smiled. After finishing, we returned inside the cave. The cave was about 20 to 30 square meters, enough room for us. I laid dry grass and animal skins under the rock wall, then blocked the entrance with stone slabs, propped up by two wooden beams. It was so sturdy that even a fierce tiger couldn't break through. Great, we can finally have a peaceful sleep tonight. Yu Xiaoli rubbed her thigh. Before, the shack by the beach was unstable, and they took turns staying awake at night, unable to rest well. This cave is safe. The grass bed is like a real mattress. The three of us can do whatever we want. Yu Xiaoli was startled. Brotherly, you just find Aunt Lin. I'm a rookie. I can't do it. You can't, I said, sizing her up. I really can't. Just as I was about to pounce, a low growl echoed from the forest. The sound was eerily chilling. Li Feng, what's that noise? The two women jumped up, frightened. I pressed myself against the ventilation opening and peered outside. Jia! A sharp, piercing scream came from deep in the dark forest, cutting straight to the soul. I've never heard a sound like this before. I shook my head. The campfire flickered softly, casting a blurry light some dozens of meters away. Beyond that was pitch black. Jia! That strange scream came again. Oh my god! Yu Xiaoli leapt over and clung to my arm. Lin Ping came over too, both beauties holding one of my arms in their embrace. To look down on all others, life's peak moment. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jia! A scream followed by another, wild and furious. Suddenly, a commotion stirred deep in the forest, as if countless beasts were fleeing in panic. That thing was definitely the nemesis of all wild animals. Woo-woo, still safer on the beach, Yu Xiaoli whispered, voice trembling with tears. We can't go back now. As long as we stay inside the cave, even if tigers or wolves come, we won't be scared. I hugged them. The strange screams went on for a long while before stopping. The forest returned to silence. Thank God, that sound is gone. Both women patted their chests in relief. This island is really dangerous, with savages, monsters, pythons, and black bears, Lin Ping said, headache evident. It'd be better if there were more people. If we had more men, things would be easier, Yu Xiaoli said. Huh. Too many people means scheming and backstabbing. I'd rather just the three of us, Lin Ping dismissed. She probably remembered Tong Ming, that bastard who tried to assassinate me but was killed in return. Only we two knew about it. It's late. Let's sleep. We have hunting tomorrow. I planned to stockpile more food and go out less, fearing encounters with savages. I wasn't scared of beasts or monsters but feared primitive tribes. They weren't stupid, just backward, and had a decent intellect. If they had their eyes on us, our lives wouldn't be safe. I'll sleep at the back, Aunt Lin in the middle, Brotherly outside. Yu Xiaoli kissed me and leaned against the rock wall. The three of us lay down and chatted for a while. Yu Xiaoli was the first to fall asleep, breathing evenly. Just as I was lost in random thoughts, Lin Ping suddenly rolled over, cupped my face with both hands, and kissed me. I was about to speak, but she gestured for silence. Yu Xiaoli was deeply asleep after a day of fright and exhaustion. Lin Ping's lips touched my ear softly. Silly boy, you worked hard today? Want me to reward you? Her voice was intoxicating and tender. She held my hand. In the pitch-black night, inside the cave, the two of us were cautious and gentle. After some time, Lin Ping grew tired and fell asleep. Crack. There was a noise outside. I grabbed my long knife and went to the entrance. Peering through the ventilation opening, the campfire still glowed. A shadow flashed by swiftly. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. It was gone. The fire was almost burnt out. I thought about going out to fetch more firewood, but looking at the dark, dense forest, I shook my head. It was too dangerous. I returned to the grass bed and lay down, my heart uneasy as I stared at the cave ceiling. Maybe this place had seen death before. Lin Ping murmured. Tinger, where are you? Mommy misses you so much. She dreamed of her daughter. Aunt Lin, I'll always be with you. I held her close. Xiao Feng, husband, I love you. I love you too. Youth blinded me from seeing what a treasure Aunt Lin really was. I mistook a young woman for a prize. Cradling this tender paradise, I drifted to sleep, only to be haunted by another nightmare. A large group of savages arrived. I was outnumbered and tied to a tree. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli were also captured, stripped completely naked. Li Ge quickly saved me. Li Feng, we don't want to live in misery. My heart was torn like a knife, but I couldn't move. The savage leader was burly and fierce. He walked over and raised a stone axe. Please spare me. Li Ge, Yu Xiaoli screamed. Please don't hurt him. Do whatever you want of me. Lin Ping begged, crying. The stone axe came down. Ah! I woke up with a scream, drenched in cold sweat. It was dawn. The two beautiful women were not in the cave. Aunt Lin, Xiaoli. I grabbed my knife and rushed out. They were making breakfast at the camp. You silly fool. Why are you sweating so much? Lin Ping asked with concern. You two must have secretly gotten cozy while Li Ge was asleep last night. He's weak. Yu Xiaoli grinned mischievously. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Ping gave her a glare. What's wrong with you? Had that nightmare again. Seeing them safe finally put me at ease. But my face darkened. From now on, you're not allowed to leave the cave alone. Li Ge, we're worried about you and just want you to get more sleep. Didn't you hear me? If you want to go out, you must wake me up first. I said sternly. Yu Xiaoli cried from being yelled at, and Lin Ping was stunned. I had never been this strict before. Sorry, my tone was harsh, but it's too dangerous for you to go out without me. What if there were wild beasts? Or if you ran into savages? They might not even survive. We'll listen to you. Lin Ping said softly. Li Ge, calm down. After breakfast, let's go hunting. Yu Xiaoli rubbed her little head that I had just knocked, playing cute. As we spoke, cheers came from the woods. Someone ahead. They're lighting a fire. Ha ha. Damn. Someone's making breakfast. A man cursed loudly. The three of us immediately stood up. That voice sounds familiar. Lin Ping frowned. Director Lei, it might be Li Feng and the others, a woman shouted. It was by Jiamei's voice. That damned woman hadn't been eaten by beasts after all. Fuck, is it really them? I haven't seen Lin Ping in a long time. I've missed her. Director Lei, Li Feng almost killed me. You promised me you'd kill him if you saw him. Bai Jiamei growled through gritted teeth. Li Ge, Bai Jiamei is still alive. Yu Xiaoli said, frustrated. Whether she lives or dies doesn't matter. But why is Director Lei also on this island? Lin Ping's face turned pale. Who's that? Yu Xiaoli asked. A local tyrant of Yunhai City. The boss Lei Laohu, a property owner. The second brother Lei Lauer, a gangster who kills without blinking. The two brothers work hand in hand. One handles money, the other carries out the dirty work. They're utterly ruthless. Meeting people like them is serious trouble. Yu Xiaoli was scared. Since we've run into them, let's wait and see. I gripped my long knife tightly. If they dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. This was my territory. Even if the Lei brothers were fierce dragons, they'd have to bow down here. 3 men and 1 woman crawled out of the woods. I immediately recognized the leader as Lei Laohu, about 50, rugged-looking. Next to him, bald with a hooked nose, was his second brother Lei Lauer, clearly not a good person. The woman was Bai Jiamei. The most surprising was the 4th person, Ouyang Qiu, my former subordinate when I was head of security at the Lin Group. Huh, Ouyang Qiu's here too. Lin Ping was also stunned. Li Feng, Ouyang Qiu is now running with Lei Laohu. Be careful, don't trust anyone easily, she warned me quietly. Relax, I know my limits. Besides Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, I trusted no one. Lei Laohu swaggered over and spread his arms to hug Lin Ping. I tightened my grip on the long knife. You shally hid behind me. Lin Ping stepped back twice. Director Lei, men and women should maintain distance. Please show some respect. Back in Yunhai City, this bastard tried to sleep with her. After she refused, he even threw $1 million just for one night and got scolded back. Lei Laohu's face darkened. Survived great disaster. And you won't even give me a hug. Fuck, my big brother's hug means he respects you. Lei Laohu snarled fiercely. I crossed my knife in front of him. If you dare insult my woman again, I'll cripple you. Lei Laohu glared coldly. You actually dare to point a knife at me? Bai Jiaomei immediately fanned the flames. Brother Lei, this is Li Feng. He tried to rape me before. When I refused, he kicked me out. Damn, that bitch. I wouldn't want her even if she came on a silver platter. Yu Shaoli immediately exposed her. Bai Jiaomei, you deliberately flashed cleavage to seduce him. He didn't even look at you. Shut up. I glared coldly. Don't humiliate me. You're not worthy. Seeing the knife in my hand, Lei Laohu softened his tone. Jiaomei, forget about past grudges. We're all family here. Bai Jiaomei still wouldn't give up. Lei Laohu smiled. If he wants to sleep with you, just let him. Take a bath afterwards, that's all. Say that again, and don't blame me for being unfriendly. I interrupted coldly. Lei Laohu raised a wooden stick and rushed forward, but I pointed my long knife at him, and he dared not move again. Ouyang Qiu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and help Brother Lei Air. Bai Jiaomei pushed him. Ouyang Qiu grabbed his head. We're all compatriots, calm down. Smack. Bai Jiaomei slapped him. Idiot, is your brain flooded? Ouyang Qiu held his face, not daring to say a word. Step back. Lei Laohu gave an order, and Lei Laohu reluctantly withdrew. Yu Shaoli quietly tugged at my sleeve. Brotherly, Lei Laohu hides a knife behind his smile. He's even more dangerous than Lei Laohu. I was well aware of this. These people could serve as a shield. If we ran into those savages, let them fight desperately at the rear. Haha. The Jianghu is not just about fighting and killing. It's about human relations and social dealings. Lei Laohu tried to smooth things over, but Bai Jiaomei's eyes lit up the moment she saw the cave and the leopard meat on the ground. There's actually a cave here and food. Let's go in and rest. Lei Laohu also followed. Stop. I blocked their way with my knife. I found this cave first. No one enters without my permission. Li Feng, the cave isn't your home. On what basis? Bai Jiaomei became arrogant. On the basis of this knife in my hand. My gaze turned cold. Bai Jiaomei immediately turned to scold Ouyang Qiu. You idiot. Why don't you stand up? Smack, another slap. Ouyang Qiu held his face, suppressing his anger. Bai Jiaomei continued painting a bright future. If you help Brother Lei, after leaving the island, any project you touch will earn you millions, and you'll have your pick of beauties and luxury cars. Ouyang Qiu's eyes brightened instantly. I persuaded him out of old feelings. Ouyang Qiu, don't believe their sweet talk. They're just using you now. Once off the island, they'll kick you aside. Lin Ping also warned him, don't be foolish. Just as Ouyang Qiu was about to thank us, Bai Jiaomei slapped him again. Idiot, do you want to be a traitor? Lei Laohu and Lei Laohu immediately followed up. Brother Ouyang, stick with us. After leaving the island, yearly income in the tens of millions. We got your back. Ouyang Qiu gritted his teeth. Li Feng, sorry. The cave belongs to no one. We want to go in, and you have no right to stop us. Lin Ping shook her head and sighed, feeling sorry for him. The Lei brothers exchanged a cunning smile. 3 against 1, strength in numbers. Step 1 foot into that cave, and I'll break your legs. I warned coldly. Bai Jiaomei waved her hand. Let's go in. He won't dare to make a move. Yu Shaoli panicked. Brotherly, they're seriously going in. I was tired of arguing and slapped Bai Jiaomei, who was charging at the front, flying back. Ah! She covered her mouth as she fell, shouting, Brother Lei Air, he hit me. Hurry and act. Lei Laohu and Ouyang Qiu were about to approach, but I swung my long knife. If you don't want to die, get lost. Yu Shaoli and Lin Ping each grabbed a wooden stick. Anyone who tries to occupy it will fight to the death. Lei Laohu's face changed when he saw I truly dared to act, and he immediately tried to smooth things over. Ah, it's just a cave. Why must we resort to weapons? Peace is most precious. He was testing my limits, but his murderous intent grew stronger. If I weren't tough enough, this dog would have used the pretense of care to grope Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli long ago. Li Feng, for Lei's sake, I won't argue with you. Bai Jume got up. You haughty creature riding a tiger. Show your arrogance one more time, and I'll kill you. Ouyang Xiu tried to help her up, but she slapped him away. Poor scum, your hands are dirty. Don't touch me. Lei Laohu put on a forced smile. Brother, we're starving. Can you spare some meat for us? I wasn't particularly concerned about the meat, but kindness gets exploited, so I had to hold my ground. No. Lei Laohu smiled again. After eating, we'll go hunting with you and repay you once we catch some. I finally nodded. All right, lend it to you for now. We'll all enter the forest together later. Having said that, I led the two women into the cave. Lei Laohu's face darkened. Seeing Lin Ping being gentle to me and Yu Xiaoli obedient, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Eldest brother, why did you stop me? 3 sticks are no match for him. Lei Laohu wasn't convinced. He has a knife and was a security team captain before. Be cautious, Lei Laohu said sternly and turned to ask Ouyang Xiu. How's his ability? Sorry, Lei. I've never seen him fight. Ouyang Xiu lowered his head, but Bai Jiaomei patted her chest. He's just an ordinary person. That day in the bamboo forest when we met the black bear, he pushed me down as a shield to save himself. If he had any skill, would he be so cowardly? It was clearly her who pushed Lin Ping. This damn woman lied without hesitation. Really? Lei Laohu's eyes brightened. I swear, struck by lightning if I lie. Lei Laohu squinted, the killing intent slowly surfacing. Lei Laohu looked puzzled. Then how did you survive? Without a scratch. Bai Jiaomei rolled her eyes and made up a story. The black bear just sniffed me and walked away. You're definitely playing dead. Lei Laohu suddenly understood. Yes, General Lei is absolutely right. Bai Jiaomei nodded repeatedly. She deliberately concealed the fact that I knew martial arts, fearing that Lei Laohu would be too cowardly to make a move. As long as the 3 of them worked together, she was certain that I, Li Feng, would die. There was another thing that proves that idiot can't fight. Bai Jiaomei continued to stir the pot. We ran into 3 wolves, and Li Feng was so scared that he ran off with Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, nearly getting me bitten to death. Damn, that's truly embarrassing. Lei Laohu spat. Lei Laohu relaxed and said, since he can't fight, don't blame us for being ruthless. General Lei, if the 3 of you team up, you'll definitely kill him. Bai Jiaomei couldn't wait for me to die immediately. Let's fill our stomachs first. Nearby, Ouyang Xiu listened intently. Smack. Bai Jiaomei gave him a slap. You idiot. General Lei is hungry and you're just standing there? Hurry up and roast the meat. Ouyang Xiu gritted his teeth and endured it, hurriedly, clumsily roasting the meat. Lei Laohu feigned concern and said, Jiaomei, Xiu is a good brother. Don't keep scolding him. Ouyang Xiu's heart warmed, and he thought several slaps were worth it. Lei Laohu patted his shoulder. Little brother, work hard. I've got your back when we leave the island. If there's a fight with Li Feng, who will you help? Of course you too. Ouyang Xiu quickly pledged loyalty. A man without poison is no man. There's no future with Li Feng. Haha, sensible. I returned to the cave and sat down to rest. Yu Xiaoli anxiously watched outside. Brotherly, they're definitely planning against you. You shouldn't have shared food with them. Xiaoli, when the wild men arrive, they can be our shields. I recalled the bloody nightmare from last night, feeling heavy at heart. Brotherly Feng, can I come into your cave? Lei Laohu's voice came from outside. Lin Ping's expression changed. Are they going to make a move? Aunt Lin, don't be afraid. They won't dare attack within 2 or 3 days. I looked outside coldly and said, this is my private territory. No one is allowed in. Brother, don't misunderstand. I just want to borrow some rice. Don't even think about it. Don't push your luck. Give me some, and after we leave the island, I'll get you a job. Save your empty promises for Ouyang Xiu. I don't buy it. Keep nagging and don't blame me for being rude. Lei Laohu sulked and stepped back. Yu Xiaoli patted her chest. That scared me to death. Lin Ping gritted her teeth. Li Feng, it's better to strike first and kill them all. Brotherly, Aunt Lin is right. Yu Xiaoli agreed, although scared. I shook my head. To kill Lei Laohu and his brothers, I'd have to silence Ouyang Xiu and Bai Jiaomei as well. and Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli were also aware of everything. Once the bloodshed began, I feared losing control to my inner demons. Besides, these people still had use. Playing mind games, they're no match for me. In 2 or 3 days, those primitive wild men will find this place, and then they'll be our shields. Brother, let's go hunting together after eating. Lei Laohu shouted outside again. All right. After leaving the cave, Lei Laoer's face darkened. How do we divide the prey? We're 6 and you're 4. Bai Jiamei demanded wildly. Nonsense, we're 6 and you're 4. The knife's in my hand. I shot back immediately. Yuli family, don't go too far. Bai Jiamei stomped her foot. You'd only dare to pick on Ouyang Qiu. If you mess with me, I'll make sure you die early and reincarnate quickly. Lei Laohu laughed and tried to smooth things over. All right, just making friends. Let's go with what Brother Li Feng said. Before we left, I let them go ahead. Brother, since you have the knife, it's safer for you to walk in front, Lei Laohu schemed again. General Lei, you're just hoping to sneak up on me from behind, right? I called him out bluntly. Lei Laohu gave an awkward apologetic smile. If I wanted to sneak up on you, may lightning strike me. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderclap cracked in the clear sky. Everyone's faces froze. I smirked slightly. General Lei, I believe you wouldn't dare attack because there are primitive wild men on this island. What? Lei Laohu and his brother's faces changed sharply. We encountered one before, and Lin Ping and I set a trap and killed it. I deliberately said only one, not wanting to reveal my true strength. Lei Laohu looked at Bai Jiamei, who nodded in confirmation. General Lei, there are wild men on the island. We should unite. Right, we should unite. Lei Laohu smiled, looking worse than if he were crying. Mutually wary, the two groups walked into the forest, 10 meters apart. In front, Lei Laohu whispered to Bai Jiamei, Are the wild men really real? Yes. Lei Laoer wiped his bald head and sneered. Big brother, I haven't played with those wild girls yet. Second brother, business first. With wild men around, we can't kill Li Feng for now. He must be kept as a shield. Lei Laohu's eyes glittered with calculation. Find a chance to take his knife, threaten him with Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, and make him battle the wild men for us. Big brother, brilliant. Behind us, Yu Xiaoli quietly said, Brotherly, they definitely have ill intentions. Everything's under my control. Did you reveal the wild men's existence to make them afraid to act recklessly? Lin Ping asked. Yeah, just saying we killed one isn't enough to reveal our strength. Yu Xiaoli smiled. Brotherly, I'm smart, right? Walking deeper into the forest, Lei Laohu spoke again. Brothers, splitting up to hunt is more efficient. Let's draw lots to form teams. I immediately saw through his intention to break us apart. I'm not splitting up from Brotherly. Yu Xiaoli objected instantly. Me neither. I'm staying with Li Feng. Lin Ping stated firmly. I replied calmly, agreed. 3 teams. 2 teams with 2 people each, 1 team with 3. The 3 of us stay together, you 4 split however you want. Lei Laohu's face stiffened. Let's pick team leaders. Bai Jiamei suggested a bad idea again, and the 4 of them unanimously chose Lei Laohu, hoping to use their numbers to bully us. Be team leader if you want, just don't interfere with the 3 of us. I shut it down with a single sentence. As we moved forward, I suddenly noticed a trail of barefoot prints on the damp soil. Wild men's footprints, I said quietly. Lin Ping shuddered. Yu Xiaoli bit her lip. Brotherly, let's find another place to stay. There are wild men's footprints all over the island. It's the same wherever we go. A cold wind blew, dry leaves falling. The danger from the wild men could strike any time, yet Lei Laohu's group was still scheming and fighting among themselves. Further ahead, I saw loosened soil and many small pits. Wild boars have been rooting here. There are wild boars nearby. You're an idiot. Just say there are, and there are. Bai Jiamei scoffed. Shut up, listen to Brother Li Feng. Lei Laohu snapped. I pointed at the ground. Freshly disturbed soil, the boars just passed. But inwardly, I felt heavier. If the wild boars weren't taken by the wild men, it meant those wild men weren't just hunting, they were searching for their comrades. Sure enough, under a large tree tens of meters away, a massive wild boar weighing 400 or 500 jin was rubbing against the trunk, its tusks flashing cold light in the sunlight. Lei Laoer and Ouyang Qiu's eyes gleamed greedily, about to charge. Stop! I barked sharply. Who the hell are you? Lei Lauer glared back. You imbecile. I retorted coldly. If you charge from so far, the boar will be gone before you get there. Kid, how dare you insult me? Want me to kill you? Try me. My gaze was sharp as a blade. Lei Lauhu hurriedly grabbed his second brother. Brotherly foam, what do you suggest? Scout the terrain first, then surround and attack from different sides. I carefully surveyed the terrain around us, needing to set things up in advance to avoid accidents. Ahead was a valley shaped like a pair of pincers, narrow inside, wide outside, with sheer cliffs at the far end. If we drove the boar into the valley, it couldn't escape. I assigned the Lei brothers to guard the forest on the left, by Jiaomei and Ouyang Qiu the right side, and I took Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli to chase from behind. Haha, brother, you've thought it through. We'll follow your lead, Lei Laohu agreed with a smile. Lei Lauer cursed under his breath in the left forest. Damn, that brat dares to order me around? No one's ever dared since I was born. Second brother, hold it. That kid has experience, Lei Laohu whispered. Big brother, let's kill him while chasing the boar. If he dies, how else will I get those two women? Lei Lauer mimicked slitting his throat. The priority is hunting and wild men. No fights for now, Lei Laohu shook his head. Isn't Bai Jiaomei a woman? I want to mess with her. Ugh, that filthy bitch slept with dozens of men. I don't want anything to do with her, Lei Lauer said with disgust. I want Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. Hold on a little longer. After the hunt, we'll find a chance to take his long knife. Then those two women will be ours. Lei Laohu's eyes burned with fire. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qiu tried to flatter Bai Jiaomei. Miss Bai, are you tired? Tired my ass. You poor bastard. Who do you think you are to care about me? Dream on if you want to sleep with me. I'd rather give it to a dog than you. Ouyang Qiu's face went pale, and he stayed silent. I quietly led the two girls closer to the boar. It was busy rubbing its tusks on the tree bark. Brotherly, why is Ouyang Qiu such a loser? Yu Xiaoli asked softly. Afraid of poverty, I said. A man can be poor, but not without ambition. Xiaoli, just mind your own business. Lin Ping waved her hand. The boar suddenly stopped rubbing the tree, perked its ears, and looked around cautiously. Chase, I ordered and dashed forward. The wild boar bolted, incredibly fast. Yu Xiaoli's small frame buzzed with energy, chasing relentlessly. The boar tried to dash into the left forest, but the Lei brothers came running out, yelling and wielding wooden sticks. It turned right, only to be met by Ouyang Qiu and another. Startled, the beast ran straight ahead and dove into the dead-end valley. Haha, it's trapped. Bai Jiaomei clapped and laughed. The boar reached the valley bottom and saw the cliffs, a dead end. It immediately went berserk, turning back with its tusks aimed at us, ready to fight for its life. Stay behind me. I shielded the two girls. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lei Lauer attempting to push me in front of the boar. My eyes went icy cold. You better not move, or you'll die badly. It's not fair, brother. I was trying to kill the wild boar, Lei Lauer said awkwardly, pulling back with a half-smile. Attack, I shouted. The Lei brothers and Ouyang Qiu grabbed vines and blocked the wild boar's front legs. The beast's four short legs made it impossible to trip, and it forcefully dragged them forward, dragging all three to their knees. Brotherly foam, hurry, we can't hold it. I raised my blade and charged forward, stabbing into the boar's neck. Blood sprayed wildly from the wound, and the boar collapsed, convulsing. The massive beast, weighing 400 to 500 pounds, was finally dead. Yeah, now we have pork to eat. Yu Xiaoli beamed with joy. We did the most work, so we should take 70% of the meat, you get 30, Bai Jiaomei suddenly reneged. Are you still half asleep? I sneered coldly. We agreed on a 60-40 split. No one can change that, Lin Ping insisted firmly. We have more people, so we should get more. Ouyang Qiu followed, joining the commotion. What's that got to do with it? Brotherly found and killed the boar. You guys are just freeloading and still not satisfied. Yu Xiaoli fired back instantly. You better watch your tone, Ouyang Qiu retorted, holding back anger and glaring at Yu Xiaoli. Oh, you've got a temper too? Taking out your frustrations on me because of Bai Jiaomei? Yu Xiaoli rolled her eyes. Ouyang Qiu, stop showing off here. I won't indulge you. I warned. Lei Lauer shouted as well. At least 50-50. No way. I found the boar. I killed the boar. You don't have knives, and you had to use my long blade to process it. Is that enough reason? I firmly refused. Lei Laohu whispered to his brother, hold on. Even if it's 80-20, I don't care. Big brother, I can't let this go. As long as we get Li Feng, the whole boar and those two women are ours. Why fight? Lei Lauer relaxed immediately. Li Feng, handle it by the rules. Carry it. The four of you carry the boar back, I said. Fuck, I'm a woman. Why should I carry it? Bai Jiamei stomped her feet. So what if you're a woman, don't care? Lei Laohu quickly smoothed things over. Brother, if Jiamei has to carry the boar, how do we save face? Several big men carry it together. He was clearly trying to wear me down physically. Okay to carry, but when we get back to camp, my knife, pot, and fire won't be lent out. I imposed a condition. Not lending the fire source either. You shall added. Lei Laohu's face went dark instantly. Without knives, pots, or fire, they would have to eat it raw. Big brother, kill him. Lei Lauer's eyes flashed with ferocity. Hold on. Lei Laohu suppressed his anger. Just as we were about to carry the boar, suddenly howls erupted from outside the valley. A pack of gray wolves appeared at the mouth of the valley, 15 or 16 strong, their green eyes fixed on us. These were the same wolves from before, their allies, here for revenge. The wolves are coming. Bai Jiamei spun around in fear and tried to run. Don't run. Run, and it's over. I shouted. You're not even my man. Listen to Li Feng. Lei Laohu yelled. Only then did Bai Jiamei stop running. They won't charge if there are many of us. Don't panic, I reminded everyone. The two gray wolves who had seen me before howled at their companions, and the whole pack's eyes locked onto me in unison. Li Feng, everyone does their own job. You go out there and explain to the wolves. Bai Jiamei even pointed at me. Shut up. One more stupid word, and the wolves will bite you to death. Yu Xiaoli exploded in anger. The wolf pack slowly advanced. Shit, they're going to charge. Bai Jiamei's legs gave out, and she wet herself. Form up, don't panic. I commanded. But Bai Jiamei's mental defense broke down. I can't take it. She turned and sprinted towards a rock wall nearby. A 4-meter-high ledge with a protruding rock layer that could hold a few people. Wait for me. Ouyang Qiu chased after her. This is bad. The wolves had initially held back, but seeing someone flee, they instantly surged forward wildly. You're both useless. I grit my teeth in frustration. More than a dozen wolves howled and rushed into the valley. The Lei brothers immediately took off running. Bai Jiamei scrambled up the rock wall and stood up high, laughing loudly. The wolves can't reach me now. Ouyang Qiu begged for help from below. Miss Bai, lend me a hand. Uft, you're a poor ghost. Why would I save you? Maybe I'll save Ma Deyun. Bai Jiamei rolled her eyes. You stepped on my shoulder to climb up. That was your choice. Lei Lauer, sharp-eyed, also noticed the ledge and gave a calculating glance. That rock could be used to throw stones down to kill me, and he'd get sole possession of the two women. Big brother, people can stand up there. Hurry and climb. I charged over. I discovered this spot first. Back off. You dare fight me for it. Lei Lauer raised his stick, ready to fight. Get lost. I kicked him aside. Just then a gray wolf lunged for his backside. Lei Laohu rushed over swinging his staff and missed, nearly breaking it. Lei Lauer swung his stick back and struck the wolf's head. Taking advantage of the opening, I leapt 4 meters high, scrambling up to the ledge. Auntie Lin, grab my foot. I extended my leg and hauled Lin Ping up. Xiaoli. Lin Ping reached out to pull Yu Xiaoli up. At that moment, 2 gray wolves lunged left and right towards Yu Xiaoli. Haha, bite her to death. Bai Jiamei clapped her hands and cheered from above. Yu Xiaoli panicked and swung her stick wildly, striking a rock instead, and the stick slipped from her hand. A wolf leapt into the air towards us. Xiaoli, Lin Ping shouted in alarm. In the nick of time, I jumped down from the rock ledge, delivering a powerful kick that sent the wolf flying. Another wolf was about to pounce, but I raised my hand and sliced open its skull with a single stroke. The pack of wolves howled in pain and backed off. Brotherly. Thank you, I thought I was dead for sure. Yu Xiaoli's eyes welled up with tears. Her face had gone pale from fear just moments ago. She truly thought she was doomed. I patted her on the shoulder. Don't cry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Before I finished speaking, 5 gray wolves simultaneously lunged at us, while several others split off and charged toward Lei Lauer, Lei Laohu, and Ouyang Qiu. Brotherly Feng, wolves are coming. Hurry up. Lin Ping yelled from above, her voice filled with panic. Brotherly, don't worry about me. Go up quickly. Yu Xiaoli's tears threatened to spill again. Shut up. I'm saving you first. A woo. As the 5 wolves attacked, I leapt upward in one swift motion, grabbing onto a rock with one hand and pulling Yu Xiaoli to cling to my leg. Using my core strength, I hauled her up with me. The wolves pounced and missed, swirling around beneath us in frustration. I'd rather be bitten by you than by a wolf, Yu Xiaoli joked, still shaken but trying to lighten the mood. From another rock face, Bai Jiaomei spat disdainfully. All 3 of you have climbed up? So annoying. You venomous woman, you'll be bitten to death by wolves sooner or later, Yu Xiaoli retorted spitefully. I tore off a 2 or 3-pound chunk of rock from the cliff wall and hurled it down with force. Bang! One wolf's head was smashed, bleeding heavily as it turned tail and fled. Not dead, unfortunately. Nearby, the Lei brothers were charging at Bai Jiamei's location, armed with wooden sticks and roaring. The wolves kept their distance, corralled by the brothers' aggression. Ouyang Qiu, however, was in trouble. 2 wolves flanked him from left and right. Miss Bai, help me. Give me a hand. You poor wretch, just die already, Bai Jiaomei sneered in disgust. My life will be yours from now on. Your life's worthless. Just as he pleaded, a wolf bit fiercely into his thigh, tearing off a chunk of flesh. He screamed, picked up a rock, and smashed the gray wolf away, blood streaming down. Shut up. Don't disturb me, Bai Jiaomei snapped irritably. At that moment, the Lei brothers charged over. Ouyang Qiu thought they came to save him and was moved to tears. Instead, Lei Lauer just patted his shoulder. Xiao Qiu, you're doing great, he said, then picked up Lei Laohu and started climbing up, with Bai Jiaomei pulling from above. Brother Lei Air, help me up. Brother, if you die, I'll make sure your parents get a sum of money, Lei Lauer said before climbing up himself. Ouyang Qiu looked at me helplessly. Captain, please save me for old time's sake. You chose this path. You bear the consequences, I said, uninterested. Suddenly, Lei Lauer pointed to a gap between stones. There's a crack over there, crawl in. Quickly, Ouyang Qiu hurried over and squeezed into the crevice, taking off his shoes to block the wolf's jaws. The pack rushed over but could only glare helplessly. The canyon echoed with wolf howls, making Lin Ping and the others' scalps tingle. Brotherly, will the wolves guard us forever? At least for a day or 2. Their faces paled at that thought. What if someone nodded off on the cliff and fell? Brotherly foam, if these wolves don't leave, our legs will go numb and we'll fall sooner or later. It's better if the men go down and deal with the wolves together, Lei Laohu suggested. Fine. You guys go down first. I'll follow after. Lei Laohu's eyes flicked mischievously. Throw us your long knife, and we'll go down first. I sneered coldly. You want to use this knife against me? I'm straightforward. Shut up. You can't fool us, Lin Ping cut in coldly. Then we'll just die together. Lei Lauer snapped impatiently. Yu Xiaoli held my hand tightly. I'd rather die with brotherly foam. Fool, everyone has to live well, I said, gently touching her face. Gross, Bai Jiaomei sneered mockingly. Your whole bus is gross, Yu Xiaoli shot back, making Bai Jiaomei tremble with rage. Crack. Suddenly, the rock layer beneath us creaked. My expression changed drastically. The rock couldn't bear the weight of 3 people. It was about to break. Wah, if we fall, it's over. Yu Xiaoli cried in fear. She shut her eyes tightly. Brotherly, please take good care of Auntie Lin. I'm going down. She was about to jump. I grabbed her firmly. Lin Ping said, I'm old. Dying wouldn't be a regret. Li Feng, you must protect Xiaoli well. And she too tried to jump. I pressed her back against the rock wall. Don't be foolish. Above us, Bai Jiaomei laughed mockingly, relishing our panic. The Lei brothers stared at the 2 beauties, swallowing hard. All of you stay put. Whoosh, I jumped straight down. Brotherly, what are you doing? Yu Xiaoli cried anxiously. Don't worry, these wolves won't hurt me. A woo, a wolf leaped into the air. Get lost. I delivered a flying kick. The wolf was kicked so hard its neck twisted, twitching before it died. 2 more wolves charged at me. I swung my blade in a slash, then stabbed backward. Within seconds, the 2 wolves collapsed in pools of blood. Lei Laohu stared in disbelief. Bai Jiaomei, didn't you say he has no kung fu? He would have died long ago without my knife. Bai Jiaomei defended herself unfairly. The wolf pack howled in madness and lunged forward. I turned and dashed toward a massive rock 6 or 7 meters tall ahead, leaped up, holding the knife in my left hand, and with my right hand gripping a crevice, flipped up onto the rock. Lei Laohu was completely stunned. Li Feng definitely had martial arts skills. Good thing he hadn't fought him earlier. Heaven is so unfair. Bai Jiaomei started cursing the sky again. I casually flicked a pebble, whoosh. It hit her right in the face. Ah! She screamed miserably as she fell down the rock wall. In her panic, she grabbed onto the Lei brothers, and all three of them tumbled down together. You idiot, you wanted to get us killed. Lei Lauer grabbed a wooden stick and was about to hit her. Brother, we have to climb back up first, came the warning. But before they could climb, the wolf pack had already surrounded them. The three could only lean against the rock and swing their sticks to scare the wolves. Brother Li Feng, save us. We'll give you 10 million when we get back. Lei Laohu shouted desperately. You can talk about that after you survive. One wolf suddenly bit Bai Jiaomei's thigh, and she screamed like a slaughtered pig. How dare you bite my woman? Lei Lauer swung his stick down, smashing the injured wolf's skull, brains splattering instantly. Pointing at the dead wolf, Lei Lauer roared. If you come up again, that'll be your fate. The wolf pack really dared not attack further. Bai Jiaomei clutched her bleeding thigh and wailed. Ouyang Qiu poked his head from the crevice in the rocks. Miss Bai, just hang on a bit longer. You poor pauper, get out here and help block the wolves. Bai Jiaomei snapped at him. My leg is injured. General Lei is employing you right now. If you don't come out, I'll kick you out myself. Bai Jiaomei threatened. The Lei brothers also urged him, but Ouyang Qiu stubbornly refused, staying safe inside the crevice. You fool. You have two options. Either get out here and help fend off the wolves, and General Lei will make you rich, or I'll smash you with this stone. Your choice. Bai Jiaomei grabbed a rock threateningly. Still holding the stone, Bai Jiaomei continued to pressurize Ouyang Qiu. Ouyang Qiu chickened out. Miss Bai, don't throw it. I'm willing to help defend against the wolves. That idiot still thought about getting rich and asked Lei Laohu. General Lei, will you really make me rich afterwards? Lei Laohu babbled empty promises. Xiao Qiu, once we've been through life and death together, you're one of us. I definitely will make you rich. Lei Lauer joined in with promises too. Moved, Ouyang Qiu climbed out and joined the three, backing against the rock to resist the wolves. For a moment the wolves couldn't chew through them, but 3 gray wolves pounced on the wild boar. I panicked. That was my prey. I jumped down from the rock and rushed over. Bai Jiaomei nearly fainted from anger. We almost got bitten to death, and he didn't react. But he gets anxious when the boar is attacked. In his eyes, we're not even worth a dead pig's head. She wasn't wrong. In my eyes, they really weren't worth as much as that pig. Lei Laohu shouted. Brother Li Feng, protect the wild boar. I threw out a line. I saved you all. The boar is split again, 70-30. Fine. Whatever you say. Lei Laohu agreed immediately. 3 gray wolves lunged at me. I slit the throat of the first with one stroke. The other 2 tried to run, but I caught them one by one with my knife. The Wolf King howled sorrowfully as heavy casualties forced it to retreat with the rest of the pack. Brother Li Feng, you're truly our benefactor. Lei Laohu thanked me insincerely. Bai Jiaomei gritted her teeth and spat. Li Feng, you're just lucky. Lucky not to be bitten by wolves. Ouyang Qiu tried to empathize. Miss Bai, I was bitten too. Smack. Bai Jiaomei slapped him. You poor pauper. How dare you compare yourself to me? My expression turned cold as I walked over. What are you trying to do? Bai Jiaomei backed away. Smack. I slapped her across the face. Shut your foul mouth. I am not Ouyang Qiu. Bai Jiaomei covered her face, wanting to rage, but my glare silenced her. General Lei, he hit me, she complained aggrievedly. Lei Laohu forced a smile. You deserved it. After warning her, I turned and went to meet Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. Yu Xiaoli jumped down and wrapped her arms around my neck, legs around my waist, face pressed close. Brotherly, you're amazing. I love you to death. Lin Ping sighed helplessly. Xiaoli, mind your image. Lin Andy, you tormented him for 2 hours without worrying about him getting tired. What's wrong with me hugging him once? Lei Laohu overheard and felt a chill inside. Lin Ping was his goddess. I patted Xiaoli's back. From now on, let's hug waist to waist. Just as we laughed and joked, Lei Laohu crept over with a sly grin. Bro, Jiaomei and Xiao Qiu are injured. Can you help carry the wild boar back? I refused straight away. Their injuries have nothing to do with me. Exactly. It's just a leg injury, not broken. Just wrap it up. Yu Xiaoli reinforced. Bai Jiaomei wanted to explode, but dared not. Lei Laohu finally made Lauer find vines to tie the boar and let Bai Jiaomei and Ouyang Qiu carry it. Along the way, Bai Jiaomei complained loudly from exhaustion and collapsed crying upon returning to camp. Ouyang Qiu lay on the ground panting. Miss Bai, I'm just as tired as a dog. Smack. Another slap. You beast. How dare you say I'm like a dog? I squatted by the stream, breaking down the pork. Old Lair lowered his voice from a distance. Big brother, that kid really knows his kung fu. Lei Laohu wiped the sweat off his brow. Good thing we didn't throw a punch. If we did, we'd be dead for sure. But those two beauties, Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. If push comes to shove, we'll fight tooth and nail. Old Lair clenched his fists tightly. Lei Laohu shook his head. A direct fight won't work. We have to win with brains. Just as he was fretting, Bai Jiaomei came over, sobbing. Boss Lei, my waist is about to break. Old Lair cursed. Majibi, you almost got us killed. You said Li Feng has no skills. Bai Jiaomei was startled, but then sneered coldly. I do have a way to deal with him. Open attacks are easy to block, but hidden attacks are hard to defend against. There are plenty of poisonous plants and insects in this forest. When I was a kid in the countryside, I learned to recognize a deadly poisonous plant. If we poison the food with it, he'll definitely die. Lei Laohu gave her a thumbs up. Jiaomei, you're truly poisonous. Old Lair frowned. What if Lin Ping and the others get poisoned too? We can control the dosage, just enough to make them unconscious or weak. Hearing this, Old Lair brightened, patting his bald head. Brilliant. He imagined the three of them sprawled out, completely at their mercy, and got excited. Bai Jiaomei leaned closer. Boss Lei, I'll tell you another secret about Lin Ping. Brotherly, those three are whispering bad ideas again, Yu Xiaoli said worriedly. Probably some kind of ambush or poisoning. I saw right through them. Lin Ping was surprised. How do you know? Just putting myself in their place. What really worried me were the island's native tribes, the footprints of those savages. As for the Lei brothers, I kept them around to share the risk. At that moment, Lei Laohu suddenly came over. Boss Lin, I know where your daughter, Lin Ting, is. What? Lin Ping jumped up sharply. Where? Lei Laohu leered as he sized up Lin Ping's figure. It's not convenient here. Let's talk in the nearby grove. Aunt Lin, don't believe him. He's just trying to take advantage of you. Yu Xiaoli exposed him without hesitation. Old Lair strode over fiercely. Don't insult my big brother. I spoke coldly. Old Lair, if you make a move threatening my woman again, I'll break your damn leg. Lei Laohu, seeing he wasn't getting anywhere, pretended to sigh and tried to walk off. But Lin Ping chased after him. No matter if it was a lie, she wanted to cling to any thread of hope. Tears rolled down. Li Feng, you don't understand how a mother feels. I grabbed her. If he really met Lin Ting, he would have either captured and tortured or killed her. He'd never tell you the truth. Lin Ping trembled all over, then slowly calmed down. I pulled her into my arms. Aunt Lin, I'll help you find Lin Ting. If you don't give up, I won't give up. Me too. Yu Xiaoli held her hand tightly. Lin Ping broke down, crying hard, squatting by a stone with her long hair trailing on the ground, her back lonely and forlorn. Watching her cry, a fire of fury ignited inside me. Those bastards dared to make her suffer, they'd pay for it. After finishing with the wild boar meat, I only tossed them a few bones. Bai Jiaomei stomped her feet. What about the agreed distribution ratio? Old Lair rapped his bald head, cursing. Li, don't push your luck too far. What did you just call me? I walked over coldly. He stubbornly repeated the insult. Smack. I slapped him across the face. Old Lair was stunned on the spot. He was the notorious Lair Yi who had been running wild for years and never once taken a hit. Fuck, I'll kill you. He raised a wooden stick. Smack. Another slap from me. Second brother, don't lose your temper. Lei Laohu hurriedly tried to mediate. I flipped my hand and pressed the knife against Lei Laohu's neck. Brother, don't lose control. Lei Laohu raised both hands, sweating cold. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli also grabbed wooden sticks and came over for backup. I glared at Lei Laohu. Answer honestly. Have you seen Lin Ting? No. I don't know where she is. Lei Laohu immediately confessed. Then why did you lie to Lin Ping? Bai Jiaomei told me she was looking for her daughter. I just wanted to comfort her. He shifted the blame to Bai Jiaomei. Aunt Lin, you heard it all, right? Smack. Lin Ping rushed up and slapped him. You bastard. Smack. Another slap. Old Lei Er wanted to step in, but I shot him a glare that made him hold back. Lei Laohu swallowed his anger and forced a smile. Brothers, there are savages on this island. We should stick together. If you even think about messing with them again, I'll slit your throat, I said, sheathing my knife. Leaving some useless fools around still had its uses. I helped Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli carry the pork back to the cave, leaving only a few bones behind. Bai Jiaomei was furious, frantic. Old Lei Er gritted his teeth. Big brother, why do you have to endure this? Direct fights aren't an option. We have to be sneaky. Han Xian endured humiliation beneath the horse. A real man knows when to be flexible. Lei Laohu smashed his fist on a stone, then turned to Bai Jiaomei. Tomorrow we'll find that poisonous plant and kill Li Feng. Boss Lei, rest assured, I'll make sure he kicks the bucket. Bai Jiaomei swore. Ouyang Qiu quickly chimed in. I want Li Feng dead too. Smack. Bai Jiaomei slapped Ouyang Qiu across the face. Miss Bai, why did you hit me? Ouyang Qiu was stunned. You bastard, stop standing there dumbfounded. Go roast the meat. Want to starve us to death. Ouyang Qiu took his beating and obediently went to grill the meat. Lei Laohu pretended to be a good guy. Sis Jiao. Xiao Qiu is a good brother, don't hit him. Boss Lei, people like him need to be treated like dogs. Dogs only obey after being beaten. Bai Jiaomei said proudly as she ran off to wait for the meat. After the two of them walked away, Lei Laoer lowered his voice to ask, Big brother, after we kill Li Feng and take over Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli, what do we do with Ouyang Qiu and Bai Jiaomei? Lei Laohu sneered darkly. Poisoning Li Feng is a capital crime. Once the rescue team arrives, those two. He wiped his neck. Big brother, you're ruthless as always. The sun set. I was having dinner at the cave entrance with Lin Ping and Xiaoli. Rice steamed in an iron pot, wild boar stir-fried with mushrooms, and pork with wild vegetables soup. The three of us were stuffing ourselves until our mouths were dripping with grease. Meanwhile, Lei Laoer and the others could only miserably gnaw on grilled meat. Ouyang Qiu reached out to grab some, but Bai Jiaomei slapped the back of his hand with a smack. You useless thing, all you ever know is eating. There's so little food to begin with. If you eat it all, what will Boss Lei eat? What will I eat? I haven't eaten my fill in days. Ouyang Qiu stretched out his hand like a beggar. A poor bum's used to hunger. Missing a few meals won't kill you. Bai Jiaomei shouted about conserving food, while stuffing huge bites of meat into her mouth. Ouyang Qiu was so hungry his chest was pressed against his back, staring at their greasy mouths. Humph, looking like a begging dog. You're not a real man. Bai Jiaomei threw a pig bone on the ground. Ouyang Qiu picked it up, gnawed and licked it. Unable to bear the hunger, Ouyang Qiu limped over to us. Captain Li, General Lin, Xiaoli, can I have some food? Xiaoli gave him a sharp look. I'd rather feed a dog than give you any. Lin Ping said coldly. Dogs don't bite when they're full. People bite only when full. Captain Li, for the sake of the past, Ouyang Qiu still tried to plead. I gave you chances. The path you took was your own choice. I ignored him. Suddenly, Ouyang Qiu's eyes darted to the food beside us. He reached out to snatch some. Dare to grab it, and I'll chop off your hand, I warned sharply. Scared, Ouyang Qiu pulled back his hand and slunk away shamefully. Xiaoli sneered. Even a 3-year-old is smarter than him. His own parents don't believe him, but trust outsiders instead. I held the two beauties in my arms and kept eating, living the carefree life. As soon as Ouyang Qiu returned, Bai Jiaomei mocked him for being a lickspittle to others. He hurriedly explained he hadn't betrayed anyone. Lei Laohu burped contentedly, pretended to be kind, and shoved the leftovers his way. Sis Jiao, don't blame Xiao Qiu. He really is hungry. Ouyang Qiu was so moved, he almost cried. After enduring so much abuse, getting a little kindness makes him act like this. Burping, Lei Laohu staggered over. Brotherly Feng, I want to borrow your long blade to build the hut. Xiaoli jumped up. Borrow a blade? You want to use it to cut Brotherly down, don't you? Lei Laohu hurriedly waved his hands. No, no such thing. No such thing. Let's be honest. You want to do what Liu Bei did, borrow Jingzhou and never return it. Xiaoli exposed him right on the spot. Lin Ping sneered. Boss Lei, we're all smart here. Don't try to play tricks. I cut in directly. Beauties and long blades. I don't lend them out. Lei Laohu left sulking. Back at camp, Bai Jiamei pointed at Ouyang Qiu and laughed. Boss Lei, here are some free cattle and horses. Lei Laohu chuckled. Ouyang Qiu, come over. You're building the hut. Bai Jiamei put her hands on her hips. I don't have experience. If you can't even handle this small task, how do you expect to get rich with Boss Lei? Lei Laohu pretended to be serious. This is a test for you. Ouyang Qiu puffed out his chest and happily hummed a tune as he got to work. At nightfall, the hut was finished. Ouyang Qiu, sweating heavily, waited for praise. Lei Laohu said, Xiao Qiu, good job, but tonight you sleep outside. Ah. Ouyang Qiu was stunned. The hut he built had no place for himself. How are the three of us supposed to rest? Bai Jiamei glared. Ouyang Qiu could only smile apologetically. The three of them squeezed into the hut, struggling so much it almost collapsed. I brought the two women back into the cave and closed the stone door, wedging it with a wooden stick. No matter how strong the wind outside blew, it couldn't get in. Xiaoli nestled in my arms, pouting. Brotherly, wooden horse, wooden horse. I embraced the two beauties and slept soundly through the night. At dawn, I took them out to make breakfast. Lei Laohu greeted us with a forced smile. Brotherly foam, last night must have been a blast, huh? I knew exactly what he was scheming, wanting to find poisonous herbs in the forest to kill me. I cut him off bluntly. Boss Lei, if you plan to use poison on me, you'd better drop the idea now, or you'll die badly. Lei Laohu's face changed, and he hurriedly denied it. Bai Jiamei glanced at Ouyang Qiu suspiciously, thinking he must have leaked the information. Suddenly, I felt a killing intent rush toward us. Watch out. I shoved the two women down. Several crude arrows whizzed past our heads. This is bad. Barbarians are coming. From the forest ahead and to the left, a group of wild tribesmen burst out, 20 or 30 of them, with vines around their heads and animal skins on their bodies, brandishing spears and wooden clubs. Urulu. Ooh. A chorus of beastly roars filled the air. Bai Jiamei screamed, and Lei Laohu cursed. Damn it, there really are savages. Xiaoli trembled as she grabbed my arm. Brotherly, let's run. The pot, rice, meat. Xiaoli was reluctant. Life is more important. Lin Ping's face went pale. They all understood what being captured by savages meant. Suddenly, Xiaoli leaned in. Brotherly, promise me, if we can't win, if I'm about to be caught, you'll give me a stab. I'd rather die by your hand. Lin Ping nodded too. Me too. Don't worry, I'll protect you with my life. I scanned the area. There were savages to the front left, stone cliffs behind, and to the right. Most likely another ambush. Lei Laohu came closer. Brotherly foam, let's unite. I pointed to the right. Run that way. Xiaoli looked confused. They're not on our side. Why would you show them the way? I whispered. There's definitely an ambush to the right too. Let them lead the way. Lin Ping understood immediately and nodded to me. Lei Laohu pretended to thank me, but was calculating how to get rid of me once they escaped. Bai Jiamei limped, begging the two brothers to carry her, but both refused. Wah, last night you still called me darling and said you'd die for me. That was just sweet talk. Did you really believe it? The brothers turned and tried to run. Wait. Bai Jiamei suddenly called out. I have a plan. Send someone to negotiate. Boss Lei has money and wants to invest on the island. They definitely won't attack. Lei Laohu smiled bitterly. No common language. Use gestures. Body language is still language. Smack. Bai Jiamei slapped Ouyang Qiu across the face. You go? Just say Boss Lei wants to invest. I'm scared. Lei Laohu painted a big picture for him. If you succeed, I'll make you 100 million a year when we get back. Want to be on top? Bai Jiamei shouted from behind. With stars in his eyes, Ouyang Qiu gathered courage and limped forward. Brothers, no grudges, no hatred. Our boss Lei is here to invest, to let everyone live better. He gestured, counting money and pointing at the ground, signaling investment. But the savages didn't understand at all and kept rushing forward fiercely. One savage dashed up, stabbing his stomach with a harpoon. The harpoon pierced straight into Ouyang Qiu. He screamed in terror, raising his hands to grab the spear, but another harpoon stabbed him in the chest from the side. Ah! Blood sprayed out as Ouyang Qiu collapsed weakly. Bai Jiaomei screamed and cried in fright. The Lei brothers were stunned. The savages wasted no words and attacked to kill. Boss Lei Sa, save me. Ouyang Qiu stammered, his eyes growing vacant. Run! Lei Laohu roared, grabbing the second brother and charging right. Bai Jiaomei limped up, holding tightly onto Lei Erge's leg. Brother Lei, don't leave me. Last night you still call me darling. You crazy bitch, get lost. Lei Erge kicked her away and beat her with fists and feet. Bai Jiaomei was beaten bloody and suddenly laughed madly. If I die, we die together. I called you darling last night just to trick you into bed, and you really believed in love? Lei Erge kicked her down again. Watching this scene, I sneered inside. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli looked pale, their eyes full of fear. They're women too, and had all given themselves to me. Bai Jiaomei collapsed on the ground, then suddenly realized, Li Feng is the smart one. Before she finished, a savage lunged at Lei Erge with a harpoon aiming for his belly. Lei Erge reacted quickly, smashing the savage's head with a stick. White brain matter splattered everywhere. But immediately another savage pounced, choking his neck. Lei Laohu rushed to help, but was knocked down by 2 sticks. Brother Li Feng, save me. Kill them quickly. Lei Laohu howled. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Whoosh! I rushed forward, slashing a throat with 1 stroke, then swung back and killed another. The remaining 2 turned and ran in terror. Brother, thanks for saving me. Lei Laohu was drenched in sweat. Yu Xiaoli asked confused. Brother Li, why did you save them? I lowered my voice. Run to the right, quickly. Then I instructed Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. Don't run at the front, follow behind them. The 2 understood immediately. I saved these 2 brothers so they could go first and probe the ambush. The right side was too quiet. There must be a trap. Lei Laohu thanked me on the surface, but his eyes were ruthless. Lei Erge came closer and swore. Brother, from now on we share life and death. But inside he was probably plotting to kill me. Behind us came Bai Jiaomei's wailing cries. A savage had already pounced on her. Don't look back, run. I urged the 2 women. A few spears whistled through the air from behind. Li Feng, be careful. Lin Ping screamed. I sliced open a spear aimed at me. A savage swung a harpoon, charging at me. I blocked with my blade, but was pushed back several steps by his brute force. Brother Li, Yu Xiaoli tried to rush up and help. Don't bother with me, run. The Lei brothers didn't even look back. I sidestepped the spear, kicked over the wild man who lunged at me, then used the momentum to leap backward 2 meters. With a reverse grip, I slashed down and killed the one rushing at me. The other wild man thrust his harpoon at my thigh, but I stomped on it and followed up with a throat slash. Brother Li is amazing. Yu Xiaoli's eyes lit up. Lei Laohu, who was running at the front, suddenly fell with a thud. 2 vine ropes had tripped him, and 2 wild men sprung from the bushes to pin him down. An ambush. Lei Laohu charged forward with a stick, trying to rescue his brother. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Several arrows shot out of the forest, all striking his chest. Ah! Lei Laohu screamed, collapsing. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli shivered. If Lei Laohu hadn't been in front, those arrows would have hit them. Only now did they understand why I told them to stay behind. Despite the pain, Lei Laohu smashed 2 wild men over while Lei Laohu got up, clutching his brother and wailing. Suddenly, a wild man jumped up from the ground, driving a harpoon viciously into Lei Laohu's waist. Younger brother. Lei Laohu's eyes turned red. Lei Laohu sprayed blood everywhere, leaning toward his brother's ear to whisper. I caught a few words faintly. Li Feng betrayed us. Kill him. Take those 2 women. That bastard was still fixated on that as he died. 2 wild men charged Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. I stepped forward in a quick arrow step, slashed one down, grabbed its corpse to block the other's harpoon, then slashed again to finish it. Are you 2 okay? The women shook their heads. The wild men behind us had closed to a few hundred meters, and there was still an ambush ahead. Li Feng, Lin Ping's eyes brimmed with tears. If we can't get out, kill me and Xiaoli. Don't let us fall into their hands. Don't talk nonsense. I won't leave you behind. If needed, we die together. At that moment, Lei Laohu had already stopped breathing. A wave of wild men rushed up, stabbing 7 or 8 harpoons simultaneously into his body, turning him into a wasp nest. Younger brother. Lei Laohu cried out in heartbreak. I grabbed him and shoved him forward. Run. Use him as a shield. Lei Laohu cursed and cried as he charged ahead. I followed behind, with the two women hiding behind me. The bushes ahead rustled. 3 wild men appeared, bows raised. Boss Lei, don't be afraid. I'm right behind you blocking the way. I pushed him on relentlessly. No. Too dangerous. He tried to retreat. But it was too late. Whiz. 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 3 arrows pierced Lei Laohu's chest at once. Ah! He screamed and collapsed. Li Feng, you bastard, using me as a human shield. We were always calculating against each other. I stopped pretending. He was useless now. Lei Laohu laughed wildly. Should have listened to my younger brother and killed you first, then defiled Lin Ping and you Xiaoli before dying. You're disgusting. Lin Ping's face went pale. Since I can't run away, then we die together. Lei Laohu suddenly spun around and lunged at me, trying to leave me to the wild men behind and the archers in front. He was about to turn and escape when I kicked him hard in the back, sending him crashing into the harpoon trap of 3 wild men. Ah! A harpoon pierced straight through his belly, blood spraying everywhere. Seizing the moment, I rushed forward and killed the wild man who stabbed him. The other 2 wild men reacted and thrust their harpoons simultaneously. I leaped 2 meters into the air, the harpoons cutting just beneath my feet. Landing, I plunged my knife into the skull of one. The last wild man spun around to attack Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. To my surprise, they raised their sticks and struck. The wild man was enraged, murder flashing in his eyes. Bastard, you dare touch them. I plunged my knife clean into his throat, swift and decisive. Are you two all right? I looked back and asked. The women shook their heads, still shaken. Good, then don't act rashly. I led them on, continuing to run. Lei Laohu was still alive behind us, writhing and screaming in agony. Brotherly, save me. I'll give you 1 billion of my fortune when we go back. Save it for hell, I said, too tired to care. Seeing I wouldn't help, the old fox started playing dirty again. Boss Lin, you want to know where Lin Ting is? Lin Ping turned sharply. You really know where my daughter is? Let Li Feng bring me along, and I'll tell you. Don't trust him. That bastard wants to drag you down. I shouted. Lin Ping clenched her teeth, tears streaming down. Even if you do know, I won't let Li Feng take the risk. Finding Ting is my business. I can't drag them into this. I grabbed Yu Xiaoli and ran desperately. Behind us, Lei Laohu laughed madly. Boss Lin, you'll regret this all your life. Li Feng, you're selfish, just want to toy with her body. Before he finished his words, the wild men caught up. Several harpoons stabbed him at once, in the chest, belly, throat. Li Feng, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Curse you all to a miserable death. Ah! Lei Laohu finally fell silent, his body riddled like a wasp nest. After killing him, the wild men pressed on toward us. Brotherly, I can't run anymore. Yu Xiaoli was drenched in sweat, legs weak. Lin Ping was also gasping for breath. Li Feng, our endurance just can't match these savages. Sooner or later, they'll catch up. Mr. Li, thank you for giving me a moment of love. Let's part ways here and meet again in the next life. Lin Ping called me that for the first time, smiling through her tears. Don't say such nonsense. Husband, kill me now. I don't want to be defiled by those beasts. Li Gu, kill us both and escape alone. Yu Xiaoli suddenly knelt down. I looked up at the sky, gripping the knife handle tightly, feeling a power rising within me. Like Xiang Yu's despair when he killed Yu Ji, I finally understood it. If we're going to die, we die together. I swung my blade and turned around. Beasts, come on. Today, I'll kill until I'm satisfied. Just as I was about to charge forward, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a narrow sheep trail on the right cliff, a winding path leading straight to the mountain top, a sheer cliff 100 meters high, barely wide enough for one person to crawl. Ha ha, heaven never seals all exits. Xiaoli, Lin Ping, climb up quickly. I'll hold them off down here. Li Gu, what about you? Let's talk, move. Yu Xiaoli stepped on Lin Ping's shoulder to climb onto the stone platform entrance, and the two climbed up in single file. Li Feng, if you dare leave us behind, I'll come find you in hell. Lin Ping shouted as she left those words. The savages charged up. The first one swung a club at my head. I dodged sideways and sliced through his throat with a knife. The second thrust a spear. I kicked off a tree trunk 6 or 7 steps up, flipped behind him, and stabbed his back. After killing those two, another rushed to climb the stone platform to chase the women. I split him down with a slash. Immediately, 3 more surrounded me. A club slammed into my shoulder, so painful I dropped to one knee. Leave foam. The 2 women looked back. Don't stop. Keep climbing. I stood up through the pain. A spear thrust came at me. I blocked it with my knife, rebounding into the rock wall. 2 more savages took advantage and lunged. I kicked the spear shaft away, pressed close to the wall, sprang outward, my knee smashing into the savage's face in front of me. Then I stabbed through his neck. The remaining 2 swung their weapons at me. I rolled on the ground, slicing upward with the long knife, cutting one's thigh in half. The last one turned and ran in fear. I jumped onto the stone platform, when suddenly a savage dashed from the side, aiming for my thigh. I raised my foot to stomp on the spear and cleaved his head with a downward strike from above. Just as I was about to climb higher, stones, spears, and arrows came flying at the same time. I grabbed the rock crevice with one hand and wildly swung the knife with the other, clang, 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 blocking all attacks, then climbed swiftly like a nimble monkey. Up top, Yushali looked down and almost fainted. Don't look down. Keep climbing, Lin Ping shouted. Yushali pushed with her last breath and reached the summit, collapsing and gasping heavily. Lin Ping also climbed up. Woo-woo, we made it, Yushali said, scared almost to tears. Li Gu still hasn't come up. If we can climb up, he definitely can too, Lin Ping comforted. At this moment, savage cheers came from below the cliff. The 2 leaned over the edge to look down. Their hearts skipped a beat. Could something have happened to me? I clung tightly to the sheer cliff, climbing upward. The savages below discussed briefly and actually dared to climb up after us. These beasts were determined to kill us, no matter what. Li Gu, let's throw stones to crush them, Yushali shouted from above. No. Rolling stones will distract me. Both of you stay put, I yelled up. The 5 savages climbed the cliff swiftly like monkeys. My heart jumped. Their speed was faster than I expected. The lead savage grabbed the cliff with one hand and thrust a 2-meter spear at me. I dodged sideways. The spear brushed past me. F***CKU. I drew my long knife to slash, but it was only 1.2 meters long, too short to reach him. The beast stabbed again. I parried with my blade, but my balance faltered and I nearly fell. 60 or 70 meters below was a death drop. I pressed myself tightly against the cliff, then grabbed a handful of dry soil from the crevice and flung it at his eyes with all my strength. The dirt flew into the savage's eyes, and he loosened his grip, rubbing them. He plummeted straight down from the 90-meter height, crashing heavily at the cliff bottom in a pool of blood and gore. The savages below were splattered with his blood, howling around the body. They picked up spears to throw upwards, but couldn't reach from that height. The remaining 4 savages climbed up desperately. I climbed further, reaching the narrowest segment. Below was nearly a 90-meter drop, a fall no heavenly being could save me from. The lead savage chased close again, spear poised to thrust. In a moment of crisis, I grabbed a handful of dry dirt from the crevice and threw it fiercely. The dirt hit the savage's eyes. He loosened his grip and rubbed his eyes. He fell directly from 90 meters in the air, bloodied and broken upon impact. The savages below were furious, stomping and roaring. The next savage climbing was even more vicious. He stood and leapt, driving the spear straight at my forehead. This guy was planning to die along with me. Startled, I quickly raised my knife to block. With a clang, the harpoon was deflected by my blade, and the savage let out a miserable scream as he tumbled off the cliff. But the harpoon's hook pulled hard, and I flipped over. I tumbled down the cliff. From above, Lin Ping screamed heart-wrenchingly, "Leave foam." Lin Ping lay on the cliff edge, frantically pounding the rock wall, tears streaming uncontrollably. "Li Feng is dead. I don't want to live anymore." She was really about to jump when Yushali grabbed her tightly. "Aunt Lin, don't act rashly. If you want to die, you have to bring him back first. Then we'll go together," Yushali cried. Whoa! Lin Ping collapsed on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. While crying, Yushali suddenly froze. "Wait, Li Feng fell so long ago. Why didn't we hear the sound of him hitting the ground?" Lin Ping was stunned. Those savages had fallen with a loud bang just a moment ago, but there hadn't been a sound when Li Feng fell. He's not dead. Yu Xiaoli peeked over the cliff edge and jumped up excitedly. He's climbing up. I was biting the back of my knife, gripping the cracks in the rock with both hands, slowly pulling myself up. The instant I fell, my fingers had latched onto a crevice, preventing me from falling further. Thank heavens. Lin Ping knelt down and kowtowed, weeping bitterly. 3 savages remained on the cliff, and seeing me claw back from the brink of death, they all froze in terror. Want to die together? I shouted fiercely, making a move as if to throw my knife. One savage was so scared by my momentum that he faltered, lost his balance, and plummeted down the cliff with a thud, turning into a bloody mess. Haha, one more down. After resting for 2 minutes, I mustered my strength and crawled to the top. Lin Ping rushed over, hugging me and crying. You scared me to death. I thought you were dead. Don't cry. I'm still alive. I patted her. Yu Xiaoli came running over as well. Brotherly, Aunt Lin and I almost jumped down to accompany you. Fools. I ruffled their hair. The last 2 savages were still clinging halfway up the cliff, one holding onto the pine tree, kicking wildly, the other pressed against the rock wall, trembling. Get down. I grabbed a huge rock and hurled it. Bang. The savage screamed miserably as he hit the ground and was crushed. You too. Another rock flew, and the last savage's head was smashed, dying at the bottom of the cliff. The group of savages below jumped and shouted furiously, but there was nothing they could do. Damn it, if you've got the guts, come up here. I yelled down. Li Feng, our hatred with these savages has only deepened. Lin Ping said worryingly. The feud has long been set. It can't be resolved. Brotherly, teach us martial arts. Yu Xiaoli pleaded. No use. Martial arts take over 10 years to master. Learning moves on the spot looks good, but is useless. You'll just die faster. Just then, we saw the savage group starting to circle the mountains, approaching from another route. They'll be here in 2 or 3 hours. We need to move. We hurried down the mountain and slipped into the forest. The salt and the pot were still in the original cave. No time to retrieve them. Survival came first. The primeval forest was full of thorns and old trees, and neither woman was used to such hardship. Both were gasping for breath. Let's rest a bit, I suggested. No rest. The savages haven't lost us yet. Lin Ping gritted her teeth and pressed on. As we walked, Lin Ping suddenly pointed at a branch. What's that? I looked. A white silk scarf, over a meter long, embroidered with lotus flowers, made of pure silk. Definitely not cheap. Are there others on this island? Yu Xiaoli asked in surprise. Anyone using such a silk scarf must be a woman with taste, I said, touching the scarf. What if it's another spoiled white girl? Lin Ping frowned. Impossible. A woman with such a scarf must be kind-hearted, Yu Xiaoli countered. No woman could venture into the primeval forest alone, I said. She must have a team behind her. Another team on this island? Lin Ping felt both hopeful and worried. If we ran into someone like Lei Laohu again, scheming and calculating, things would get even more complicated. Whether we can find them, or if they're even alive, is hard to say. I stared into the vast forest with a furrowed brow. The wind blew, making the white silk scarf flutter on the branch, as if telling us someone had passed through here. Lin Ping folded the scarf carefully. Let's take it one step at a time. Yu Xiaoli blurted out. This scarf will be handy if we hang ourselves later. I glared at her. Don't say such ominous things. Brotherly, if we're cornered with no way out, we won't need to find vines. Just use this. She spoke confidently. Lin Ping actually nodded. Makes sense, I'll treasure it. But it needs to be washed clean first, so we can hang ourselves cleanly. Yu Xiaoli added. I rubbed my forehead, sighing. These 2 clowns were hopeless. Brotherly, don't sigh. I was wrong. I still want to have your baby. Yu Xiaoli apologized with a smile. I pinched her cheek casually. See? You're sensible. The 3 of us pressed on. After a few minutes, I suddenly stopped. Li Gu, is there danger? Yu Xiaoli looked around nervously. I pointed to the broken branches ahead. These branches were cut by a sharp blade, and there are signs of a struggle around. I picked up a branch. The break was clean, almost like it was sliced with one blow. Did the savages hunt here? Lin Ping asked. Impossible. Savages don't have sharp weapons. I shook my head. Then was it a survivor? Maybe they fought over resources, or maybe they encountered beasts or savages, I said, running my fingers over the break. This person is an expert. Even I can break branches if you give me a knife, Yushali protested. Ordinary people lack balance and control. Even with a knife, they'd only leave scratches. This person's strength is refined and precise. Their ability must be very strong. Lin Ping grew tense. Is their skill better than yours? I didn't answer directly, only saying the person wasn't a mediocre fighter. Besides Li Feng, no one on this island can be trusted, Lin Ping said. Right, I only trust Li Go. Yushali nodded firmly. I told them to keep looking for clues. Not far ahead. Li Gu, there's blood here. Yushali pointed to a patch of dark red in the grass. I bent down and sniffed. Human blood. Judging by the color, it happened about a week ago. Further ahead, Lin Ping suddenly pointed under a tree. There's a grave. A crude new grave stood alone, with a few stones piled over dirt. Leaves swirled in the wind, casting an eerie shadow. Li Feng, I'm afraid the grave belongs to Tinger. Lin Ping's face turned pale. I walked to the tombstone. It was a rock carved with shallow words. The tomb of Sister Tonglan. Not Lin Ting, I said. Lin Ping let out a long breath. Li Gu, was she killed by savages or beasts? Yushali asked. This is strange, I frowned. If such a skilled fighter was involved with weapons this good, and was attacked by beasts or savages, he'd have fought back. There would be much more blood at the scene. But here, there's only her blood. I couldn't figure it out. Rumbling thunder. The sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds and rolling thunder. It's going to pour. I reached out to feel the humidity. Quick, find shelter from the rain. I bowed 3 times toward the grave. Fellow countrymen, rest in peace. The 2 women bowed as well, and the 3 of us turned to make our way. Raindrops thickened. We ran through the forest like ants, branches whipping our faces painfully. Drip, drip. The raindrops grew into hefty beads pounding down. Heaven, please let us find shelter before the rain gets worse. Yushali clasped her hands in prayer. Heavy rain works in our favor. The savages will have to seek shelter too, I said. Lin Ping smiled. Blessings and disasters are intertwined. Following you, we'll become stronger. Her eyes filled with determination. I smiled and asked, ladies afraid of a heavy rain? No, they answered together. The rain pounded harder. Ants frantically moved on the ground, and the oppressive air made it hard to breathe. We crossed a huge wooded area and saw ahead a 100-meter-tall hill, shaped like a crouching toad. My eyes lit up. There was a dark cave opening halfway up the mountain. A cave ahead. I told them to wait while gripping my knife and approached slowly. Up close, it was a crevasse 2 or 3 meters deep and about 1 meter or 2 wide, enough to shelter from the rain. Come quickly. They ran inside, Lin Ping sincerely thanking the heavens. I stacked stones at the cave's mouth, leaving only a ventilation gap. Li Feng, you can't seal the entrance like this. How will we get in? Lin Ping panicked. Stay put. I need to go back to camp for supplies. You're crazy. Lin Ping's face changed drastically. Li Gu, you can't go back. Yushali cried out, tears streaming. Without your burdens, they can't catch me. The storm is the best chance. If I miss it, I won't get the supplies back. I turned resolutely. Once sealed, no savages would notice this place. It was safe. Li Feng, hurry back. More than supplies, I fear losing you. Lin Ping called, panic in her voice from the ventilation gap. I didn't look back and sprinted away. Rumble. The torrential rain poured down. I was soaked through, chilled to the bone, gripping my long knife tightly as I ran. Come rain, rain harder. About an hour or 2 later, the Serpentine mountain range appeared before me. I stopped and didn't dare approach rashly. In the storm and driving wind, I was a hunter in the rain, moving slowly behind rocks and tangled branches. As I neared the cave, a scene startled me. 3 bodies dangled from a tree. Old Tiger Lei, Air, and Bai Jiamei. The Lei brothers were stabbed so many times their bodies were like wasp nests, riddled with wounds. Bai Jiamei hung naked, her pale face showing she was violated before death. Savages were truly merciless. Logically, Bai Jiamei would not have been killed if she fell into savage hands. She probably fought to the death. A gust of wind blew, turning Bai Jiamei's body, so her eyes stared straight at me. Shit, I jumped in fright. Miss Bai, I hope you find peace on your journey. I sighed and continued approaching the cave. I crept along the stone wall, stopping a few meters from the cave entrance. What if there were wild men inside? Listening carefully, sure enough, Yurulu wawayaya. The bird-like cries of the wild men came out, sounding angry. They had lost more than 10 of their comrades. How could they not be furious? I listened for a few minutes and estimated there were about 5 of them inside. Taking on 5 wild men at once was too risky. My clothes were soaked, making movement difficult. I had to rely on cunning. I remembered the wolf pelt hanging back at the camp, and an idea formed in my mind. Carefully, I crept over, took down the wolf pelt, stuffed it with dried grass and stones, and fashioned it into a fake wolf lying in the brush. Then I hid in the bushes. A woo. I howled like a wolf. Hiding in the thicket, I mimicked the wolf's howl perfectly. Urulu. The 5 wild men at the entrance heard the wolf cries, gripped their spears, sticks, and bows tightly, and looked around fiercely. 2 bows, 5 men, everyone strong and tough. They spotted the gray wolf in the bushes and shouted at it, trying to scare it off. I kept howling, one cry after another. The beasts were enraged. A mere gray wolf dared to defy them. 2 of them grabbed their bows and spears and stormed toward the bushes angrily. I held my breath, ready. I had to kill with one strike. No room for failure. Clothes soaked, movement awkward, and too dangerous to handle all 5 at once. The guy behind drew his bow and shot an arrow straight at the wolf's head. The gray wolf didn't move at all. The 2 looked confused and crept closer. Another arrow flew out, still no reaction. The man in front jabbed the spear a few times, thud, 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 before realizing it was a fake stuffed with dry grass and stones. Just as he turned to shout to his comrades, I lunged out of the bushes fiercely. Wah! The man panicked and stabbed at me with his spear. I raised my hand, struck his throat in one swift motion, killing him instantly. The wild man behind widened his eyes in shock. When he saw it was me, his face twisted with fury. Shouting wildly, he pulled back his bow to shoot. Only 7 or 8 meters away, it was a deadly shot. I grabbed the fallen corpse and threw it in front of me as a shield. Whiz! The arrow embedded itself in the dead man's back. Before he could shoot a second arrow, I pushed the body aside and dashed forward. 2 seconds. That was all I needed to reach him. Sure enough, just as he knocked the arrow, my knife was at his chest. He hurriedly pressed the bowstring against my blade. I used his momentum to drop low and plunged my knife into his thigh. Blood gushed out. The beast went mad, eyes bloodshot, pulling out a wooden awl to stab at my neck. I barely had time to retract my knife, blocking with my left hand, and then locking his throat with an eagle claw grip. Crack! I crushed his windpipe directly. His tongue was pushed out of his mouth. The 3 wild men at the cave mouth stood dumbfounded. Once they came to their senses, they slammed forward in a fury. They recognized me. I had killed their comrades. Their enemy had come to their door. 2 grabbed spears and charged. The 3rd pulled back his bow, preparing to shoot at close range. I don't use bows and still held my knife. Spinning around, I dove into the thicket. All 3 came snarling after me, rain blurring their vision. I quickly climbed a tree, waiting patiently from above. I couldn't afford to delay. The rest of the wild men could come back any time. As the 3 neared, I focused on the one with the bow, the greatest threat. He had to go first. Like a tiger leaping from the forest, I sprang down from the tree, holding my knife with both hands, slashing through the air. He looked up in shock and hurriedly tried to block with his bow. Bang! The bow shattered in 2. I cut open his abdomen in one stroke, killing him on the spot. His screams merged chillingly into the wind and rain. The other 2 turned back in rage and thrust their spears at me simultaneously. I rolled aside into the brush and hid. I couldn't fight head-on. Soaked through, movement limited, I had to use the terrain. The 2 dared not chase further, standing back to back under a large tree, wary of each other. A headache struck me. If I delayed any longer, more wild men might arrive, and it would be over. I found a stone, peeked out, aimed at the one on the left's head, and hurled it hard. Whoosh! Thud! The stone struck his forehead, splitting skin and blood instantly. He collapsed unconscious. The other roared in fear. Seizing the moment, I charged. He thrust a spear at me. I parried with my knife, sliding up his spear shaft trying to slice his fingers. He hurriedly backed off. I leapt on him and slashed his arm. His spear clattered to the ground. Just as I went in for the finishing blow, the fallen man snapped awake, grabbed his spear, and frantically stabbed at my thigh. I lifted my foot, stepping on the spear, and slashed his face, carving a deep, bloody gash. The guy with the cut arm gritted his teeth, picked up the spear, and lunged at me again. I turned and stabbed straight through his heart. The last wild man, terrified, ran off like a frightened rabbit. When a man panics, his strength surprises you. He vanished into the forest in an instant. I didn't chase him. It wasn't worth the time. I returned to the cave. The supplies were still there: iron pot, refined salt, rice, leopard skin, wolf pelt, wild boar meat. Nothing was missing. One person couldn't carry it all. I bundled the rice on my back with vines, grabbed the iron pot, salt, and some wild boar meat, and turned away. Just as I stepped out, the howls of a large group of wild men echoed through the wind and rain. I hurriedly hid under the rocky wall, only to almost have my soul leave my body at the sight. Out of the wind and rain emerged 40 or 50 savages, clad in animal skins, wielding spears and bizarre weapons. They were fierce and menacing. Before, only about a dozen had been chasing us. Now, in the blink of an eye, there were 40 or 50. This was just part of the tribe, and the whole group must number in the hundreds. We were doomed for provoking these people. Even if I could kill 20 of them, they could afford to lose that many. I couldn't afford to lose even one. My scalp tingled, and I shrank further into the grass, quietly moving away. The savages returned to the cave, frantic like a nest of wasps that had been disturbed because they couldn't find their comrade. Just then, the badly injured savage who had escaped came back, gesturing wildly. The crowd instantly became furious. The 40 or 50 split into 3 groups, searching the mountain in 3 directions. A dozen or so savages were charging toward me. I quickly dove into the forest and escaped. The fierce wind and rain masked my tracks. I was somewhat lucky. But I knew in my heart, so long as I remained on this island, it was only a matter of time before I got caught, unless the rescue team arrived in time. But the rescue team hadn't come yet. Could they have gotten lost at sea? My clothes clung uncomfortably to my body, and I forced myself to keep moving back. Lin Ping and Xiao Li were still waiting for me. If one day I reached a dead end, I would die together with them. Aunt Lin, Xiao Li, wait for me. I'm coming back. My mind was filled with Lin Ping's gentle smile and Xiao Li's innocent face. Several times, when I was about to collapse from exhaustion, thinking of them made me grit my teeth and hold on. At last, I hurried back to Toad Hill. I was dumbfounded. A landslide had occurred. More than half the mountain had caved in, with rubble and earth scattered everywhere. Ah, Xiao Li, Aunt Lin. My heart twisted in pain as if torn apart, and I crazily rushed over, kneeling in the mud and debris, clawing. If alive, I wanted to see them. If dead, I wanted to see their bodies. Dear heavens, please return Aunt Lin to me. Please return Xiao Li to me. The wind and rain drenched me, but they could not compare to the chill in my heart. Li Feng, brotherly. I was stunned. Was this a hallucination? You little rascal, stop crying. We're not dead. I whipped around, and Lin Ping and Yu Xiao Li stood beneath a large tree, tears in their eyes looking at me. Aunt Lin, Xiao Li, is it really you? It's us, you little fool. Lin Ping bit her lip and smiled. I ran over madly and held them tightly in my arms. The feeling of regaining what was lost had never been so overwhelming. How did you escape? Thanks to Xiao Li noticing the mountain shaking and pulling me to run out. The landslide happened just after we left the cave, Lin Ping said, still shuddering. I picked up Xiao Li and kissed her. Thank you for saving yourself and Aunt Lin. Xiao Li giggled. Life just isn't supposed to end yet. Did you bring back supplies? Brought back part of them. I also killed 4 more savages. They both broke out in cold sweat upon hearing this. When I said there were still 40 or 50 savages searching the mountain, their faces turned pale. Brotherly, where do we go? Xiao Li wiped the rain from her face. First, let's find shelter from the rain. I wanted to chop branches to make a canopy, but I feared leaving traces that would expose us. Just then, whoa, the howls of the savages echoed through the forest, getting closer. Damn, they found us, Lin Ping whispered in terror, lowering her voice. Xiao Li was trembling with fright. Don't panic, hide quickly. I grabbed the 2 and dove into a nearby patch of dry grass, hushing them. Don't make a sound, don't move. Through the grass, I saw 3 savages carrying spears and bows, searching their way toward us. There were sounds of other companions on both sides. With my strength, taking out these three would be easy, but as soon as I moved, I'd reveal our location and all the savages would swarm us. The two clenched their fists tightly, their hearts pounding like drums. I made a gesture for them to stay calm. One savage was getting closer, 2 meters, 1 meter. Swish. Suddenly, he thrust his spear into a nearby grass pile. Xiaoli bit down hard on her hand to keep from crying out. The savage pulled out the spear and kept moving forward, humming softly, and the woods around responded with countless similar sounds. This guy was lucky. If I had discovered him, one cut would have sent him on his way. When the sound receded, Lin Ping and Xiaoli tried to get up. They were soaked and cold, and their stomachs grumbled in hunger. Shoo! I waved them down, signaling them to stay still. The savages hadn't gone far yet. A surprise attack could still be deadly. The two girls pressed themselves on the ground, barely breathing. I waited 2 or 3 more minutes as the sounds faded. Li Feng, have they left? Lin Ping asked softly. Don't move. I'm going to climb a tree to check. The heavy rain drenched the tree trunks, making them slick and slippery. I was soaked head to toe and struggled hard to climb up. From above, the shadows of the savages had disappeared. I slid down, leaned against the tree, and gasped for air. From my pocket, I pulled out a chunk of roasted wild boar meat and bit off a few pieces. It was hard and cold like a rock, hurting my teeth. Yu Shaoli swallowed hard, looking at me with pleading eyes. You two don't eat this. The meat's cold and hard now. If you eat it, you're sure to get diarrhea, I said. But our stomachs hurt from hunger. Hold on a bit longer. Once we find a place to make a fire, I'll roast some for you. The rain gradually stopped, and a thick fog rose in the forest. I guessed it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Let's go toward the mountain range. Where there are mountains, there are caves. Yu Shaoli's lips were purple, and her whole body was trembling. Lin Ping wasn't doing much better. Hold on. If you collapse, it's over, I encouraged them. Both of them clenched their teeth and nodded, following behind me. We passed through a dense forest. The trees thinned out, and the ground was covered with stones, closer to the mountains. Whoosh! A figure suddenly burst out of the woods. I raised my knife to strike. Just before the blow landed, I saw clearly. It was a woman. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were soaked. She glanced at me in terror, then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Who are you? I slapped her cheeks, but there was no response. This woman looked about 25 or 26, with an excellent figure, about 1.67 meters tall, long legs, and a slim waist. Definitely not a wild person. She must be a survivor from the cruise ship. Wow, a beauty. Yu Shaoli leaned over. Brotherly, stop slapping her. You'll kill her. I felt her pulse. It was weak, her breathing shallow. If she stayed cold much longer, she would definitely die. She's unconscious. I'll make a stretcher and carry her. I cut a few wooden sticks and vines, quickly tying together a makeshift stretcher. Before lifting her, I touched her all over. Brotherly, what are you doing? Yu Shaoli blushed, feeling her bones, checking for dislocations or injuries. Don't want accidents while carrying her. Thankfully, no injuries. Shaoli and I will carry her first. You scout ahead. Lin Ping gritted her teeth and stood up. I took the lead with my long knife, cutting the way. The two women lifted the stretcher, taking difficult steps in the drizzle. After walking for an unknown time, Yu Shaoli's leg gave out, and she knelt down. The stretcher nearly toppled. Are you okay? Knee hit the ground, but I can still walk. She rubbed her knee and got up. Further ahead, the view suddenly opened up. A range of peaks stretched, and a river wound through the mountains like a jade belt. Brotherly, there's a cave ahead. Lin Ping pointed at a cliff across the river. The cave was under a sheer cliff, a perfect spot. We waded through the river and headed straight to the cave's mouth. I stopped just before the entrance. The pile of stones was too neat, obviously arranged by people. Is someone inside? Wait here. I'll go in and check. I crept inside the cave, threw a stone into the depths, no response. Peering further in. Damn, it was full of human bones. 3 skulls lay scattered, one facing the cave's mouth directly, its hollow eye sockets staring at me. Li Feng, is it livable? Someone called from outside. It's livable, but there are human bones. Well, whatever. I'm dead tired. I can sleep even in a pile of bones, Yu Shaoli groaned. The two women carried the stretcher inside. In a corner, I found 2 rotten backpacks, a submachine gun, and 2 pistols. all rusted into useless junk, crumbling at a touch. Wow, a submachine gun. Yu Xiaoli's eyes lit up. I want to go rat-a-tat-tat on those wild savages. It's all rusted, breaks apart the moment you press it. Look at how rusted it is. At least 70 or 80 years old, Lin Ping said, stepping closer to inspect. 70 or 80 years. A buzz went off in my mind. I recalled the notebook from the crash plane earlier. The notebook recorded that the Japanese emperor's envoy, Aoki, flew to the mainland to lead the battle. The plane went off course and crashed, injuring 3 seriously. 2 corpses were found in the wreckage, 1 corpse in the previous cave, and 3 here, 6 in total. Still missing 1 person. How did they die? Lin Ping asked. Who cares how they died? Those bastards deserve to die 1,000 times over. I stepped on one of the skulls. My great-grandfather and several cousins all died on the battlefield fighting those little devils. Bang, bang, bang. I crushed the skull to pieces. Fuck you. I was just calling you brother. And turns out you're damn island bastards. Yu Xiaoli stepped forward to stomp. I'm stomping too. Me too. If we can figure out how they died, maybe we can avoid danger, Lin Ping said calmly. They had guns. Why did they die inside the cave? Beside the backpacks, I found a yellowed notebook, all written in Japanese. Xiaoli, translate it. Yu Xiaoli carefully flipped through it for a few minutes. It says the same thing as the previous notebook, the plane crash, their plan to go command the war in the mainland. Fuck, even stranded on an island, they're still thinking of invading our country. I grabbed another skull and cracked it loudly. Stop squeezing, they've been dead for decades. Even after decades, I want to kill them one more time. I kicked the skull like a ball. At the end, only 4 survived. The island was too dangerous. They encountered double-headed snakes, unknown monsters, ran out of bullets. Yu Xiaoli read on. So they ran out of ammo and died inside this cave. Counting the ones on the plane, the previous cave, and here, there were 6 corpses in all, still missing 1 person. Where did the last one go? It's coming. They're coming again. Our bullets are gone. Yu Xiaoli suddenly read aloud. Who's there? Lin Ping asked nervously. I'm reading from the script. What was that thing? Keep reading. Yu Xiaoli shrugged. That's all. I squatted in the cave, flipping through the battered notebook, frowning. Such a thick notebook, and only these few sentences left. Lin Ping asked. Yu Xiaoli shrugged again. The pages are all stuck together, can't read clearly. What exactly is that thing? I stared blankly at the notebook. Could it be that monster? Lin Ping's expression changed. On the first night stranded on this island, Tong Ming died at that thing's hands. Later, she and Xiaoli were attacked in the forest. If I hadn't told them to lie down and personally guarded them, they probably wouldn't be alive. Who knows? This cursed place is just too sinister. Boom. Just as I finished speaking, a thunderclap exploded in the sky, shaking the mountains. The 2 women shivered in fear. Then the rain started again, lighter than before. Li Feng, the little girl's breathing is getting weaker. Lin Ping touched the unconscious girl's face. I stood up. You stay with her. I'll go out to find firewood. It's soaking outside. Will the firewood even light? Lin Ping worried. There's dry stuff in the cave. I have a way. Don't wander off. I grabbed my long knife and headed out. I'm coming with you, Lin Ping insisted. Yu Xiaoli jumped up first. Wah, the cave is full of bones. I'm scared. I'll go with Li Ge. Weren't you not scared just now? Lin Ping gave her a side eye. I'm only not scared because Li Feng's here. If you all leave me alone, I'm scared. Lin Ping patted her chest confidently. Go ahead then. I've seen all kinds of scenes. Li Ge, let's go, let's go. Yu Xiaoli grabbed my hand and ran outside. Boom. Right after we exited the cave, another muffled thunder rolled through the valley. As the 2 of us disappeared, Lin Ping immediately pressed against the ventilation opening, peeking out and muttering, I'm not scared at all. Into the woods, I chopped some firewood and found quite a few wild mushrooms and greens, enough to give them a full meal. Back at the cave entrance, Lin Ping straightened up, trying to look composed. Aunt Lin, you're really brave. I thought you'd be scared. Yu Xiaoli piled the firewood on the ground. What's there to be scared of? I've faced all kinds of demons and monsters. I'll go back and look for more in the woods. Don't. Lin Ping stepped in front. That's enough. If those savages show up, we have to run at any time. I cleared out all the debris and bones inside the cave. The rock wall outside the entrance jutted out just right to block the rain. I pulled out a waterproof lighter, flicked it, and the flame flared up, igniting the dry debris instantly. Li Feng, the little girl can't hold on much longer. Lin Ping looked back worriedly. I carried the girl to the fire to warm her. I scooped some river water into a pot and added a bit of salt. She was severely dehydrated, needed to replenish her strength. There's smoke. What if those savages come looking for us? Lin Ping asked. The island's fog is thick. They won't see this little smoke. I carried the pot over to the river. As I crouched down, I noticed a river crab under a stone. Xiaoli, good news, there are crabs in the river. Probably fish too. My mouth's watering. Yu Xiaoli swallowed eagerly. The fire roaring, I made a makeshift stove with stones. While waiting for the water to boil, I stacked rocks at a narrow spot in the river to dam it slightly, threw in some branches to lure fish, and gathered a bunch of dry grass to use as bedding. The sky was darkening. Must be close to 5 o'clock. Her pulse is steadier than before. I checked the girl's pulse. Lin Ping and the others wiped her face clean. Big eyes, high nose bridge, a stunning beauty. Suddenly the girl trembled, her face filled with terror. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. I pressed her forehead. It was burning. Her fever was worsening. I'll go find some herbs in the woods. Make the fire bigger. If wild animals show up, hide in the cave. It's raining. Don't go. Lin Ping stopped me. I'll be fine, I said after biting some roast meat, then grabbed my knife and stepped out. Li Feng, be careful. Li Gu, watch out. The fog was thick and terrifying. The moment I stepped in, I vanished into the white mist. Yu Xiaoli hunched her shoulders. Aunt Lin, this place is so creepy, like monsters live here. Shut up, don't jinx us. Lin Ping glared at her, though inside she was uneasy too. She stared into the fog, suddenly gripped by a feeling. Li Feng would go in and never come back. The stronger that feeling grew, the more she longed for him. In the woods, the incessant sound of dripping water surrounded me. I gathered the fever-reducing herbs, about to leave, when suddenly the bushes rustled behind me. What's there? Come out. I held the herbs in one hand and my knife in the other, spinning around sharply. The bushes moved again, then went silent. But the sense of danger pressed down on me, definitely not a wild rabbit. I kicked a stone into the bushes, no reaction. Just as I turned around, the rustling started again. Damn, is it a person or a ghost? Come out. I backed up slowly, facing the cave direction. Halfway back, a white shadow suddenly burst out of the bushes, leaping at me upright, fast as a leopard. Fuck. I rolled to the left, somersaulting upright like a carp. The white shadow lunged again. A cold gust blew past, chilling me to the bone. Die. I slashed out with my knife. Coo! A scream echoed as the white shadow tumbled back into the bushes, the tip of my long knife stained with blood. I had cut it, but it didn't run off. It hid in the grass, waiting for an opportunity. I backed against a big tree, staying alert. Night was falling fast, and I couldn't waste time. Gritting my teeth, I leapt onto a branch and climbed up. From high up, I looked around. Sure enough, a white shadow lurked in the bushes on the right, staring at me. Fuck you. I broke off a branch, sharpened it into a spear, and threw it. Whoosh. The spear stabbed into the bushes, narrowly missing the white shadow. Coo. The startled white shadow spun around and dashed deeper into the woods, vanishing in an instant. Phew. I took a deep breath. That was close. If I had hesitated for just a second longer, I'd be done for. That ghostly thing moved insanely fast, vicious to the point of terror. I slid down from the tree, left the woods, and hurried back along the riverbed. Inside the cave, the girl's face was flushed red from fever. Brotherly, why aren't you back yet? Yu Xiaoli anxiously watched the steam rising from the fire. Yeah, Lin Ping clenched her hands tightly. Let's go find him. Yu Xiaoli stood up. The forest is too dangerous. Don't do anything reckless. Lin Ping held her back. But I'm worried about him. I emerged from the mist, soaked through. Brother Li's back. Yu Xiaoli rushed over as soon as she saw me. Don't come closer. Stay by the fire. I quickly halted her. The two obediently sat back by the fire, their eyes fixed on me. Silly girl, you look pale. Were you in danger? Lin Ping asked with concern. I put down the medicinal herbs and sat, gulping some wild vegetable soup to calm myself. Don't mention it. I barely made it back. A white-haired beast appeared in the woods, completely white, moving terrifyingly fast. If I'd been half a beat slower, I'd be dead. White-haired beast. They both stared at me. It was too dark to see clearly. I shook my head. Yu Xiaoli held my hand, eyes full of affection. Lin Ping pulled me into a warm embrace, soft and comforting. How's she doing? I asked. High fever won't break. Seems worse. Lin Ping frowned. I touched the woman's forehead, burning hot. At this rate, the fever could fry her brain. She might die. I had to go to the river to wash the herbs. We'll go with you. Both grabbed wooden sticks. Xiaoli, come with me. You stay here and look after her. The river was about 10 meters from camp. With a clear view, I could spot danger coming. Xiaoli and I reached the river. In the earlier stone dam I'd built, a school of fish was gnawing on the weeds. Wow, fish. Yu Xiaoli excitedly ran over, nearly tripping. I caught her just in time. Hee hee. With you here, I won't fall. She smiled foolishly. I tapped her on the head. You wash the herbs. I'll catch fish. Rolling up my pants, I jumped into the water, using my long knife as a spear. In about 10 minutes, I speared more than 20 fish, each about half a pound, totaling over 10 pounds. From now on, we live off the water, fish soup every day. I felt good. Sigh. I just worry the savages will come, and we'll have to move again. Yu Xiaoli sighed. Today we barely escaped death. Don't think about such gloomy things. She smiled again. You go back and cook the herbs first. I'll clean the fish here. Night fell. The whole island sank into darkness, only the solitary campfire glowing. Back at the fire, I skewered the fish on sticks. Lin Ping felt my clothes. Still not dry. Better warm them by the fire. I'm tough. I won't catch a cold. I sat down drying my clothes, exhausted from the day, finally able to rest a moment. But I didn't dare complain in front of them. After cooking the herbal medicine, I fed it to the unconscious woman, hoping she'd wake by morning. Half an hour later, the aroma of mushroom and fresh fish soup filled the camp. I took a spoonful, so delicious it made my eyebrows drop. Delicious. Yu Xiaoli grinned, I squinting. The three of us finished every drop, not a single drop left. I fed the unconscious woman some more, praying for her to wake soon. Don't kill me, the woman suddenly shouted. She's awake. Lin Ping excitedly stood up. I squatted beside her, holding her hand. Pretty lady, you're safe. Who would want to kill you? But she kept her eyes shut, speaking in nightmares. Fear and helplessness etched on her face. Lin Ping hugged her close, soothing, and gradually she calmed down. Boo-hoo, Lin Ping suddenly cried. Seeing her like this reminds me of Tinger. If Tinger were still alive, I wonder what suffering she'd endured. A pang hit my heart. Don't cry, Lin Ting must be fine. Brotherly, could this lady be from that team? Yu Xiaoli asked. My mood darkened. I'd confirmed there was another team on the island, with experts inside. I'd planned to find them and join forces against the savages. But if this woman was truly from that team, it meant that team was finished too. We'd be utterly isolated. Even if we're alone, we have to survive. I added firewood to the blaze. Li Feng, why don't we dig some traps in advance, specifically to catch wild beasts? Lin Ping suggested. Like those traps in movies and TV shows, that can wipe them out completely. Yu Xiaoli clapped her hands excitedly. Childish. I shook my head. Those kinds of traps are impossible in real life. There are only 2 or 3 of us. Even digging a pit is hard. Let's wait till daylight to scout the terrain. Quack, quack. Suddenly, eerie cries echoed from the forest across the river, sharp and piercing, making one's scalp tingle. That sounds creepy. Let's go back to the cave. Yu Xiaoli's face turned pale. I carried the unconscious woman into the cave. Inside, there was a bed of dry grass. Though not as good as animal skins, it was better than sleeping on the ground. We had lost all the furs during our earlier escape. The firelight filtered in through the ventilation hole, casting a dim but warm glow inside. I put the woman down on the grass and, by the light, finally got a good look. This girl was truly attractive, even prettier than Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli. So tired, Yu Xiaoli flopped down on the grass, arms and legs splayed. Where do you expect us to sleep if you lie like that? Lin Ping pulled at her. Nowhere to sleep. You can lie on top of me. What about Li Feng? He can lie on me too, no problem. Yu Xiaoli grinned slyly. Suddenly, she clutched her stomach. I need to go outside. Me too, Lin Ping blushed. It's dangerous out there. I'll come with you. I couldn't relax. The three of us walked about 20 or 30 meters to the left of the cliff, right where the firelight reached. Li Gu, watch your future wife carefully. If I'm gone, you won't find another one. Yu Xiaoli kept teasing. You little brat. I kept my eyes alert, scanning the surroundings. Just as they finished their business and were about to return, a black shadow suddenly darted out from the bushes. Watch out. I threw myself in front of them, shielding them. The shadow stood upright on two legs, about 1.8 meters tall, silently staring at us from 20 or 30 meters away. Don't speak. Don't run. Back away slowly. I whispered. The cave was still over 20 meters away. If we ran, we'd definitely be chased. Is it a black bear? Lin Ping's legs trembled. I can't tell. Don't panic. We retreated. The shadow advanced. We stopped. It stopped. It was like playing tug of war. Li Gu, it wants to eat us. Yu Xiaoli was almost in tears. I gripped my long knife and shouted at the shadow, get lost. It didn't move, not intimidated by my yell. This beast has set its sights on us. Trouble's brewing. I frowned. Li Feng, was this the thing that attacked you during the day? Lin Ping asked. No, that one was white. This one's black. Li Gu, what do we do? Yu Xiaoli trembled with nervousness. Back away slowly. Don't panic and run. No sooner had I spoken than the creature let out a strange call. Ow, me. Ow, me. The sound was sharp and low, sending a chill through me. Strangely, the beast actually beckoned us, like a grown man standing under the nightfall, inviting us over. It's trying to lure us forward, so cunning. I tightened my grip on the long knife. Maybe it just wants a hug? Yu Xiaoli still had the nerve to joke. It wants to bite you to death. Enough talk. Keep backing up. Seeing us retreat, the shadow actually lumbered towards us with heavy steps, uttering those strange cries. Go away, or I'll chop you up. I brandished my knife fiercely. The shadow was indeed intimidated and stopped. The three of us took the chance to retreat back towards the fire. I'm not falling for that. Yu Xiaoli spat, then slipped inside the cave. Lin Ping followed. I stayed by the cave entrance, watching the shadow. It watched me. We stayed locked in a standoff for several minutes, neither advancing nor retreating. I'd deal with it at dawn. I entered the cave and used a stone slab to close the entrance, propping it from behind with a wooden stick. Li Feng, what exactly is that thing? Lin Ping was still breathing heavily. Looks like a bear, but isn't a bear. I sat down on the grass to rest. The unconscious girl lay still inside, motionless. You scared your wife to death. Yu Xiaoli leaned on my knee and closed her eyes. I'm here. Nothing will happen. I gently patted her back. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, knocking came from outside the cave. The three of us jumped. The beast was banging on the door. Wah, it wants to get in and eat us. Yu Xiaoli cried. Don't be afraid. I grabbed my long knife and stood up. I'll curse your ancestors. If you dare come inside, I'll hack you to pieces. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli grabbed wooden sticks to back me up. Bang, bang, bang. The stone walls were battered, dust scattering. I summoned my courage and peered through the ventilation hole. The beast, huge as a bear, entirely black, with sharp front claws, had a face striped like a tabby cat, and emerald green eyes shining faintly. What the hell is this thing? I had never seen anything like it. This looks like the ghost mountain spirit. Lin Ping exclaimed after recognizing it. Ancient texts record it appeared in remote mountain areas during the Ming and Qing dynasties, specializing in stealing farm children. Yu Xiaoli turned pale hearing that. The beast frantically pounded the stone wall. Asking for death, I seized the moment, thrusting my long knife sharply through the ventilation hole. Thud! The blade struck its forehead. Ow! The beast yelped in pain and stumbled backward, landing right in the fire pit. It was scorched and writhed on the ground. Serves you right. Yu Xiaoli clapped her hands in delight. Get lost, or I'll chop you up. I shouted loudly. The beast scrambled to its feet, howling as it fled. It kept glancing back every few steps, its eyes filled with malice. Brotherly, it holds a grudge, Yu Xiaoli whispered, trembling. When we find it in the daytime, I'll skin it and make a blanket, I growled. Finally, the beast vanished into the forest. Yu Xiaoli found a few more sticks to reinforce the cave entrance. Lin Ping divided the grass bedding into two piles. You and your girlfriend sleep over there. Li Feng and I will sleep here. No, I want all three of us to squeeze in. Yu Xiaoli protested. Be good. We're all tired. Just rest. Lin Ping comforted her, coaxing her over. After lying down, Lin Ping gently wrapped her arms around me. Honey, get a good rest tonight. I'll take care of you. Aunt Lin, you're so warm. Silly, my warmth is only for you. Night passed, and dawn broke. I woke up in Lin Ping's embrace. She smiled at me. Good morning, hubby. Morning. Exhausted, I just wanted to sleep a bit longer. You're such a dummy. It's the first time you've admitted being tired, Lin Ping said, hugging me tighter, just as I was about to doze off. Mommy, don't hit me. You're strangling me. Yu Xiaoli's anguished scream shattered the calm. We looked up. The unconscious girl had woken up. She was straddling Yu Xiaoli, her hands clutching Yu Xiaoli's neck tightly. I'm going to kill you, strangle you to death. Yu Xiaoli's face turned purple, tongue lolling out. Stop it. Let go. Lin Ping rushed over but couldn't pry her hands apart. I grabbed hard to pull the girl's hands free, without any effect. Her strength was unreal. Li Feng, is she possessed? Mentally unstable, Yu Xiaoli was about to lose consciousness. I slapped the back of the girl's neck, applying just the right force. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Cough, cough. Since you got your girlfriends, you ignore me. Almost got strangled. Yu Xiaoli got up grumbling. I looked worriedly at the marks on her neck. Are you okay? Wah, your wife almost died. She collapsed in my arms, crying. I checked the girl's pulse. It was normal. The fever had broken. Rolling up her sleeve, I saw no scratches or bruises on her body. Strange, no signs of attack. So why the mental breakdown? A thought struck me. She probably wasn't part of that team. If she were, the skilled martial artist in that group wouldn't have let her end up like this. Li Feng, Xiaoli and I will check her thoroughly again. Okay, I'll wait outside. Knowing the difference between men and women, I sensibly stepped out. Sunlight spilled outside the cave, the river babbling gently, the primitive forest stretching endlessly across the shore. The rain had stopped. The weather was good. But I felt no relief. The wild men could return at any moment. We needed a plan. Setting traps was unrealistic. Those savages were too smart, and 1 or 2 traps would never be enough. Li Feng, Lin Ping emerged from the cave. No injuries on her, no sign of being violated. I almost think she's not part of that team, I said. There's a kung fu master there. If she were in their group, she wouldn't have ended up like this. That meant the team was still intact. You want to find that team? This island is dangerous. We have to watch out for beasts and wild men. Only with more people will we stand a chance. What if there's another scoundrel like Lei Laohu in that team? Lin Ping looked worried. That's why we have to find out who they really are. If we can cooperate, great. If not, then we go separate ways. I support whatever decision you make. She took my hand firmly. Yu Xiaoli also came out. What's the plan for today? First, get some food. Then scout the terrain and hunt. It's crucial for escape if needed. You're not searching for that team? I wanna, but finding them in this wild forest is like looking for a needle in a haystack. No clues yet. Let's take it step by step. Lin Ping was pragmatic. The girl still isn't awake. I'm scared she'll strangle me again, Yu Xiaoli said, ducking behind me. Aunt Lin is strong. She'll stay behind to keep an eye on her. Xiaoli, come fish with me. Lin Ping nodded and returned inside. I grabbed Yu Xiaoli's hand and headed toward the river. Walking along the riverbed, Yu Xiaoli suddenly bowed her head. Brotherly, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Aunt Lin gave you everything, but I haven't given you anything yet. Your wife? I'm always ready to be yours. Her face flushed deeply with shyness. I ruffled her hair. Silly girl, feelings aren't an exchange. We're running for our lives now. We'll talk later when we're safe. She nodded obediently. At the dam, fish swarmed unbelievably thick. I rolled up my pants and waded in to catch them while Yu Xiaoli collected fish on the shore. In less than 20 minutes, we strung together more than 20 half-pound fish. Just as we reached the cave entrance. Calm down. Stop. Lin Ping's shriek echoed from inside. Don't kill me. Don't eat me. The girl, her hair disheveled, screamed and rushed out of the cave. She was awake, but her mind was still shattered. Li Feng, catch her. Lin Ping chased after her, shouting. If she ran into the primeval forest, they would never find her again. Yu Xiaoli lunged forward. Miss, we're not bad people. The girl pushed hard, and Yu Xiaoli's small body rolled onto the ground. Brotherly, catch her quickly. She's gone mad. I threw away the skewered fish in my hand and rushed to block her path. Seeing me blocking her way, the girl covered her head and screamed. Don't kill me. Don't eat me. Then she turned and dashed wildly into the left side bushes. I grabbed her hand, but she struggled so fiercely I was afraid I'd break her arm, so I had no choice but to let go. Just as she was about to run again, I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind and lifted her off the ground completely. Don't eat me. She twisted and fought desperately, but her feet were off the ground and she couldn't break free. This girl's figure was actually quite full, but saving her was more important. I couldn't worry about gender boundaries. I held the girl tightly from behind, my hands locked around her. She struggled and howled like a mad woman. Li Feng, this girl's voice is going hoarse from screaming. Lin Ping came running over, panting. Spray her with some cool water to calm her down. Lin Ping did as told and spat a mouthful of cold water in the girl's face. Strangely, she stopped struggling immediately. I put her down, and she stood there stunned, her eyes vacant like a walking corpse. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. We're compatriots. We won't hurt you. I softened my voice as much as I could. Miss, my name's Lin Ping. From now on, we're one family. Lin Ping stepped forward to comfort her as well. But the girl showed no reaction, her eyes staring blankly. Li Feng, is she losing her mind again? Lin Ping was worried. Just to be safe, tie her up so she can't run off. Lin Ping took out a scarf she had found and tied our wrists together. That way, if she tried to escape suddenly, we could still pull her back. Li Feng, she's totally lost it mentally. What if the savages come chasing again? Yu Xiaoli was worried. I felt the headache too. But for now, we could only take things one step at a time. This poor girl must have suffered a terrible shock. Lin Ping held her tenderly in her arms. Miss, be good from now on. Don't run around. Otherwise, we won't be responsible for you. Yu Xiaoli warned softly. Good, good, good. The girl suddenly said blankly. Run, run. No run, I scared. Her eyes slowly regained some spark, but fear still lurked within. Baby, be good. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Lin Ping cared for her like a daughter. I guess the girl was about 25, around my age. Lin Ping was about 10 years older, and Yu Xiaoli was the youngest, just 21. Baby hurt. She touched her head, then pointed at me, as if complaining that I had hurt her earlier. Though her mind was off, her memory wasn't bad. He hit you? I'll beat him up. Lin Ping landed a fist on my arm. I hit him. Ouch. Ouch. I played along, pretending to be in pain. Yu Xiaoli pounced too and lightly slapped me a couple times, barely more than mosquito bites. I still whimpered. The girl grinned foolishly and leaned her head against Lin Ping's shoulder, as if she had found someone to depend on. It seems she recognizes you. You'll be responsible for taking care of her from now on. I said to Lin Ping. Yeah, I'll do my best. After eating and drinking enough, I prepared to scout the terrain. The savages could come any moment, so we needed to be ready. I handed the grilled fish to the girl. She looked at Lin Ping timidly. It's okay. He's not a bad person. Lin Ping smiled. The girl received it cautiously, then turned to devour the fish. Before we set off, I reminded them, be careful. There might be attacks. Besides the savages, that beast from last night could come seeking revenge. The three of us followed the river downstream. To the left were layer upon layer of peaks. The scenery truly was stunning. Brotherly, if we escape into those mountains, the savages won't catch us, right? Yu Xiaoli asked. Those savages move in the mountains like it's flat ground. You can't outrun them. I shook my head. As we walked, I suddenly raised my hand. Stop. There's a sound ahead. The two girls immediately stood back to back, alert. What sound? Running water, but different from this river beside us. We rounded a bend in the mountain range, and suddenly the view opened wide. A much wider river stretched in front of us, its waters rushing rapidly. Peaks interlaced on both banks, countless tributaries feeding into it. Compared to this, the river by the cave was just a small stream. Wow, so beautiful. Yu Xiaoli stood by the riverbank, hair flying in the wind. Water, water. The girl pointed at the river, wanting to go closer. Baby, don't go over there. It's dangerous. Lin Ping quickly pulled her back. I noticed on a flat large stone at the shore, scattered branches, vines, and wood with clean knife cuts, clearly hacked by a blade. Someone built a raft here. I picked up a vine and said, the cuts haven't dried yet. It must have been just a few days ago. That team, Lin Ping blurted out. Savages don't need rafts. That cut was made by modern tools, so it has to be them, I concluded. So, if we go downstream, We might find them. Yuxiali's eyes lit up. There are too many landing spots along both banks. We don't know where they got ashore. I dashed her hopes. Lin Ping pondered. I suspect that group once lived in this mountain range and only built the raft to escape when trouble came. If they had lived here, why didn't they leave any traces in our cave? Yuxiali asked, puzzled. With the peaks crisscrossing and so many caves, they might never have found ours, I explained. They must have fled their camp in a panic, which means they faced a great danger. Lin Ping analyzed. The vines and wood scattered at the scene are clearly tossed aside hurriedly. A weight settled in my chest. I think we should build a raft too. Better to be prepared. I agree. Yuxiali nodded. There are cliffs on both sides here. The savages would take hours to go around the mountain. If we take the raft, we can get far away first. Then let's get to it. We slipped into the forest searching for materials. The wood had to be dry and thick, the vines tough and flexible. The raft was disposable, so it didn't need to be perfect. After 2 or 3 hours of work, dozens of logs and a pile of vines were hauled to the riverbank. I'm dead tired. Lin Ping collapsed onto a rock. Let me massage your legs. The girl surprisingly volunteered. Lin Ping was both startled and pleased. You really know how to take care of people. From her kindness and clear-headedness when calm, it was obvious this girl was a good soul. You guys rest. I'll build it, I said. Yuxiali had a short break then joined in. The three of us worked together. When Lin Ping squatted down, the girl came over to help. Oh, you're such a sensible one. Lin Ping was delighted. Ouch, the girl winced, having hurt her finger and held it up to show Lin Ping. Let me blow on it for you. Lin Ping soothed her like a child. Sit down, take a rest. Yuxiali gently pulled her aside. The girl obediently sat and watched us work. As I worked, I thought Lin Ping was right. That group's ability to hastily but cohesively build a raft meant they were very united, nothing like Lei Laohu's rotten kind. If we could find them, joining forces against the savages would still be a sliver of hope. Especially since there was a master among them, we needed each other. Once the raft was done, I carved 2 simple oars. Even going downstream, we had to steer. Is the raft sturdy? Yuxiali worried. Relax. I kicked it hard a few times. It felt rock solid. I cut some branches to cover the raft as camouflage and prepared a wooden pole for pushing, so the current wouldn't just sweep it away. The raft's ready. Let's go hunting, I said. We could put extra food on the raft ahead of time, so we could grab it and run if needed. Stay close and don't wander off, Lin Ping said softly, holding the silly girl's hand. The girl nodded blankly, clutching a small wildflower, trailing Lin Ping quietly. Her mind was fragile, so we treated her like a child. Entering the woods, I stayed alert, scanning all around. Not far in, 2 large gray rabbits suddenly burst from the grass. A male and a female, chasing each other. Each weighed at least 16 or 17 pounds. Li Feng, don't let them get away. Lin Ping cried urgently. Not a chance. I swung my long knife. Spinning swiftly, the blade sliced one rabbit's leg. Both animals tumbled to the ground struggling. I grabbed the rabbits, handing one to Yuxiali and the other to Lin Ping. Back to camp. The 3 of us retraced our steps. As soon as we reached the cave entrance, Yuxiali tried to rush inside. I grabbed her arm. The stone blocking the door had fallen. Something's been inside our cave. Their faces changed instantly. I told them to hide beside the stone wall. Holding my knife, I cautiously crept to the entrance and peered through the ventilation hole. It was empty, but the grass mat was in shambles. That lowlife made a mess of my cave. Yuxiali stamped angrily. I stepped out to check the ground. Near the damp spot was a string of plum blossom-shaped footprints. It was that nightmare mountain demon from last night. That wretched beast took a knife to its forehead and was burnt by fire, yet it came back for revenge. It's grudging, I said gravely. It will definitely come again tonight. I have to kill it. Don't take unnecessary risks, Lin Ping warned. I can't leave it alive. If the savages chase us, and it suddenly jumps out during our escape, we're done. I pointed to a concave rock above the cave entrance. I'll ambush it up there, crush it with stones. After handing the rabbits to the 2 girls, I climbed the 10-meter-high rock wall to keep watch. They laughed and chatted by the river, cleaning the meat. The silly girl helped nearby. Dusk settled. I used vines to hoist several heavy stones, 20 or 30 pounds each, into the concave ledge 5 or 6 meters high, hiding them. Then I came down to join them by the fire for supper. Roasted rabbit meat, fish soup with mushrooms, and porridge, quite a feast. What if something happens to us? What will happen to that girl alone? Lin Ping worried, looking at her. Don't think about that now. Eat well. I didn't want to dwell on such a depressing subject. After eating, I climbed back up onto the sunken rock to lie in ambush. You guys light the fire to attract it. The firelight illuminated a radius of several dozen meters. Beyond that was pitch black. After waiting a short while, I spotted a dark figure moving slowly through the jungle on the left, standing upright on two legs. It's coming, I whispered. Aunt Lin, take her into the cave first. Xiaoli, stay outside and pretend to be scared. Lure it over. When it charges, rush into the cave and close the stone door. Lin Ping coaxed the dumb girl into the cave. Yu Xiaoli stood outside, feigning terror and shouting a few times. The dark figure was indeed fooled and suddenly charged forward. Quick, into the cave. Yu Xiaoli darted inside like a flash, useless at everything else, but number one at running for her life. Arg! The beast went insane and rushed to the fire. Cat face, bare body, sharp claws. I grabbed a rock, aimed for its head, and struck down. It sensed danger, suddenly lifted its head, landed on all fours, and dodged. The rock smashed its back. Crack. A sharp sound, a bone snapped. The ghost mountain monster screamed miserably and dragged its injured leg, trying to escape. I leapt down from 5 or 6 meters high, grabbed my long knife, and gave chase. Don't chase it into the woods. Lin Ping shouted from inside the cave. I know. The beast could barely run, turned around snarling and glaring at me. I was going to spare you, but you insisted on coming to your death. I charged forward and slashed its neck. It raised a paw to block, but I chopped off one of its front paws. It collapsed on the ground, whimpering as if begging for mercy. Die. I stabbed through its throat with one stroke. Yeah, brotherly killed it. Yu Xiaoli applauded inside the cave. She came out and fiercely kicked the ghost mountain monster twice. It messed up your wife's cave and still wanted to bite your wives to death. I laughed and began skinning it. This beast's hide was large and thick. Once dried, it could be used as a blanket or a rug. Do you want to eat the meat? She asked. Just hearing the name is creepy. I won't eat it. We placed the hide by the fire to dry and returned to the cave. It was warm inside. Lin Ping smiled and stood. You've all worked hard. As we chatted, a roar suddenly shattered the night outside. The sound wave was as strong as the king of beasts roaring, shaking eardrums painfully. Yu Xiaoli clutched her ears and crouched. Mom, what's that sound? The dumb girl was so scared she hid in Lin Ping's arms, scared. I gripped my long knife and looked outside through the ventilation hole. The firelight flickered like candlelight beneath the shockwaves. From the pitch-black jungle on the opposite riverbank, the wild roar echoed, even accompanied by a sonic boom. Is it a tiger? Yu Xiaoli asked. No, tigers' roars don't have such strong shockwaves. I shook my head. This thing was definitely much more dangerous than tigers or leopards. This cursed place is too terrifying. Lin Ping looked pale. Let's move when it's daylight. We'll talk about that tomorrow. As long as we stay inside at night, we should be fine. No sooner had I spoken than the jungle erupted again, squeaking and chirping. Thousands upon thousands of birds suddenly took flight from the dark forest, sweeping low across the firelight in panic and confusion. Lin Ping was about to speak when I suddenly raised a finger. Shoo! No one say a word. I pricked up my ears and listened to the sounds in the night sky. The dumb girl, frightened, clutched Lin Ping, who stroked her head to calm her. Whoosh! Chirp! Chirp! Like a dense rain of sounds rapidly approached the cave, growing louder. Li Feng, what's out there? Lin Ping's face was ashen. Don't say anything. I'm listening. Yu Xiaoli also heard it. Sizzling, so many sounds. Lin Ping immediately knelt and prayed to the gods and Buddha. Yu Xiaoli, normally skeptical, was scared and knelt as well. The dumb girl followed their example, kneeling too. I stood still and did nothing. Better to rely on ourselves than pray. The sounds grew closer, my face changed. Stop kneeling. Quickly block all the ventilation holes on the stone wall with dry grass. Brotherly, what is that thing? I don't know, but my gut says danger, hurry. The 3 women frantically grabbed dry grass and stuffed it into the ventilation holes. Yu Xiaoli was dumbfounded looking outside. Oh my God! A huge black swarm of bats was diving toward the cave, Thousands upon thousands, endless. If we get surrounded by this horde, even if they don't bite us to death, we'll all be injured. And there's virus. Lin Ping's face turned white. I'd rather face a pack of wolves than this thing. There were over a dozen ventilation holes in the stone wall. We desperately stuffed them. Many bats crashed into the fire and exploded with a pop-pop sound. A burnt smell filled the air. But the bats behind them swarmed like moths to a flame, madly, recklessly attacking. Just as I reminded them, a bat slipped through a vent and flew straight at Yuxiao's face. Watch out! Smack! I slapped it away and stomped it flat. Mom, that almost disfigured me. Yuxiao's legs went weak. I blocked the last hole. Outside, bats clung to the stone wall thick as a blanket, squeaking chaotically. We have to take turns keeping watch tonight, I said. If any dry grass falls and the bats all rush in, we're done for. You rest. I'll keep watch the first half of the night. Xiaoli will take the second half. Lin Ping was worried about me. No, I'll keep watch the first half. You two can watch together the second half. I'm not at ease otherwise. But if the savages come, we still need you. It's fine, I can handle it. I patted my chest. Before sleeping, Xiaoli fussed. Husband, watch over your wife carefully. If her face gets bitten, you won't have to pay the bride price. She kissed me a few times before leaning against Lin Ping's thigh to sleep. The three of them quickly fell asleep. I sat by the stone wall staring at the ventilation opening. A howl. That terrifying howl appeared again, and outside the bats grew more restless. My mind was heavy. Being the only son in the family, what would my parents do if I died here? A hand rested on my shoulder. Lin Ping had woken up. Silly boy, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I didn't want to worry her, so I wrapped my arms around her waist and held her close. I really want you, but now is not the time. Her eyes were dreamy. Xiaoli also groggily reached over. No hugging and cuddling without me. A bunch of lousy bats. We'll leave at dawn. What's there to be afraid of? I comforted them. You should go to sleep soon. Being tired slows reactions. Lin Ping kissed me repeatedly, and Xiaoli wasn't far behind, adding a few more kisses. I went back to the grass bed, not feeling sleepy at first, but once I laid down, I fell asleep immediately. Then I had a nightmare. Blood flowed like rivers in the mountains. All three women had gone mad, grinning stupidly at me before disappearing into the forest. I woke up with a start, sitting upright. Bad dream. Lin Ping wiped the sweat from my face. Sunlight was already shining through outside. It was dawn. Hungry, want meat. The silly girl was chewing on dry grass. I opened the stone door. The ground was littered with dead bats and guano. The stench overwhelming. You two clean up camp and make breakfast. I'm going up to keep watch. After the last time when Old Thunder Lay and two others were killed by savages on the spot, I dared not be careless. Climbing the stone wall and looking out, I saw a savage running along the right riverbank upstream. Bad. We've been spotted. One savage is running to alert others through the ventilation. Then let's run. The two girls were panicking. Don't panic. If he ran, surely he left scouts to keep watch, figure out the situation before leaving. I scanned carefully and indeed found three savages hidden in the jungle wearing grass leaf hats. The other side must not be many. If they were, they'd have acted directly. Only 3 scouts nearby. I climbed down the wall. I'll take care of these 3 first. You pack up. If you see savages, hide in the cave. Be safe. Pretending to gather firewood into the forest, I bent down, picked up a stone, and suddenly charged toward the grass. Bang! That savage clutched his bloody head and fled out. Just as I was about to rush forward to finish him, a cold arrow flew by my side. I dodged behind a big tree, picked up another stone, and threw it. Bang! It smashed the head of the second savage. While he held his head, I threw my long knife. Like a flying arrow cutting through the air, it pierced his throat directly. I dashed forward to draw my blade. The third savage charged at me with a fish spear. This guy was about 1.7 meters tall and had some skill. As his fish spear grazed past my face, I struck his throat with one palm. Crack! He died on the spot. The first 2 were dealt with in a blink. I turned to deal with the first injured savage. That bastard instead covered his head, gripping the fish spear, and charged toward the 3 women, trying to take hostages. This creature was really smart. Scared. The silly girl went mental at the sight of the savage, screaming desperately to run. She must have witnessed savages eating people. Just seeing them drove her crazy. Baby, don't be afraid. Lin Ping nearly got pulled down by her. The girl was surprisingly strong. Don't be scared. Pack up quickly. We're leaving right now. I charged forward in an arrow-like sprint, swinging my knife midair. The long knife spun and pierced the savage's back. A miserable scream. The guy collapsed and died. I pulled out my blade and looked up toward the upper right riverbank. My pupils sharply contracted. Damn it, run. 60 or 70 savages poured down from upstream, densely packed. Hair disheveled, clad in animal skins, wielding sticks, fish spears, bows, arrows, and javelins. Their murderous aura surged like a tidal flood toward us. I had stirred up a hornet's nest. Heavens, Lin Ping's legs gave out. My God, so many. Yu Xiaoli's face went pale. The crazy girl screamed frightfully and tried to run wildly. Lin Ping grabbed her firmly. Take the pot. Rice, salt. Nothing else. Run. I grabbed the rice sack. Yu Xiaoli held the pot and salt. Lin Ping pulled the girl. We sprinted frantically along the left side of the riverbank. The wooden raft had long been prepared downstream. Once on it, we'd have a chance to live. Brotherly, if we can't escape, kill us. I don't want to be captured alive. Yu Xiaoli cried as we ran. No nonsense. Don't look back, run. I pressed the rear guard. The beast-like howls behind made the scalp tingle. Not far ahead, two more savages suddenly jumped out to block the road. One with a bow, one with a club. Sure enough, some got left behind. Xiaoli, give me the pot. I snatched the iron pot and held it in front of me. Don't stop. Keep running. Whoosh, an arrow flew, clang. It was blocked by the pot. The archer was about to knock a second arrow, but I had already closed in, slashing his throat with one cut. Another savage swung a club at me. Fearing the pot would be broken, I used my blade to parry while kicking him hard in the crotch. His face twisted in pain as he doubled over, clutching his legs, and I finished him with a single stroke. Oh, oh, oh. The savages behind grew crazier upon seeing their companion die. The grudges deepened. It's kill or be killed now. Lin Ping gritted her teeth. Kill as many as we can. We charged to the riverbank, and Lin Ping pounced to strip the leaves off the raft. Push the raft into the water. Two savages caught up first. I raised my blade to meet them. You two get on the raft first and paddle towards the middle of the river. Wait for me there. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli pushed desperately, but the raft was too heavy to move. They were nearly in tears. Baby, help us. Though the crazy girl was mentally unstable, she obeyed and squatted down to push with us. The three of us combined strength, and finally, the raft slid into the water. Almost swept away by the current, Lin Ping clung on tightly. The two savages lunged forward. One swung a club toward my head. I bent down, using the chin back, sword raised to block his strike, then twisted my body to stab his chest with one slash. The other hadn't reacted yet. I struck horizontally, severing both his legs, and kicked him to the ground. Li Ji, get on quickly. I was about to leap onto the raft when the savage with broken legs suddenly pounced, clutching my foot desperately. The main enemy force had already closed to about 20 to 30 meters. Die! I gripped my blade with both hands and plunged it through his heart from behind. The beast didn't loosen his grip even in death. I squatted and forced his hands open. Whoosh, a javelin flew. I grabbed the savage's corpse to block it, then swiftly picked up a javelin from the ground and threw it back, killing the attacker instantly. Breaking free, I sprinted toward the riverbank. The raft was in the middle of the river, 3 meters from shore. I leapt suddenly. Several javelins brushed past me. When they landed on the raft, it rocked violently. Paddle! The savages rushed to the shore, but dared not enter the water. The current was deep and swift. At a signal from their leader, arrows and javelins rained down like a storm. I swung my blade fiercely, deflecting more than half. Whoosh! An arrow flew toward Lin Ping. The crazy girl leapt forward suddenly, shielding her. Ah, baby, how could you be so reckless? Lin Ping cried out. Fortunately, the distance was far. The arrow only grazed her shoulder before falling away. I clenched my teeth in fury. You beasts, hear me clearly. I will slaughter every last one of you, sooner or later. The savages couldn't catch up along the shore. The cliff walls rose steeply on both sides. They had no choice but to go around the mountains. They've left. Yushali collapsed onto the raft, tears streaming. Don't celebrate too soon. They haven't given up. I checked the crazy girl's wound. The skin was broken and bleeding, but nothing serious. Is the arrow poisoned? Lin Ping asked anxiously. No swelling or discoloration. She still feels pain, so no poison. Thank heaven. The raft drifted downstream. Towering cliffs soared hundreds, even thousands of meters on both sides. The river roared as it echoed through the valley. Caw, caw. Strange bird calls came from above, sending chills down the spine. What if stones rolled down and hit us? Yushali mumbled nervously. Shut up. Don't jinx us. After drifting for some time, ahead was a green mountain cliff cutting across the river. The water rushed into a dark cave like a monster opening a giant mouth. Bad news, a cave. We don't have torches. I frowned. Li Ji, let's turn back, Yushali said, trembling. The current's too fast. We can't go back. There are cliffs everywhere. This is a dead end. Shally, don't scare yourself. I trust Li Feng, Lin Ping said, looking at me with faith. Yeah. Hi hey. The crazy girl pointed at the cave, trembling. Let's get to the cave's entrance first and see. I stared at the sheer cliff. Below was an abyss, but above grew lush trees. Big trees on the cliff top mean the cave's deep inside. I murmured while watching the cliff top. The cave should be very deep. Lin Ping asked, how are you so sure? The cliff top soil is thin, it can't support big trees. But here, the forest is thick, meaning it's flat land extending inside. The two girls looked worried, afraid of dying inside the dark cave. Splash, splash. The raft drifted to the cave's mouth, and a cold, gloomy air rushed out. Wow, so cold. Yushali shivered. Lin Ping stared nervously at the opening. The black hole looked like a water beast swallowing the entire river. I wedged a piece of wood against the stone wall, steadying the raft to prevent being swept inside the cave. Once still, I noticed fresh marks on the stone. There are marks here. Must be from that group. They've stopped here too. Lin Ping nodded. Makes sense. Yushali looked puzzled. But they didn't have torches. How did they dare to enter? I fell silent. No torches meant only one possibility. They lingered outside a long time and were forced to take the risk at last. No landing points on either side and no way back. Hi hey. The crazy girl pointed at the cave entrance, face full of fear. Lin Ping patted her head gently. Baby, be good. Don't be scared. I looked up, and suddenly, my eyes lit up. What's wrong? Both women asked simultaneously. Someone has climbed up here. There were many rock pines growing out of the cliff's crevices, and at about 10 meters high, their roots had been pried loose. So clever, I smiled. Yushali didn't understand. I explained, pinewood resin is heavy, especially from these centennial rock pines. Their roots burn easily and are hard to extinguish. That team was smart to use them as torches. Looks like one of them is an expert climber. Both women looked at me with admiration. Yushali anxiously looked at me. Brotherly, can you climb up and get them? I sized up the sheer cliff. Should be possible. Too dangerous. It's fine. There's a river below. If I fall, I'll just fall into the water. Li Feng, be careful, Lin Ping urged nervously. I bit down on my knife and started climbing up the rock face, hugging it tightly. Though hazardous, the cliff had many crevices and protrusions. The two women on the raft looked up, so tense they didn't dare breathe. Crack, splash. My foot slipped, and my body began to fall. The women's faces instantly turned pale. I clenched the crevice with my fingers, forcing my grip to hold me up, then continued climbing upward like a mountain goat. Reaching about 10 meters high, I chopped off several rock pine roots and tossed them onto the raft below. I didn't miss any other tree roots that could burn. After working for several hours, I gathered enough pine roots to burn for 2 or 3 hours, enough to get through the cave. Going up was easier than coming down. I looked at the river beneath, around 20 meters, too high. I could climb down 5 or 6 meters, but below that, there were no more footholds. I'm going to jump. Once I surface, use the pole to pull me up immediately. Okay, be careful. Lin Ping held the pole ready. I kicked with both legs and splashed into the water. River water flooded my nose and made me dizzy, but I held my breath and surfaced. Li Feng, grab on. I grabbed the pole, and the two women quickly pulled me onto the raft. Are you okay? Lin Ping asked worriedly. Fine. I stripped off my soaking clothes, leaving only my shorts. The wet clothes would hamper movement, and any danger inside the cave demanded quick response. Yuxiali's eyes lit up. Wow, my husband has 8-pack abs, so fierce. She even reached out to pinch my chest. If you pinch me, I'll pinch you back. Don't mess around, Lin Ping scolded. These are serious times. If you get cold inside the cave, I'll give you my clothes, Lin Ping said. I'm tough. I can handle it. I couldn't bear to put her in discomfort. I gazed at the dark cave mouth. Hope that team of compatriots is safe. Yuxiali nervously said. Brotherly, what if the torches burn out halfway through? Use your clothes as torches. Burn half, then light another after some distance. Make them last. That'll work, Lin Ping nodded. I lit the pine roots. Their resin burned loudly. Set off. The raft slowly entered the cave. Darkness closed in. Inside, it was like a giant vat. Suddenly, it became spacious. The river here was nearly still, eerily silent. The torchlight only illuminated 4 or 5 meters around us. We were like a leaf boat on a dark sea. I held the torch in my left hand, the long knife in my right, alert to the surroundings. The 2 women paddled, and the crazed girl huddled in the center. Paddle carefully. Don't let your hands dangle outside the raft, I whispered. Are you afraid something will bite us? Yuxiali asked. Just stay alert. Only the sound of paddles splashing echoed inside the dark cave. Thud. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the water behind us, like something broke the surface and fell back in. The 2 women jumped. I instantly looked back. Pitch black, nothing visible. What was that? Yuxiali trembled. A falling rock. Paddle faster, I said to comfort them, but I knew. Rocks haven't fallen off this cave ceiling in millions of years. Something was definitely in the water. The women gritted their teeth and paddled hard. Splash. The noise came again, like something struggling in the water. That thing's back. Yuxiali turned pale. Keep your hands inside. Paddle with the blades extended outside. Paddle as fast as you can. I felt a strong threat. If anything happened here, jumping in meant death. Boom, splash. The third time, a spray exploded on the side, drenching us. The torch in my hand was extinguished. Ah! Yuxiali screamed. The crazed girl cleverly turned her back to the splash, shielding herself. Her torch was still lit. Luckily, I had kept a spare and handed it to her earlier. Move toward the center. Stop paddling. Hands in. I shouted and quickly lit a spare torch. Baby's impressive. You win, Lin Ping praised with a shaky voice. The crazed girl smiled happily. What was that thing? Lin Ping wiped water from her face, voice trembling. There's something underwater, playing gorilla with us. I pricked up my ears. The noises had stopped again. Torches were limited. We couldn't wait. I gritted my teeth. Keep paddling. Get away quickly. Yuxiali's eyes reddened. I wonder if that team met that thing. I was silently thinking about that group of compatriots. Just as the raft was about to move, I suddenly sensed something was wrong. Look at the water behind us, I whispered, gripping my long knife tightly. The 2 women turned their heads. Lin Ping's eyes widened. There are ripples underwater. Yuxiali tried to reassure herself. Could it be the ripples left by our raft just now? I shook my head. We've been still for 2 or 3 minutes. This pond isn't stagnant water. Any traces would have disappeared by now. There's something under the water. I switched to a new torch. Enough talk. Row fast. Let's get out of this cursed place. The 2 wiped the sweat from their brows and rowed desperately. The raft hadn't gone far when a sudden wave splashed on my left side. Watch out. Boom. A large, pitch-black snake burst out of the water, astonishingly with 2 heads for eyes. Each head was as thick as a thigh, and its gaping, bloody jaws lunged straight at Yuxiali. Yuxiali screamed in terror, scrambling toward the center of the raft. Get lost. I slashed down with my knife. The 2-headed snake reacted swiftly, bending back to dodge. Both heads then snapped again at Yuxiali. I used all my skill with the knife as I swung my torch with my right hand. Bang! The torch hit the snake's left head, sizzling and smoking. The beast let out a chilling hiss and shrank back into the water. Lin Ping fumbled to light a new torch. Woo-woo, I almost died. Yuxiali collapsed onto the raft, crying. Don't move. Don't row yet, I said, staring at the water, afraid the beast might be hiding under the raft. Lin Ping asked anxiously, Is it poisonous? Big snakes usually aren't, I said, recalling the notes from the cave's notebook. This two-headed snake could survive in water and on land. Even without venom, though, being dragged underwater meant certain death. Suddenly, Yushali remembered. That group before. Could they all have died here? No, I replied. If they had, their raft would definitely be floating on the surface. We've entered and haven't even seen a single wreck. Splash. The two-headed snake resurfaced, rolling and playing in the water, its head appearing and disappearing, splashing waves all around. Is it about to attack? Lin Ping's face turned pale. Could it flip our raft? Yushali stared fixedly at the water. The raft and all of us must weigh over 1,000 jin. It can't flip us over, I said seriously. Row hard. It's not under the raft. They rowed desperately, and the raft surged forward. The two-headed snake was unwilling to give up, chasing fiercely on the left side. Woo! Yushali was close to tears. Don't be afraid. I'm here, I said, standing behind her, eyes glued to the water. The beast suddenly rose from the water again, striking a cobra-like defensive posture, two heads facing us. Just from this glance, I noticed something. Beneath each head, about 7 inches down, was a long wound. That wound was left by an expert from that team, I said gravely. Lin Ping gritted her teeth. That person was really something. Before she finished speaking, the two-headed snake lunged fiercely. Looking for death. Swish. I slashed down, striking one of the heads. It writhed in pain, while the other head seized the chance to bite at Yushali. Get away. Quick as a flash, I kicked the snake's head. The raft jolted violently, and I nearly fell, but my stance was steady. The two-headed snake, hit by both a knife and a kick, dived back into the water, leaving a pool of blood on the surface. That's great. I exhaled with relief. Yushali looked confused. It's bleeding. Wherever it hides, we can see. No worries about sneak attacks now. Row fast. Don't stop. The two rowed with all their might. Behind us, the blood spread out. The beast slowed but kept up its relentless chase. Not long later, cliffs appeared on both sides ahead. Cliffs. I see the cliffs. Lin Ping shouted with joy. The cave was like a vase, wide in the middle and narrow at both ends. We were nearing the exit. Moss grew on the stone walls. Moss can only grow in dim places, which meant the exit was close. Rumblings. The sound of water grew louder ahead, like a waterfall. Yushali was excited. It's the sound of running water. My face darkened. This is bad. What's wrong? The exit is on a cliff ledge. Outside is a waterfall. The two women paled. If the raft rushed out, we'd fall off the cliff too. Give me the pole. I grabbed the pole and probed the water. It was 4 or 5 meters long, but couldn't reach the bottom. The water must be at least 6 or 7 meters deep. Make the raft hug the cliff wall. Use your hands to push it along. They complied, slowing the raft as it drifted toward the exit. Suddenly, Yushali shouted, There's wind. I feel wind on my face. A light gradually appeared ahead. After a few dozen meters, we didn't even need torches anymore. The exit hung in midair. Sure enough, a waterfall cliff. Luckily, the exit was a stone trough, a spacious rocky platform of over 10 square meters. On the platform, an abandoned raft. That's from the other team. Lin Ping pointed it out excitedly. I felt reassured. Those people really had gotten out safely. My earlier guesses had been right. The raft touched the step, and at last, the three of us set foot on solid ground. Looking down, there was a sheer cliff dozens of meters high, with river water spraying out from the cave mouth into a waterfall, crashing into the pool below, the sound of the water roaring. Lin Ping's legs went weak. It's so high, how do we get down? Yushali had a fear of heights and didn't dare to look down at all. Let's rest for a bit first. I told them to sit down. Both of their arms were too weak to lift. I searched the nearby grass. Several rock pines had their roots tied to 2 vines, with wooden sticks tied every half-meter along the vines. A rope ladder. That group hadn't taken it away. Haha, lucky us. I laughed. Yushali leaned in to look. There really is a rope ladder. I blocked her quickly. Be careful, don't fall. With this rope ladder, we could get down. That group must have spent quite some effort making this ladder. Such a big project would have taken them at least half a day. Strange. Yushali muttered. Where did they find so many wooden sticks and vines on this cliff? I said. They must have an expert among them. The others stayed put. That expert went into the forest to cut them. Yushali listened and admired the expert even more. If we can go down the ladder safely, what about that girl? Lin Ping was worried about the girl. The girl's mind wasn't normal. She definitely wouldn't dare to climb. Pain, pain, hungry, hungry, scared, scared. The girl sat on the ground, pointing at her shoulders pitifully. Lin Ping pulled her over, but the girl backed away desperately. Scared, scared. Yu Xiaoli was troubled. Aunt Lin, her mind's not right. We can't reason with her. If she suddenly has an episode halfway up, she could die from a fall. I looked down, frowning. What do we do? We can't just abandon her, right? Lin Ping held her hand tightly. Yu Xiaoli thought for a moment. Use vines to tie her and lower her from above. I shook my head. No. With her weight plus the force of hanging, it'd be at least 600 to 700 gene. If she struggles halfway and the vines loosen, she'll fall like a pancake. After thinking, I said, knock her out and tie her to me. That's a good plan. Yu Xiaoli nodded. Be gentle, don't hurt her. Lin Ping was worried. Don't worry, I'm a professional at knocking out beauties. Baby, be good. When you wake up, we'll go down. In a flash, I struck her temple with one palm. Her eyes darkened and she went limp. I held her in my arms and had the two tie her with silk ribbons. I didn't dare tie her from behind, fearing she might wake and struggle, falling down. Tied in front, I could hold her with one hand. The iron pot couldn't be thrown, but everything else I tossed down, including the longsword. I went down first, telling Lin Ping and the others to wait above, worried the vine ladder might snap from too much weight. 30 to 40 meters, I got down in a few minutes. No accidents on the way, and the girl didn't wake. I'm down, you guys come down now. Be careful. Under my guidance, the two came down smoothly. Yu Xiaoli happily rushed over and gave me a kiss. Don't celebrate yet. We need to move quickly. I worried that group of savages might circle around. Where do we go? Lin Ping looked around blankly. The river in the middle, primitive forest on both sides. Into the jungle first, then we'll see. Yu Xiaoli wanted to follow that group's trail, but there were no traces around. Just had to rely on luck. The girl still hadn't woken. Yu Xiaoli's eyes widened. You didn't knock her out cold, did you? You're the one knocked out. I retorted irritably. No stretcher needed. I'm carrying her. You two carry the supplies. I carried her through the forest. The two women followed closely, constantly alert. After over an hour, we finally put enough distance from the river. I put the girl down in a rocky clearing. Rest a while, get something to eat. As I was about to get food, the girl suddenly woke. Ah! She screamed and scrambled up, running into the woods. Baby, don't run. Lin Ping tried to catch her, but was pushed aside. Li Feng, maybe you hit her too hard. Her mind's worse now. Hurry and chase. I was tired and hungry, my clothes still wet. Almost couldn't keep up. Forcing myself, I pounced and pinned her down. Tie her with silk ribbons quickly. I took the ribbons to tie her when suddenly a figure dashed out, thrusting a long sword straight at my face. Danger! The savages are here. Yu Xiaoli was startled. I rolled away, avoiding the strike. The person leapt in midair with countless sword moves. Clang! I blocked with my long sword, forced backward a few steps. Weak and hungry, it was hard to counter. On closer look, it was a girl, wearing practical clothes, short hair, kind of tomboyish, no curves, but her eyes were determined. Who are you? Why attack me from behind? Stop fighting. Yu Xiaoli shouted quickly. Are you islanders? The girl lowered her sword and coldly asked. Fuck you. You're the islander. Your whole family is. I was furious. Several brothers of my great-grandfather died on the anti-Japanese battlefield. This was an insult. If you're not islanders, then why did you two hold this girl down and let him assault her? She thought I was going to rape the girl. Such a vivid imagination. Yu Xiaoli hurriedly explained. It's a misunderstanding. We met this miss halfway. She's not mentally stable, and we tied her up because we feared she'd get lost. Many islanders can also speak Chinese. Sing your national anthem to prove it. Why should I? I objected. If you don't sing, you'll die. The girl raised her sword again. I'll sing, I'll sing. Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves. The two who just said they were too weak from hunger suddenly sang the anthem loudly and robustly. All right, you are from Long Country. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Just then, a woman's voice came from the woods, calling, Jing Lan. A tall, elegant woman stepped out of the forest. Around 40, voluptuous and charming, clearly a woman with a story. Boss, they are compatriots from Long Country, Jing Lan said. The woman smiled. Call me the Poison Rose. You're the Poison Rose? Lin Ping was shocked. The underground big sister of Yunhai province. I've heard her name before. Lin Ping whispered to Yu Xiaoli. Yu Xiaoli stuck out her tongue. So impressive. Sister Yang, how many of you are on the island? I asked. Counting Jing Lan and me, 7 in total. Have you ever been attacked by wild men? She sighed without answering directly, her eyes full of worry. Xiaoli, what's wrong? Yu Xiaoli suddenly went dark in the eyes and almost fell. Lin Ping quickly caught her. Woo, woo. I'm about to faint from hunger. Sister Yang, do you have any food? The cave is nearby. Follow me. We passed through the forest ahead and arrived at the foot of a green mountain. Just as we reached the foot, a familiar angry shout came from above. Damn it, monkey, you beast, bringing back a bunch of poisonous mushrooms. Want to poison us to death? A shock ran through me. This voice. You fatso, I don't even know mushrooms. Eat them if you want. How am I supposed to eat poisonous mushrooms? You want to kill me? If you're so afraid of death, then I'll go to hell with you. What use is it for you to go to hell with me? You're not even a woman. Bang, bang, bang. The two started fighting. Fat brother, monkey, stop fighting. Several girls tried to break it up. Yang Meihao shook her head. Those two are natural enemies, fighting all day. I rushed over quickly. Qin Dong. Damn, you're still alive. How come you're on the island too? The fat guy looked up at me, frozen, rubbing his eyes. Am I seeing ghosts? The skinny guy, Sun Dahu, saw the 3 beauties and his eyes darted with a mischievous grin. Brotherly, is that really you? The fat guy couldn't believe it. I smiled and walked over to punch him twice. This guy was as strong as an ox. Haha, brotherly, didn't expect you here too. Li Feng, do you guys know each other? Lin Ping asked, surprised. We're good brothers, serve time together, the fat guy said with a laugh. What does serve time mean? Yu Xiaoli didn't understand. Was in prison together. Brotherly, you've been to jail? Yu Xiaoli stammered. You had to expose this, fatso. Bang, I punched him again. He staggered back 2 steps. Sorry, brother, slipped my tongue. Seeing it was unintentional, I forgive you. I didn't want to argue. After all, the fact was he'd served time. Yu Xiaoli eyed me curiously. In her eyes, I was perfect. How could I have been in such a place? I patted her head. Silly girl, don't look at me like that. A few years ago, I worked in Inner Mongolia, full of youthful vigor. I stood up against a bad guy and beat him badly. He had connections and accused me of excessive self-defense. I was jailed for half a year. It was during that time I met Fatso. I was only 22 then, sharing a cell and workshop with Qin Dong. We spent every day together. I got out first. I see. That's why I said you're not a bad person. Yu Xiaoli admired me even more after hearing this. I looked at Fatso. You were sentenced to 10 years, still have a few left. How did you end up on this island? He was imprisoned 3 years when I went in, so it's been 6 years at most. Could he be a fugitive? Yu Xiaoli instantly backed away. Who isn't afraid of a fugitive? Sun Dahu also got up and moved aside. Damn, Fatso, you've been to prison and sentenced for 10 years, and I've been fighting you every day? Fatso disdainfully glared at him. Get lost. I'm not killing you. I patted Fatso's shoulder. Brother, how did you come to be on this island? Long story. Later, there was a big fire in prison. I saved more than 10 people, made a great merit, got my sentence reduced, and came out early. After release, I tried to find you but forgot your contact. Went to Yunhai City but couldn't find a job, wanted to go abroad and try my luck, but damn, got shipwrecked. Good that you made it out, brother. You've suffered. I put my hands on his shoulders. We were born the same year, month, and day, though I was an hour older. We used to be close. Brother, after I got out, I couldn't visit you, but I sent you money a few times. Did you get it? The fat man's eyes reddened. In 2 or 3 years, you've sent 6 letters. Every time I was desperate in prison, seeing your letters and the money you sent was what kept me alive. A man's tears don't fall easily. I patted him. Great debts need no thanks. Thanks, brother. The fat man laughed heartily. We're all good brothers. No need for unnecessary words. Yu Xiaoli asked cautiously. Fat bro, what crime did you commit to get 10 years? Murder. Why you killed someone? Yu Xiaoli shivered in fear. Sun Deho clasped his head with both hands. Damn. Oh my god. I'm living on an island with a murderer and even fighting him. This life sucks. The fat man shot him a glare. Afraid of what? I'm not killing you. I explained for him. When the fat man was a kid, he saw his father beaten to death by a neighbor. The other party had connections. The charge was changed to assault causing serious injury, and after some money was paid off, he was released after a few years. The fat man grew up and avenged his father. Hearing it was revenge for his father, Yushali instead gave him a thumbs up. Fat bro, you're a real man. Lin Ping also looked at him with admiration. A grudge over a father's death is deadly. If the fat man hadn't acted, would he still be called a man? Let bygones be bygones, I comforted. I'm so hungry. Yushali held her stomach pitifully. Yang Meiguei led us into the cave. Inside was spacious, strewn with dry grass, covering over 100 square meters. 3 girls brought out roasted wild boar meat and wild vegetable soup. These 3 girls were compatriots from Longhua. Ma Huanhuan and Ma Xiuxiu were sisters, employees of an external procurement company, fluent in English. Gu Xiaojia studied cosmetology. They were average-looking, of medium attractiveness. Counting the 4 of us, there were 11 people total. Yang Meiguei, at 41, was the oldest. Lin Ping was 40. Jing Lan was 27, 2 years older than me. She was Yang Meiguei's personal bodyguard and a kung fu expert, national martial arts champion 2 years ago. The others were all around 26 or 27. The mentally unstable girl was shy, trembling in Lin Ping's arms. Sun Daho leaned over to shake her hand, but she hurriedly dodged. Bang! The fat man kicked him. She's scared. What the hell are you shaking her hand for? You dumb fatso. If you don't kick me, I feel uncomfortable all over. Sun Daho stomped. We dug into the wild boar meat, gulping down the vegetable soup. After eating our fill, I recalled the grave we saw during our escape and asked Yang Meiguei. We passed a grave with the name Tong Lan on the tombstone. Was she one of your companions? Yang Meiguei sighed deeply. Jing Lan clenched her fists, eyes flashing with murderous intent. She was our companion. We originally had 12 people, 5 died, now only 7 remain. 5 died. I gasped. The fat man ground his teeth, punching a rock. 3 men, 2 women. 2 of the men were killed by the island nationals. The other man and 2 women were killed by savages. There are island nationals here? Yes. Those bastards killed our 2 brothers. I nearly died at their hands too. I clenched my long knife tightly. Damn their ancestors. Kill the island nationals first, then deal with the savages. Luckily Jing Lan stepped in just in time. The fat man shuddered at the memory. I pressed for details. The fat man spoke sternly. When they were stranded on the island, they had 10 compatriots, 5 men and 5 women. They encountered 3 island nationals who had bad intentions and wanted to claim all 5 women. A fierce fight broke out. Those 3 were all skilled fighters. 2 men among their comrades were killed on the spot, and the fat man nearly died. At the critical moment, Jing Lan and Yang Meiguei arrived. Jing Lan killed the strongest islander called Song Lang with a single sword strike, and the other 2 were driven off. Damn, those bastards dare kill our comrades. Kill them. Yushali swore loudly. Jing Lan, thank you for saving my brother. I won't forget this favor. We are compatriots. No need to thank me. Jing Lan replied calmly. After Jing Lan joined, why didn't you finish off the remaining 2? Yushali asked. The fat man shook his head. Those 2 are very skilled. Jing Lan can't handle both alone. To avoid casualties, we temporarily coexist peacefully. The last 3 comrades were killed by the savages? I asked. Yeah. After the fight with the island nationals, we unexpectedly came across hundreds of savages. Jing Lan led us to escape, but 3 of them were killed one after another, including Tong Lan. What about the 2 island nationals? Did the savages get them? Yushali gritted her teeth. They're alive and well. After moving here, we even ran into them again. They live just under the neighboring mountain, only a kilometer away. The fat man pointed outside the cave. Yang Meiguei said gravely. To deal with the savages, we made a verbal peace agreement with them and temporarily hold off the conflict. Brotherly, since you know where they live, you and Sister Jing Lan team up and kill those 2 bastards. Yushali clenched her fist. No, need to say more. I'm here, they won't live. I gripped my long knife tightly. Yang Meiguei thought a moment. Our biggest threat now is the savages. Can we get past them first before dealing with the 2 island nationals? Sister Rose, I shook my head. If I encounter both a cobra and island men in the desert, I'd definitely kill the island men first. No matter how dangerous the savages are, those two beasts must be dealt with first. Brotherly is right. Yu Xiaoli immediately agreed. The savages are dangerous, but the island men are treacherous. Kill the treacherous ones first. Lin Ping also supported. Jinglan, what do you think? Yang Meigui asked. Boss, I'll follow your lead. What are the names of those two island men? I asked. The two brothers, Gu Xiaotian and Gu Xiaodi, the fatty said. Good. This island will be their grave. Ma Huan and the others looked at me worriedly. Brotherly, are you skilled in kung fu? The fatty patted his chest. My brothers are no less skilled than Jinglan. Brotherly is really strong. The dangers we faced passing through the cave were all solved by him. Yu Xiaoli said proudly. You all passed that cave too? Yang Meigui was surprised. Yeah. I nodded. When do we strike? Yu Xiaoli asked anxiously. Better to act now than wait. Let's go right now. I didn't want to delay. Fatty leads the way, Jinglan follows me. Sun Dehu stays behind to protect everyone. Ha ha, flower protector. I'm deeply honored. Sun Dehu bantered with joy. You, a skinny monkey, a flower protector? Fatty scoffed. Damn you, Fatty. Back in the day, I was a kung fu expert too. Only weakened because someone poisoned me. Sun Dehu bragged. Would you die if you didn't brag? Sun Dehu then performed a monkey-style kung fu routine, with sharp features and monkey-like gestures, and the girls burst into laughter. Be careful inside the cave. We'll be back soon, I reminded them. Return safely. Jinglan smiled gently. I waved my hand. Let's go kill those two beasts. The three of us left the cave, and Sun Dehu closed the entrance behind. We had only taken a few steps when we heard sounds of fists and kicks from inside. Turns out Sun Dehu was boasting again and was getting beaten by the three Ma Huan sisters, pinned to the ground. Walking through the forest, I asked the fatty, is that monkey trustworthy? Having endured experiences with the brothers Tong Ming and Lei Laohu, I had some mental shadows. The monkey loves to brag and slack off, but his character is definitely reliable, Fatty assured. That's good. I trusted the fatty's judgment. Those he vouched for in prison were truly trustworthy. Jinglan held her sword silently behind us, speaking little. Jinglan, I have to say, for a girl to have such skills, I admire you, I said sincerely. She could kill the strongest blue wolf, take down a dozen savages on the run, and pass through that cave. She was definitely a fierce character. Looking at Jinglan's cold expression, I truly respected her abilities. 3 comrades had died during our escape, but that wasn't her fault. There were too many enemies to protect everyone. Back when I was attacked by savages, I had only Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli beside me, so the pressure was much less. Brother, that's just her personality. Don't take it to heart, Fatty chimed in. No problem, I understand. I knew bodyguards had to be like that. Fatty laughed again. She's got a good temper. The monkey calls her a tomboy every day, but she never gets angry. The 3 of us passed through the jungle and arrived at a green mountain base. At the cliff's bottom was a pitch-black cave entrance blocked by piled stones, leaving only a ventilation hole. Outside the cave, a campfire still burned. Brother, those 2 beasts live here, Fatty pointed ahead. Jinglan glanced at me, waiting for my decision. Charging in directly is too dangerous. Let's lure them out and fight, I said. What if they don't come out? Gu Xiaotian doesn't know I'm here. Just shout to them twice, and they'll definitely come out. I hid behind a big tree. Fatty shouted loudly outside. Gu Xiaotian, are you 2 brothers there? I have something to discuss with you. No movement inside the cave. Shout again. I whispered behind the tree. Say you invite them to live together and protect the female comrades. Fatty's eyes brightened and shouted again. Gu Xiaotian, to defend against the savages, Jinglan and I have agreed to your previous request. We invite you brothers to come live together and protect the sisters. There will be no shortage of women in the future. Those 2 beasts always dreamed of occupying the female comrades, so as long as they were in the cave, they'd respond. But the cave still remained eerily silent. Brotherly, probably out hunting, Fatty said. I stepped out from behind the tree. Fatty, go check inside. What if it's a trap? You're not much of a threat, they wouldn't attack. Jinglan will follow you about 10 meters behind. Gathering courage, Fatty approached the cave entrance and peeked inside through the ventilation hole, then shouted back, Damn, No one's here. I walked over and looked inside. A few animal skins, plastic bowls and chopsticks, a plastic basin, and some wild vegetables and meat. This crap can't be bought on this shitty island even with money. Take it all away. Fatty and I together pushed aside the massive stone blocking the entrance and squeezed inside the cave. Tiger skins, leopard skins, bear skins, wolf skins, several in total, along with plastic items brought down from the cruise ship. The fat man cursed as he packed up. Those two beasts don't even have women. Messing with these animal skins for what pleasure? Cut the crap, pack everything up. I pulled out my lighter and set fire to the dry grass inside the cave. Take everything, burn it all down, and later we'll kill them all. Flames flared, and thick black smoke billowed out. The fat man still wasn't satisfied. He grabbed a sharp stone and carved words on the cave wall. Master Fat Chindong was here. Brother, not bad calligraphy, right? Let's go. Jinglan looked back at the cave as we were leaving, her eyes filled with reluctance. Those two beasts won't get away. Don't worry. I patted her reassuringly. Back at the cave entrance, we could hear Sun Dehu inside, wailing like a ghost. Ladies, please spare me. Yu Xiaoli, Ma Huanhuan, and Gu Xiaojia, the four women, had him pinned to the ground, beating him. The three sisters have him held down. I'm going to stuff this caterpillar in his mouth. Yu Xiaoli, that little rascal, was really wicked. Xiaoli, open the door. I shouted. The stone door slid open. Li Feng, are you all right? Lin Ping asked anxiously. Are those two beasts dead? Yang Meigui asked. They're not in the cave. We've taken all their supplies back. The fat man dumped the items on the ground. Yu Xiaoli clung tightly to a tiger skin and wouldn't let go, while Ma Huanhuan and the others were exclaiming around the plastic bowls and chopsticks. They got lucky. Yang Meigui ground her teeth. I want to watch them die myself. Don't worry, I said. Once they find their stuff is gone, they'll definitely come looking for trouble. We'll wait and ambush them. Yang Meigui clenched her fists and sat down. Li Gu, what should we do about the wild men? Lin Ping suggested. The moment wild men was mentioned, the room fell into silence. Meigui, how many wild men did you encounter? I asked. 50 or 60. I've encountered over 100 combined before and after. Yu Xiaoli asked. Are they from the same tribe? Definitely. The whole tribe probably has several hundred people. We've only seen a portion of them. Sun Dahu interrupted. Why don't we send someone to talk peace with them? Monkey brother. Yu Xiaoli rolled her eyes at him. Some of our own people went to talk before and got chopped. If you're not afraid to die, you can go. What's the point of all this fighting? Wouldn't it be better if everyone just had their own girls? You have no girls at all. The fat man slapped him. Li Gu, 11 of our people, 3 men, 8 women. 2 each on average. Can I have 2 too? Sun Deho grinned slyly. All those girls are mine, don't even think about it. I shut him down immediately. Yang Meigui pulled the topic back. Let's focus on what to do about the wild men. The consensus was to make bows, arrows, and shields. Since the women were weaker, they needed shields to block the wild men's arrows and spears. Killing the enemy would be left to me and Jinglan. The shields must be light, made from vines and tree bark, I said. Yang Meigui stood up. From today on, the 11 of us must unite. Anyone with ill intentions, may heaven strike you with thunder. Everyone nodded. Among this group, the ones I trusted most were Fatty, Lin Ping, and Yu Xiaoli. Fatty had been in the brig with me, and Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli were my women. The rest still needed observation. I have a suggestion, Gu Xiaojia spoke quietly. We need to elect a captain for the 11 of us. Otherwise, we'll be a scattered mess. Everyone agreed. So who should it be? Fatty asked. All eyes instantly flicked toward me and Jinglan. Yu Xiaoli, Lin Ping, and Fatty pushed me forward. Yang Meigui, the sisters Ma Huanhuan, and Gu Xiaojia pushed Jinglan. Sun Dehu was fence-sitting and didn't care either way. The atmosphere suddenly froze. I won't do it, Jinglan said coolly. You do it. I'm new here, and we're outnumbered. You lead more people, so you're the better fit. I pushed back. I'm not interested. You do it. Jinglan threw down her words and quietly sat aside. She didn't like trouble. Sun Daiho got fired up. If you don't do it and he won't, then I'll reluctantly be captain. Such great pressure. Fatty kicked him. You beast, who told you you could? I smiled and declined. Sister Meigui, You were an underworld queen before. You take it. Yang Meiguei shook her head. That was then, this is now. I can't do it on this island. Lin Ping and Yu Xiaoli both encouraged me to take the burden. Jing Lan spoke up as well. Li Feng, you lead. We listen to you. Fatty kicked Sun Daihu again. Everyone's spoken. How about you? Who cares who leads me? No women for me anyway. Sun Daihu flashed a sly grin. But I want one rule. The captain must be monogamous. No stealing women from the crew. Everyone laughed at that. I said gravely. Since you all nominated me, here's something I declare up front. Henceforth, all actions must follow orders. Nobody acts on their own. Noted, everyone nodded. As captain, I will protect you with my life. No sooner had I spoken than a roar came from outside the cave. Die, Fatty. Jing Lan. You bastards, come out. You emptied my cave and set it on fire. If you don't answer for this today, it's fish or cut bait. Hand over 2 women to entertain our brothers, or you're all dead. Gu Xiaojia and the others turned pale. Those 2 beasts are here. Fatty clenched his fists. Just in time. Jing Lan grabbed her sword, her face cold as she stepped out of the cave. You 2 have a lot of nerve. Though the brothers Gu Xiaotian and Gu Xiaodi were arrogant, they still flinched seeing Jing Lan. They knew their leader, Song Long, was slain by her sword. Fatty grinned, holding a wooden stick, and followed them out. I admit it's me who emptied the cave, so what? Gu Xiaotian frowned. We agreed to leave each other alone. Uft. Fatty spat. You killed my comrades, eyeing our women, and still want peace? Dream on, Gu Xiaodi whispered. Big brother, this dead Fatty has guts today. He must have found backup. Gu Xiaotian tested the waters. Hand over the 2 women and we'll call it quits. Damn it, do you think I'd agree? Sun Dehu also grabbed a stick and charged out. The Gu brothers laughed seeing him. Skinny, without Jing Lan's protection, I can kill you in 3 moves. Sun Dehu howled and pretended to charge, but Fatty didn't bother holding him back. Jing Lan, Gu Xiaotian tried his old tactic again. If we really fight, even if you win, you'll be badly hurt. Who will protect Yang Meiguei and the others? Think it over. Sun Dehu suddenly laughed uproariously, looking skyward. Times have changed. We have backup. Welcome our captain, Li Feng. Clap, clap, clap. That idiot even clapped his hands. I drew my blade, bowed slightly, and stepped out of the cave. Behind me, Yang Meiguei and the others immediately shut the stone door. The Gu brothers' faces changed as soon as I appeared. They sensed the aura I carried. You're from Dragon Country? Gu Xiaotian asked cautiously. Obviously. He immediately bent and bowed, pretending to be polite. Pleased to meet a compatriot. Please take care of us in the future. I don't want to take care of you. I want to kill you. I drew my sword, radiating killing intent. Brothers, we have no grievances between us. You killed my comrades, and I my women. And you dare say we have no grievance. Gu Xiaotian grew anxious. There are wild men on this island. We should unite. In the desert, there's a cobra. I'm a man from an island country. I'll kill you first because you're more venomous than that snake. Gu Xiaotian fell to his knees, tears streaming and snot dripping. Brother, it's all our fault. Spare our lives. From now on, we'll work like oxen and horses. Gu Xiaodi also knelt, kowtowing. Sun Dehu saw right through them. Playing for my sympathy? I'm your ancestor. I'll give you 2 choices, I said coldly. Die fighting or die kneeling. Gu Xiaotian's face changed sharply. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Since there's no way out, then let's fight to the death. Jing Lan charged silently. Gu Xiaodi, I'll take care of you. Li Feng, you deal with Gu Xiaodi. Fatty Sun and Big Monkey, don't interfere. She thrust her sword straight at them. Gu Xiaotian blocked with his wooden stick. Gu Xiaodi swung his staff in a horizontal sweep, but she dodged it lightly. The 2 brothers coordinated their attacks tightly, encircling her from above and below. Jing Lan's swordsmanship was exquisite. After a few moves, she forced them to retreat step by step. I watched clearly. Even with the 2 brothers working together, they weren't a match for Jing Lan. She had held back before because she was afraid if she got injured, no one would protect the group. Brother, this woman is too fierce. Gu Xiaodi panicked. I shouted and charged forward. Gu Xiaodi, leave him to me. Like a leopard, I leapt up, clutching my blade with both hands and bringing it down midair. Gu Xiaodi lifted his staff to block. Bang! His tiger's mouth nerve went numb. He nearly knelt down. Taking advantage of the momentum, I fell down, my knee hitting hard into his chest. Ah! He was slammed backward, rolled up, and swung his staff again. I blocked with my sword, then reversed it with a slash aiming straight at his throat. Startled, he stepped back, and I kicked him flying several meters away. Brother, Li Feng is even more ruthless than Jing Lan. Run. Gu Xiaoti shouted despairingly from the grass. Gu Xiaotian was sweating coldly. The two couldn't beat Jing Lan together, and now a fiercer one like me appeared. Li, leave some mercy so we can meet again someday. Gu Xiaoti got up and tried to run. I only want to kill you. No plans to meet again. I grabbed my blade and gave chase. That guy Gu Xiaoti was chased by me until he was panting and rolling on the ground. Brother, cut him down with one strike. Fatty shouted from behind. Strike him dead. Big Monkey egged him on. I could have killed him with one stroke, but I coveted his silk clothes. Slashing and staining them would be a waste. With a swoosh, I tossed my long blade over my shoulder to Fatty. Hold this for me. Damn it, Li Feng, stop acting cool. Big Monkey snapped. Seeing me empty-handed, Gu Xiaoti turned around and swung his staff at me. I kicked him hard, sending him flying more than 10 steps away. Before he could steady himself, I charged and landed a flying elbow blow on his shoulder. Ah! He screamed painfully and collapsed to his knees. I pressed my knee down, hitting his forehead and knocking him flat. As he tried to get up, I grabbed his throat. I could have ended you with one strike, but I didn't want to dirty your clothes. Consider yourself lucky to keep your body intact. Crack! My fingers squeezed hard, crushing his windpipe. The bastard's tongue popped out as he died instantly. Great, finally dead. Fatty and Big Monkey rejoiced. Over there, Jing Lan caught up to Gu Xiaotian. Weaker than us, he barely got a chance in the fight when Jing Lan severed the tendons in his left hand. Li Feng, I'll kill you sooner or later. Jing Lan, you damn bitch, I want your life. Gu Xiaotian growled and turned to flee. Don't run. Jing Lan chased after him with her sword raised. I called out, Fatty, strip his clothes and wash them clean. I'll go after him, then dashed into the forest. Gu Xiaotian suddenly unleashed his survival instinct and ran faster than a wild beast. Just as he was about to be caught, Jing Lan and I both felt our hair stand on end. Danger was near. Back to back, we stood on alert. That aura isn't from any beast. Jing Lan tightened her grip on her sword. I once met a monster like this on the island, incredibly fast. Me too. As we spoke, a low roar shook the leaves. A sturdy, grizzled tiger slowly emerged from the jungle. Damn it, this beast saved Gu Xiaotian's life. I gritted my teeth. Kill it, Jing Lan said quietly but fiercely. I take the main attack. You sneak up from behind. Got it. I charged, and the tiger immediately pounced. I spun sharply on the spot, dodging its strike. Unable to stop its momentum, the beast barreled past me. Jing Lan leapt down from a tree and drove her sword from the back of its neck deep into the ground. The tiger twitched a few times, then died. Following the blood trail, we searched for Gu Xiaotian. After over 10 minutes, the trail vanished. He was smart enough to wipe it clean. He escaped. Jing Lan punched a tree in frustration. He injured his left hand. He won't last long in this primordial forest. Let's move. I stripped the tiger's skin and cut up its meat and bones. Also, tiger whiskers, a treasure for men, had to be taken. Jing Lan rolled her eyes at me. Back at the cave, when Sun Big Monkey heard Gu Xiaotian escaped, he stomped his foot. You two working together let him get away. How am I supposed to explain this to everyone? Fatty kicked him lightly. None of your business. Everyone laughed. I explained the situation, and Sister Rose sighed. Perhaps this is fate. What's next? Lin Ping asked. Make bows and arrows, and vine shields, I said. We'll boil special tree bark and pound it into shields, light yet sturdy. Use tree fiber for bowstrings, and sharply pointed stones or bones for arrowheads. Li Feng, you're truly cut out to be captain. Sister Rose gave me a thumbs up. I said again. The Gu Xiaotian brothers went hunting before. Let's sneak into their cave to grab their prey and look for materials while we're at it. The fat guy grinned from ear to ear, robbing after robbing, one of life's great pleasures. The fat guy and I moved stones to block our cave entrance, to prevent Gu Xiaotian from poisoning us. The 11-person team set off. I and the fat guy led. Jing Lan covered the rear, and the others were in the middle. When we reached Gushotian's cave, 2 wild rabbits were tied at the entrance, along with a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds. These 2 dog brothers finally did something good, the fat guy laughed. Yu Xiaoli crouched down and touched the rabbits. So cute. Sister Rose also crouched, patting the rabbit's head. Her collar was loose, and as I looked down from above, I caught sight of a full and beautiful view. She noticed, raised her hand to cover her collar. I naturally looked away. It wasn't intentional, no need to be flustered. Sister Rose, on the contrary, smiled generously and stood up. Fat guy, Sister Rose, is there a bamboo forest nearby? I asked. Bamboo is useful. It can be made into shields or bamboo tubes for cooking pork in oil, then cooling it to seal the oil and meat in the bamboo tube, preserving it for a year or more. There's one in the forest to the left. Sister Rose pointed the way. Shooting bows and arrows made of bamboo is useless. Sun Deho muttered. The fat guy nudged him. My brother says do as he says, no nonsense. Sun Deho wanted to retort. Don't mock those braver than you. The light they fight for will shine on you too. Yu Xiaoli and several girls laughed. Everyone quiet. Watch your surroundings. I said in a low voice. This place was full of danger. Joking around could get us hurt. Everyone immediately quieted down. After more than an hour of hacking through thorny bushes, we finally arrived at a bamboo forest. The green bamboo swayed in the wind, very beautiful. We stepped on bamboo leaves. The ground felt soft. Suddenly, a fallen leaf beside my foot moved, and a small green snake slithered out, flicking its tongue. Snake! Several girls stepped back in fright. A green bamboo viper, highly venomous. Stay away, I warned. Its venom is no less potent than a cobra's. The girls turned pale. The fat guy and I will go in and cut bamboo. The others stay outside. Jinglan, monkey, protect everyone. Got it. Jinglan gripped her sword and stayed alert. As we were about to enter the forest, Yu Xiaoli shouted, Brotherly, I want bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Get more bamboo shoots. Okay. I also liked bamboo shoots with meat. Sun Dehu rubbed his hands, licking his lips with a smile. Xiaoli, don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. Yu Xiaoli rolled her eyes at him. Monkey bro, just protect yourself. Gu Xiaojia and a few others directly snapped back. You need protection but want to protect others? Sun Dehu gave an awkward smile, feeling invisible as no one took him seriously. He gritted his teeth and made a vow. One day, he would do something big to earn everyone's respect. With a whoosh, Jinglan leapt up, grabbed a tree branch, and climbed 10 meters high like a nimble monkey, hiding among the branches to keep watch. She was worried about wild men approaching. Jinglan's sister is amazing. I wish I had half her skill. Yu Xiaoli clenched her small fists, admiration written all over her face. Sun Dehu snorted. Humph, flat and boring, a tomboy who always pulls a grim face like others owe her money. Monkey bro, quiet. If she hears you and beats you up, don't blame me, Yu Xiaoli warned. No problem, she won't hit me. Sun Dehu acted fearless. I entered the bamboo forest, picking mostly bamboo stalks the diameter of a bowl for bamboo tubes. Opening the bamboo nodes, they could hold quite a bit. Smaller ones I used for shields. The bamboo leaf-woven shields were lightweight yet sturdy. Those wild men's broken bows and arrows couldn't penetrate them. The traditional Warring States-era bows required dozens of processes to make, and even small kingdoms struggled. The wild men on this island definitely couldn't make them. The rescue team hasn't arrived yet. This is really frustrating. The fat guy got angry just thinking about it. I was puzzled too. It had been almost a month, and still no sign of the rescue team. Lives were at stake. How could this be ignored? I couldn't understand it. No expectations now, just trying to survive day by day. I cut the bamboo, and the fat guy and I found some bamboo shoots in the forest. Good luck, the fat guy was excited. Bring more. There are 11 of us now, I said. While busy, I noticed a patch of hemp stalks. After soaking and boiling the fibrous bark, it becomes tough, perfect for making bowstrings. Fat guy, luck's on our side. I pointed them out. What's this good for? The fibrous bark can be twisted into hemp ropes for bowstrings. Good enough for regular bows and arrows. How many to make? 11 people. 5 or 6 is enough. The girls are too weak to draw, so when we run into wild men, someone needs to carry stuff and retreat. The ones who can use bows are me, Jinglan, you, and that useless monkey. We packed up and headed back. Outside the bamboo forest, Sun Deho looked up, saw Jing Lan in the tree. His expression changed quickly, and he hurriedly dodged away. How can I let a woman stand above me? You still look down on women? Yu Shaoli asked. Women only interfere with my fortune and career, which is why I've been single all these years. Gu Xiaojia exposed him. Single all these years, but still no fortune either. Ma Huan and her sister joined in the teasing, and Sun Dehu immediately lost his spirit. I shouted up at the tree. Jing Lan, come down. It's time to head back. She flipped deftly and landed on the ground. Yu Shaoli brightened at the sight of bamboo shoots. Tonight, we're having stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. You guys gather the stuff, Jing Lan, Fatty, and I will stand guard. I assigned the tasks. In the afternoon, we returned to camp. Jing Lan climbed up the sheer cliff at the cave's top to keep watch. The rest of us began weaving shields and making bows and arrows. Yu Shaoli and Lin Ping went to prepare the meal, while the others learned to weave shields for me. Jing Lan was truly skilled, easily climbing the 30-meter-high cliff and sitting on the rock to keep watch at a distance. Sun Dehu started complaining again. We're working ourselves to death, and she's just up there enjoying the scenery. Don't like it? Then you go up, Fatty glared at him. It's too high. I'm afraid of heights. Then stop whining and get to work. I split the bamboo into strips and taught everyone on the spot how to weave shields. 11 people make 11 shields, and 4 or 5 bows are enough. Why not make 11 bows? Gu Xiaojia asked. You won't be able to carry them. When wild men attack and we retreat, someone has to carry stuff. Too many bows just become a burden. Yang Meiguei squatted weaving a shield, her chest rising and falling. I glanced over but quickly looked away. Fatty sighed. Just running away isn't a solution. We need to find a way to deal with the wild men. There are too many of them. We can only use guerrilla tactics to wear them down bit by bit. I said. This was the only option right now. Once their numbers drop, the advantage will be on our side. Hope nobody else gets hurt, Yang Meiguei frowned. They'd lost 1 man and 2 women during the escape. She feared more accidents. Do what we can and leave the rest to fate, I said. Li Gu, I'm making tiger treasure stew to help you recover, Yu Shaoli said, cleaning near the creek. Sun Dehu's eyes lit up. Shaoli, save me a bowl. I want to recover too. Fatty snapped at him. You're a bachelor. What good's it doing you? Even if you recover, you've got nowhere to put it. The girls burst into laughter. Sun Dehu looked hurt. Do it yourself, and you won't go hungry. Shaoli, thank you, I smiled. Yu Shaoli blushed. I'm your wife. It's only natural to care for you. When you're well, you can do whatever you want with me. Ugh, shameless. Sun Dehu grumbled, both envious and jealous. I'm his wife, what's it to you? Yu Shaoli retorted playfully. Sun Dehu wasn't satisfied. Brothers, we should take turns as leader. Tomorrow, it's my place. Can't let Li Feng hog all the girls. Fatty spat at him. Even if you became leader, nobody would love you. I interrupted. Enough nonsense. It's getting dark. Let's get back to work. As dusk fell, on the other side of the jungle, Gu Xiaotian limped through the woods, his face pale. To avoid me and Jing Lan, he'd fled far away. Remembering his brother died at my hands, and Jing Lan crippled his left hand, he clenched his teeth with fury. I will get revenge. Just as he roared, the bushes behind rustled. He hurriedly turned. Who's there? Show yourself. Li Feng. Jing Lan. Is that you? A 7 to 8 meter long, thick as a bucket python suddenly lunged out, hungry to attack him. Mom. Gu Xiaotian screamed, turning to run but stumbled and fell. About to become the snake's meal, he shouted. I haven't had my revenge. I haven't gotten those women. I won't give up. Swish, swish, swish. A group of wild men burst from the woods, spears raised to strike the python. The snake, fearing the strong, turned to flee but was pierced through vital spots with the spears, blood gushing everywhere. Gu Xiaotian tried to get up and run, but a wild man kicked him down. Several spears pressed against his throat. Don't kill me. I never hurt you, he begged on his knees. I know where Li Feng and the others are. I'll lead you to them. The wild men didn't understand him. About to be speared like a hornet's nest, Gu Xiaotian cleverly grabbed a stick and drew on the ground. Scenes of Jing Lan killing wild men, a big mountain, with several dots marking our positions. The young leader gestured to stop his men from attacking and squatted to study the drawing. Gu Xiaotian pointed and gestured. Those who killed your companions are those Eastern people. I'll lead you there. The wild leader nodded, patted his shoulder, and helped him up. Ancestors. Their team has great beauties, very big and pretty. I'll lead you now. Gu Xiaotian had barely finished speaking when, after 2 days of no food, blood loss, and shock, his vision darkened and he fainted. The wild men exchanged glances and one of them carried him away. Back at camp, Sun Deho was showing off with his shield. Ha! Do I look like the Qi army? We specialize in killing the Japanese pirates. The shield was round, weighing 4 or 5 jin, protecting half the body, and if crouched, the whole body. Light, yet sturdy. Too bad I was born in the wrong era. If it were the Ming Dynasty, I'd be fighting alongside General Qi against the pirates. Fatty was ruthless. With your scrawny self? Even General Qi wouldn't want you. Damn you, Fatty. Want to fight? Bring it on, who's afraid of you? Enough. I called to stop them, turning around. Everyone except Fatty and Jinglan. Come over here. Yang Meigawei, Ma Huanhuan, Ma Xiuxiu, Gu Xiaojia, Yu Xiaoli, Lin Ping, Sun Deho, and that mentally unstable girl all gathered around. Ya. That girl grabbed Lin Ping's hand. Lin Ping patted her head and kissed her forehead. Good baby. My expression remained serious. From now on, you all train in the shield formation. Once the savages shoot arrows, use your shields to block. Work as a team, quickly form a circular formation for all-around defense. Sun Deho blew up again. Why doesn't the fatty have to train? I'm a proud 7-foot man, and you want me mixing with a bunch of women? You look down on me. The fatty shot back. With your height, you're still a 7-footer? You Shally wasn't polite either. You don't like being with women? I'm a man. Being stuck among women lowers my status. Slap. Gu Xiaojia kicked him hard. You're way too disrespectful to women. Serves you right. The girls ganged up on him. I explained, the savages are coming. Jinglan and I will go up front to deal with them. Fatty's job is to protect your retreat. You just have to protect yourselves, so you need good teamwork. Sun Dehu stiffened his neck. I want to charge up front as well. How can I be protected like a woman? You're the flower guardian in the group. Watch over them constantly. Don't let them panic, I said. Huh, so I'm useful after all. Sun Dehu immediately brightened up. Damn fatty. Even Li Feng says I'm useful. Look at you, all full of yourself. The fatty couldn't be bothered to respond. Start training. Take it seriously. I taught them how to coordinate the shield formation. Jinglan squatted on a high rock, keeping watch. Watching the girls train earnestly, I felt both comforted and heartbroken. If we were in the city, Lin Ping would be dining with clients having steak, Yu Shally would be on campus, and Yang Meigawei would be socializing in high circles. But stranded on this deserted island, everything had changed. Dusk approached and training ended. Jinglan climbed down from the cliff. Since the savages didn't have night vision, they wouldn't move recklessly in the dark. Brotherly, come here for a moment. Yu Shally waved at me mysteriously. I walked over. You little fool, what's up? She lowered her voice. I put the herbal medicine in the big bamboo tube for you. Sun Dehu wanted some, but I didn't give it to him. Dummy. I patted her head. I'm your fool for life. That good stuff is only for you. It's no use if that bachelor eats it. Soon, Lin Ping brought over the midnight meal, stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, steamed rice, roasted wild rabbit, wild vegetable mushroom soup. The firelight made the camp look like a festival. I asked, Aunt Lin, how much rice is left? About 20 jin. Save it from now on. Only eat it in special situations. This bag of rice was found by luck at the shore. The more we eat, the less we have. What counts as a special situation? Sun Dehu interrupted again. When someone is injured, make porridge to help their recovery. Makes sense. Lin Ping nodded. Sun Dehu came closer. Li Feng, share some herbal medicine with me, please. I'm weak. No. Yu Shally immediately shielded me. TCH, you're so biased. He's my man. If I'm not biased toward him, who else should I be? Yu Shally admitted candidly. Sun Dehu grumbled. That's captain's privilege. So unfair. Quiet. No one thinks you're mute. The fatty snapped back. Sun Dehu ate silently, almost in tears. After eating the herbal medicine, my body felt warm and energized instantly, full of vigor. Everyone finished eating and sat around the fire in silence. Thinking about the unresolved savage threat, the atmosphere was heavy. Yu Xiaoli blushed and spoke. Sister Megaway, Aunt Lin, Brother Fatty, why don't you enjoy the night view? I'll ask Brotherly to come with me to the cave to fix the straw bedding. She was trying to find a chance to be alone with me. We had been together for almost a month, but never had a moment alone. Lin Ping smiled. All right, you go. Yang Megaway smiled, but said nothing, clearly seeing through Yu Xiaoli's intentions. I want to go fix the straw bedding in the cave too. Sun Deho just stood up, but was immediately grabbed by the fatty. Damn fatty, why are you pulling me? What's so good about your doghouse? Don't disturb people's fun. Sun Deho was stunned, then looked jealous. Damn, why isn't that good thing for me? Brotherly, come with me into the cave to fix the bedding. Yu Xiaoli's cheeks were bright red. I understood immediately and went into the cave with her. The cave was spacious, over 100 square meters. Several straw beds were where they rested. Husband, I've wanted to be alone with you for ages. I want to be your true woman. If the savages come and I die, at least I've repaid you. Her voice was low, nervous and shy. Silly, I don't want you to repay me. If it's love, I'll cherish you for a lifetime. Husband, I've never been in love before. Please be gentle with me. She threw herself into my arms, soft and tender like a different person. I held her tightly and kissed her forehead. Girls as pure as her were rare these days. We might not have a future with Lin Ping, but Yu Xiaoli was different. Husband, in the pitch-black forest, a piercing scream shattered the night sky. The wild men gathered around the fire hurriedly grabbed wooden sticks and bows. They had been resting at the foot of the mountain, waiting for dawn when one companion went into the grass for some relief, and never came back. They rushed over and saw. The guy's heart had been pierced, lying on the ground drenched in blood. The wild men roared with rage. They knew it was that monster again. Rustling sounds came from the grass, and a group of wild men frantically thrust their spears. No matter the danger, they wanted to find us and avenge themselves. I and Jinglan killed 20 or 30 of them back to back. They would pay this blood debt. Inside the cave, Yu Xiaoli lay on a beast's skin, apologetically leaning against me. Honey, I'm sorry. I've let you down. I couldn't be like Aunt Lin. Fool, you're different from her. Don't say sorry. I cupped her delicate face in my hands. Honey, I'm truly your woman now. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Don't say that. You entrusted me with something most precious. I will be responsible for you. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Honey, they're getting impatient outside. Let's go. I held her and walked out of the cave. By the fire, a few fat men wore worried expressions. Sigh, the heavens are so unfair. Sun Deho began complaining again. You only know how to complain every day, damn it. The fat man scolded him angrily. Li Feng sleeps with beauties. We watch the night scenery. That's the captain's privilege, isn't it? If you're not happy, go find a girlfriend and we'll give you the cave. Sun Deho glanced around. No one caught his eye, so he could only sulk in silence. The mentally unstable girl leaned against Lin Ping's leg, giggling silly, and everyone cared for her tenderly. Why don't we just storm the wild men's lair and settle this once and for all? The fat man cursed. The fat bastard finally said something sensible. Sun Dehu agreed. Jinglan rolled her eyes at the two of them. I helped Yu Xiaoli walk over. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Li Feng, you've gone too far. Look what you've done to Xiaoli. Sun Deho complained loudly. Mind your own damn business. They're husband and wife. The fat man shot back at him. I sat by the fire. Running away isn't a solution. Let's discuss how to deal with the wild men. I told them about the dangers we faced when fleeing from the wild men before. Yang Megaway sighed. We already lost 3 comrades during previous escapes. The atmosphere grew heavy instantly. If we encounter the wild men again, something's bound to go wrong during the escape. The fat man said, every time we meet the wild men, besides running, we have no other choice. Lin Ping shook her head. Haha, I have a plan. Sun Dehu suddenly laughed. You, the fat man sneered. I have 3 strategies, high, middle, and low. Sun Dehu struck a pose like Zhuge Liang. Go on. High strategy, marriage alliance. Pick a beauty to marry the wild men's chief. Then there are people. Spit. You go marry them yourself. Gu Xiaojia spat, and all the girls showed disdain. Middle strategy. Think up a brilliant plan like Zhuge Liang to wipe out all the wild men. You think this is a TV drama? The fat man retorted. Low strategy. march directly to the wild men's tribe, and fight to the death. Enough, stop talking nonsense. The fat man waved his hand dismissively. Yang Meiguei looked at me. Li Feng, what's your plan? I said solemnly. They outnumber us. We can only slowly wear them down in guerrilla warfare. When their numbers dwindle, we find an opportunity to wipe them out entirely. That's a good plan. The fat man agreed. But we're few. One failure, and it's total annihilation. Gu Xiaojiao worried. Ma Huanhuan and the others were also anxious. They weren't close with me or Jing Lan and feared they'd be the first to die when trouble came. I have another idea. I paused. If we could find a natural choke point, an impassable terrain, we could settle down safely, hold out until the rescue team arrives. Rescue team? It's been a month and they still haven't come. They probably forgot us. Sun Dehu vented his anger. What kind of terrain are you talking about? Yang Meiguei asked. Does it even need asking? It has to be a cemetery. Sun Dehu interrupted. Shut up. Everyone shouted in unison. He wasn't afraid of Jing Lan, but was scared of Yang Meiguei. One glare from her made him immediately withdraw. Just like the Liangshan Marsh in the Song Dynasty, where hundreds of thousands couldn't take it down, I said. If we find such a place, easy to defend but hard to attack, self-sufficient, we can hold out until rescue arrives. That's a good plan. Yang Meiguei nodded firmly. It's settled then. Will the rescue team really come? Lin Ping sighed softly. They will. As their captain, even if it was a lie, I had to keep everyone's hope alive. Everyone, we share hardship together. I have 2 rules to establish. I looked around seriously. 1. No scheming or backstabbing each other. 2. Under no circumstances shall any team member be abandoned. Okay, we promised to follow these. Everybody was eager to accept rules that protected the vulnerable. Come on, let's seal it with a high five. The fat man stretched out his hand. Everyone slapped their hands together. Boom. A thunderclap exploded in the night sky. Scared, the girl nestled into Lin Ping's in my arms. The wind picked up, chilly and biting. Oh no, it's going to rain. I immediately commanded. Move the stuff into the cave, fire pit outside the entrance. The cliff above the cave entrance slanted outward, so the rain wouldn't reach inside. Placing the fire pit there would provide proper lighting. The girls moved swiftly, no one slacking. Raindrops fell like beads. Wow, it's raining. Ma Huanhuan and the others stretched out their hands to catch the rain, laughing nonstop. Crack, a flash of lightning tore across the sky. Thunder shook the mountain violently. Stop playing, get into the cave. I worried the fierce rain would scare wild beasts in the forest, causing them to rush over and trap us. The girls obediently dashed inside. Jing Lan, however, stood motionless by the fire, clutching her long sword, staring up into the night sky. Damn, we get to go inside. Why doesn't Jing Lan care? Muttered Sun Dao. Can you fight like her? The fatty asked. No. She's not watching the rain. She's watching for enemies, Ma Huanhuan said. I walked over to Jing Lan. What are you looking at? Feeling uneasy, her gaze sharp. Me too. As if danger was closing in. This place isn't safe, she suddenly said. I knew. Those savages were surely scouring everywhere for us. Sooner or later they'd find this place. But for now, there was nowhere better to go. What's your plan? She remained silent, only continuing to watch the night sky. Be careful. I'll head back inside first. I knew her nature, not to force. Inside the cave, the girls watched the storm outside, the mood light. But the unease inside me grew heavier and heavier.